Overwatch League is back, but this time it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Ram taking down Mayhem out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Postal gets thrown out. Howdy, hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
Oh my God, look at the man cook!
But legends stand in their way.
Strong, still hungry. Oh, Gio! You best get up early if you want to come at the king like that. Dump the bell. Oh my word, Edison.
Still game over.
There's no power up.
Oh, but he doesn't have his ground beneath his feet. He kills as soon as he respawns. Backbone.
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Welcome to Watchpoint. This is the home for all the best, jaw-dropping highlights, all the big-time debates, all the good hair, thanks to Leg Day, and of course for all good things Overwatch League Pro-Am. But first, introductions are in order. I am Zoe Gschwind, and joining me are Danny Burgundy Dreams Lim.
Oh,
Take a look at what you're wearing. And of course, Harry Leg Day Polyp making his debut. Can you believe that? Harry, how come you've never been with us before?
I don't know, I'm over here on Old Blighty, so previously the latency's been a bit of an issue. The speed of light has held us back, but you know what? I'm so glad to be here, and I'm sorry that my name rolls off the tongue like a mouthful of socket wrenches.
Yeah, you're telling me, Gschwind. Like,
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Mine's in this entire country to pronounce this one correctly. Well, Danny, you gotta work on your nickname still. Anyway.
Yeah.
No,
I thought I already got one. It's a Burgundy Dream.
True, and that one will stick, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, guys, we have a lot of exciting things to talk about because we had 3 incredible days of matches. So let's take a look at the standings to see where we are at currently. As you can see, Atlanta as well as London have clinched. Florida is very likely to advance, which leaves the trio of Vancouver Titans, San Francisco Shock, as well as Trick Room as our on-the-bubble teams. And let's have a look at today's matches to see how Group A and B will conclude. These are the matches for you today, gents. 3 teams on the bubble, Shock, Titans, Trick Room. Who's moving on after today and why? That is my first question posing to the desk. Danny, starting with you, who do you think got what it takes?
Who is going to move on? I'm going to have to go with Shock. Judging by how they played yesterday, for those of you that missed Shock versus Timeless, please go ahead and watch it again because Proper said, hey, we're not going to go down like this. He went on that Tracer, his signature hero, and on this map, Antarctic Peninsula, he sort of solo carried the team to the victory, and that sort of allowed the San Francisco Shock to, carry that momentum, snowball it into winning the whole series. While I say that, I do worry though because of what Finn said during his interview yesterday with me, and he said, ping aside, the other problem that they are facing is the team synergy because they are living by themselves. They're not living in a team house. It's harder for them to build that team synergy, that teamwork. So that is what I'm a little bit worried about for the San Francisco Shock.
Danny, Burgundy Dreams Lim.
Yes.
Building synergy in early season. No. If you're a smart team in early season, you don't build synergy, you buy it. And that's why you turn to a professional organization like the Boston Uprising. Like, nice goal you got there. Some punks, some fails, some crimson. But yeah, I'll cop that. Thanks, mate. Picked up by the Vancouver Titans, and it's meant that they've had some pretty good coordination moving into the early rounds. We're 2-0 heading into their battle against the Florida Mayhem yesterday, and now at 2-1, they're still in a pretty good spot to try and make it to those to that bracket play. However, like you said, Profit stands in the way, and also if Vancouver Titans lose today, then we're going to get into some real wacky territory where we might have multiple 2-2 teams. We're going to have our Joker arc with a bunch of tiebreakers, and there's going to have to be a lot of math on desk.
Oh, that's our strong suit, right, Danny?
Yeah.
Well, like that, you have to carry the math segments because Danny and I for sure will be messing those up. But we will see in just a few moments which of these teams will be moving on into the bracket play. But if you've been hibernating all this time and are just tuning in, well, let's take a quick look at our lovely format to catch you up and you know exactly what's going to go down. Long story short, 20 Western teams participate. 7 of them are from the EMEA and NA contenders scene, which earned their spot in the Pro-Am through qualifying tournaments leading up to it. Now our 13 Owl and 7 contenders teams will be split into 4 groups with 5 teams each. Groups are played in a round-robin best-of-3 with the top 2 teams of each group advancing into the single elimination bracket play, which will go down in week number 3. And now if you're saying why? Well, money. Money's the answer. This is why we're doing it all for. Cash money's up for grab. $100,000 overall prize pool split as you see on your screen. And of course, the important thing to mention is that the top 2 contenders teams are earning the $7,500 and $2,500 if they don't make it into the top 4. So that's just the top 2 outside of the top 4. If that makes sense. Yeah. Now, we've had a few days now already of play, and that means it was a learning curve, not just for the teams, but also for us watching. Danny, what did we learn so far, or rather, what did you learn so far? What's a big takeaway?
I learned that supports are important. Wait, let me rephrase that. Supports are always important. Sorry, no. Supports are always important, but they sort of, not a lot of people talk about it because they're in the back, they're supporting the team. But we saw so many great plays from our support players, like we saw from CJ just past moments ago, and we're also seeing right now Vindime landing that crucial sleep dart onto Kuffa on this map as well. And of course, we had some great plays from Faith on that Mercy, helping out Sugar Free get that 4K as well. So the supports are always there. We're finally giving them the credit they deserve. And of course, Landon and Baptiste, healing up the team, and at the same time, getting all the picks they need to win the team fight as well. And of course, we can't forget about yesterday's, I guess, my highlight of the day yesterday was Vega getting that 3K boop. That was crazy. So support, I just want to say thank you for making our lives easier.
From all of us on the desk, thank you. Now, another thing obviously that stood out, I dare say if we're looking at the meta, was the poor man's brawl, as Hadi dubbed it. It's been a good look for a bunch of the teams in Pro-Am. So Harry, please walk us through why this budget brawl has been the comp choice for so many.
Yeah, support may make things easier for everyone, but Ramattra in particular is making things easier for some tanks we classically consider to be off-tank players who haven't got as much time on the Reinhardt as some of the dedicated main tank players from years past. And Ramattra's really been able to fill up that gap by allowing for players who we now have to consider just tank players to fill in that brawl space. The pummels of a Nemesis form are incredibly good at going up against bunched up teams who really want to try and move together to benefit from something like Baptiste healing with the AoE, and it also penetrates through barriers as well, so it changes the calculus of how a Reinhardt can try and play their survivability around the barrier, and that could be a huge advantage against Reinhardts who are much more used to playing Reinhardt versus Reinhardt duels. Also with more Ana coming in, as we saw in our support plays earlier, the Nano Boost synergizes incredibly well with the Annihilation, meaning that it can do a huge amount of damage in a very short space of time.
Now, generally, if we're looking at the meta, Harry, since we didn't get to pick your brain as of yet, what are your thoughts? Is this a surprise that we're seeing that much Ramattra brawl? Did you expect to see a lot more Winston dive? Like, what were your expectations heading into the Pro-Am, and have they been met?
I felt like Pro-Am was always going to be it's early in the metamorphosis of Owl, right? Like, we've got the idea to see some Winston teams who are just much better at Winston, like Florida in particular. We see someone who's a fantastic Winston. Like, why not lean into that with your identity? At the moment, it's we're far from a chrysalis in the meta. There's no defined best composition, and a lot of it is very map dependent, which I think is a very healthy place for Overwatch to be in, where, like, some maps you're going to see a lot more Ryan, like King's Row, and if you want to avoid the Reinhardt, like if you're going up against London Spitfire, you can go to Hollywood and Ryan's useless there, and you can make London Spitfire just grug out of their minds for 4 minutes trying to figure out what to do. So I think that overall we've got a wide and varied meta that's really anybody's game to try and match to their own persona.
And I think it really also speaks to the maps that this is what is happening with the meta right now, because that's what it should look like, right? It should be map dependent. You need to have another strategy for different places in a map, etc. That makes it all so dynamic. So really a great job there by the Overwatch team to provide that versatility in approaches when it comes to map design. Now, I personally definitely thoroughly enjoyed seeing our newest hero making it into the meta and seeing it being played on the highest competitive level of Overwatch. Now, speaking of heroes, a couple of days ago, we actually talked about the Calling All Heroes program for the 2023 season, both the Speaker Series as well as the Challenger Series. We talked about it in great depth together with the lovely Lemon Kiwi. We discussed the changes heading into this year. And if you missed that chat, make sure to head on over to our website, callingallheroes.gg. Over there, you can find the way to register for the next tournament from March 24th to April 18th. But also, don't be a stranger. You can figure out how to join the community over on Discord, and we absolutely would love to see you there and supporting this great, great program. Now, coming up next, we will be talking about a big matchup. Shock's life is on the line as they go up against the Vancouver Titans. Only one team can move on. We're going to break it down after a break. Wow, powerful stuff there. Love the scenic shots of Ramatra. No, it's great to see, like, you know, like when all the action happens on the server, you don't usually get to see those slow-mo big moments. So it's nice to be able to actually appreciate those hero models.
True.
And the skins, like the owl skins for Ramatra, all looking incredible. And they've got the Nemesis form version as well, which is super nice.
The Nemesis form, Ramatra, like how he has his arms crossed, is pretty boss. What a chat.
Yeah, it's very alpha, isn't it? Yeah, speaking of great visuals, would you look at that? The revamped 2023 team jerseys are here.
Let's go!
That is right. So you can show your allegiance, and it never looked better. Grab your favorite team's Pro Kit jersey for the 2023 Overwatch League season right now or a little later. Either way, just grab it. Just don't want to miss out on it. Now, we are starting things off with an important game for San Francisco Shock, whose jersey you just saw, as they're having their Pro-Am life on the line. Can Vancouver Titans close the door right into their face? Bit rude, but we'll find out in just a little bit. Both of those teams have been relying on big performances from the likes of Sugar Free as well as Proper. But is there any of those two teams which have a clear advantage coming into this matchup? Let's take a look at the lineup, starting with the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, I'll take a quick poke at this one. It certainly has been Sugar Free who's been capturing a lot of attention, but I think that Punk's been super integral to this battle. And I think that the key to victory here for the Vancouver Titans is to try and be able to force some more of these brawls that they've been able to play very well against contenders teams previously. While I do have faith in their Winston dive, and it worked out fairly well against Florida Mayhem, they still have trouble getting those counter dives against aggressive Tracer Winstons, and that's likely what you're going to see from people like Junbin and Proper. So maybe trying to force that brawl would be better for Vancouver.
Yeah, and on the San Francisco Shock side, unlike yesterday when we saw Max coming into the lineup to play the tank for the first map, today in today's lineup we're seeing Junbin, which means we could expect them to go with either the Winston Kiriko dive or Junbin's going to play the Wrecking Ball. So I'm excited to see that. And we always talk about Proper, but as we're seeing right now, I want to give a quick shout out to Hisang on that Sombra as well. He was fantastic on it, so I'm expecting to see more of that today as well against the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, and if we're looking at our predictions here, honestly, I didn't actually feel like this was such an easy one. Like, if you would have asked me just a few months ago, I was like, yeah, of course I'm going to go with the Shock. But even with Junbin, we did ask for him over Max, but then he played the Doom yesterday on King's Row. I didn't feel that. I didn't feel like that was actually such a great look for them. And honestly, just in terms of preparation and team plan, I still feel like the Titans looked better. They just looked more cohesive. There was more synergy. There was an actual game plan. And even though Shock came victorious yesterday, it didn't look like that was based on a plan. It was just like some insane individual performance with Proper being Proper. So I'm taking it. I'm taking the bait. Yeah. I'm going Vancouver Titans. Yeah, that's right.
All right. So yeah, I do agree with you because even though San Francisco Shock did win, like Timeless did play it close. And, you know, honestly, San Francisco Shock didn't look that great, to be honest. But I'm going to still go with the Shock.
All right.
Because I think my brain is just wired. Every time I see the Shock logo, it's like I feel guilty if I don't pick the Shock.
Yeah, it's
I need to move out of this.
You go like Shock. I was like, oh wait.
I need to go Shock. And plus, yesterday, if Proper just pops off like that constantly from now on till the end of Pro-Am, I think they still have a chance.
I mean, I agree with your point, Zoe, but for me, it is still the Shock, and that's because I'm on Danny's wavelength here. The Proper has been popping off, and I think that the strengths of Shock right now very much align with the weaknesses that I saw from Vancouver Titans when I was casting their game against Florida, which was their inability to effectively defend against Winston Tracer dives. And the fact that they're not playing as much Kiriko means that Proper's going to get a lot of mileage out of well-stuck pulse bombs.
You know, I'm just speaking it into existence. Punk is going to go diva. He's going to defend that backline against that flanking from Proper. It's going to be all good. Probably not. I'm probably going to be wrong, but I'm going to have fun with it. And that's all that matters. I mean, obviously, San Francisco Shock is the easy choice here. I'm being a bit more bold. You know, I'm a
You're
bit
the
more
bravest
daring.
among us.
Exactly, I'm the brave one. Either way, this is who we are cheering for. And I know that the fans out there have a lot to say about our choices pretty much after every show. And we love the passion. And that's why we want to provide new ways for all of you to engage with the Overwatch League this very year, which is why we're going to have watch parties starting on March 30th. You can support not only your favorite teams, but also your favorite Overwatch creators who will be able to bring you all the awesome live action on their very own watch parties. So I am personally very much looking forward to that. What I'm also looking forward to is, of course, this very first match. Let's see if the San Francisco Shock can stay alive or if the Titans will put a stop to it. For all the action, we're going to hand it over to our casters.
Turns one around. They've lost their jungle queen already, and he finds Isu again. Starts off big. 4 on 4. Oh, make that a 4. I'm a threat. It's a bet. I'm telling you, Faith is an insane ring player.
The man is down, there's no more lifeline. Oh, and yet it doesn't matter. Sugar Crystal super early anti-air play.
Yes, welcome to the first game here today of the Western Pro-Am, final day of week 1. It's me, Mr. X, joined by Scott. Scott, how you doing, bud? I heard late night watching 80 for Brady.
You promised you weren't gonna say this. I was not up late watching 80 for Brady. No, I was not. I will not allow.
You
this
even
kind
said
of
it was a
slander
good
to happen.
movie, but sure.
No, I did not. Matt's been trying to get me to watch this movie. I refused to even watch the trailer. But Matt, come on, let's talk about this match. We got a good one coming here. The Vancouver. Don't you dare bring it up again. Don't you dare bring it up again.
Vancouver I was about
Titans
to say.
versus Shock.
This is going to be a sick game, right? There's a lot of just implications on just the tournament overall on this particular match, right? It's a huge one for the Shock. I think also to remind people, Shock, some visa stuff. They're playing from Korea. It's like 5 a.m. In Korea right now. It's pretty early for gamers. Not exactly gamer time. I mean, some people, that's like the end of the night in terms of gaming, right? We'll see kind of what they got here in store for us today, but excited to see the Shock versus the Titans. We talked a little bit about obviously the Shock thus far. Vancouver, Scott, I really like, look, they got a cool hype video now, right? And then they got a cool new roster, and I think they've looked pretty good.
That's the cap for you, Matt, of what makes a good roster. How good is your hype video? So Vancouver Titans at the top of the list. Important thing to bring up, though, Matt, for this series is if Vancouver Titans gets this one over the Shock, they're in a very good spot to make it outside of these groups. There could be some shenanigans by Trick Room to catch up, but for the most part, it should be winning in for Titans. While San Francisco Shock fighting to keep their dream alive, they have Junbin in the lineup with the Winston. We've seen him so far throughout this tournament, hasn't looked great. They look a little lost, and once again, San Francisco Shock are running back to spawn before the fight's even begun.
Yeah, some change-ups here for the Shock. See what they decide to do. They're going to go with the Doomfist setup as, it goes way high this time there. Oh, man, Doom, you could do some funny things with the tech. The point just unlocks now as Junbin goes in, tries to make a play for it, but
He takes so much damage on the front side of things, Scott, and he just has to back up. What's your thoughts on this comp for the Shock here, going up against kind of like the standard from what we've seen from the Titans?
Yeah, Junbin in general has been trying to move away from this Winston. It likes to play this Doomfist. We didn't see much value coming from it yesterday in their match. It was okay and he was living, but he wasn't just offering much for his team. The Vancouver Titans are anchored on this point, but they've decided now is go time. They're walking out, trying to take the fight, but they've walked into the pincer of the San Francisco Shock. Proper is just bringing everyone down once again, and that should be a flip from the Shock.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because the Titans composition, right? They want to be like aggressive, you know, around this Ramatra and like push on in and almost use it as like a brawl. But with having control of the point and with what the Shock are playing, they almost didn't need to, right? No, they had the May at the time. Sugar Free now goes over to Tracer, but they gotta just play on the point and wait for Junbin or Proper to come in, like wall them off, separate them from the rest of the team, then finish them off. As see Proper here with a pulse bomb. Junbin goes in. No, nice play here. He's gonna take out a Spire as well. As Shock, they are starting to get rolling. You know, you win this fight, you just end up using your nano boost here. It's pretty good for San Francisco.
Yeah, and the problem with just sort of being anchored and just sort of trying to play around the point is that you leave a lot of freedom for Proper to just move around you. And that was the issue that Timeless had yesterday. And this is actually an important thing to note about Shock's adaptation in this tournament so far. Earlier in their matches, Heesang was that Tracer player and Proper was the one flexing to the Sojourn or other things. But right now, they're relying on Proper to do this. The sleep misses, the nade misses. Oh, a little bit of trolling from Finn. He got his one, Matt. That's all you can ask for.
Yep.
And the trades are coming through for the rest of the San Francisco Shock. But a Spy gets Finn dead.
Just has to say, I got mine, right? We have the Annihilation popped here by Punk as it looks like Titans, they actually move back out onto the point. It looks like that Sugar Free is able to flip it back, you know, in favor of Vancouver. So 75% for the Shock, really good percentage. They end up holding on to their sound barrier here on through this. So if they want, they can get aggressive and fight this yet again, right? They know that there's going to be no sound barrier on the other side right now. Really just dealing with this Aspire, Deadeye, and then Sugar Free with a Pulse Bomb is, well, look at this. They actually catch Aspire out. Oh, yeah. That's a little bit unfortunate there for Vancouver, and it looks like Sugar Free ends up using his Pulse Bomb. Didn't see it connect with anything in the feed, so pretty smart there from the Shock. I guess they must have realized that Aspire was coming off spawn, didn't see him by the point, can kind of gather some information there. And then it's just a 3-player dive, right? Vandime, Junbin, and Proper go into Aspire on the spawn, and there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, great heads-up play by the Shock, but they only need one more team fight, and now the sound barrier is up for Vindime. Punk has moved over to the Winston. It's going to be difficult for the Titans to get back onto this point with a great nade from Finn and a follow-up by Proper with the Pulse Bomb. That might be all she wrote here on the first round on Li Zhengtao.
Proper is just unreal. It's crazy that I know I see Punk trying to make a play there on the point and he gets slapped. It's like he's become so good and so consistently that it's almost kind of become like almost like bored, like oh yeah, well, you know, here's another sick Proper game, right? So you just get one every day. It's just wild as that'll be the Shock taking point 1. Anything you want to see the Titans switch up here, or you think you just keep running with this same Ramatra based setup?
I actually like the Ramatra-based setup. I think they made a couple of mistakes just going a little bit too early, as you said earlier, Matt, just walking into the pressure of the Shock, especially going into this control center point. It's known for the brawl compositions, narrow corridors. It's going to be very easy to play this Ramatra, get these punches, and you're actually going to see the mirror coming out from the Shock. I don't believe we've seen Junbin play this Ramatra so far. It's usually Max who's been on it.
Yeah, and it looks like the TP comes out. It'll be Proper on the Bastion, so we'll get a little May Bastion set up here from the Shock. Is we talked a little bit, we got to see some Bastion the other day, you and I. The Wheels mode, he just pumps out so much damage.
What's he doing?
Makes it difficult. Yeah, I mean, a little sneaky, a little flank Bastion action. Oh, nice May wall there. So it looks like he just gets knocked out of the way, but Punk has to be so careful, avoid so much of that damage, and even though takes a huge hit, and they're gonna have to back out, and that'll be the Shock taking the point.
Yeah, the Wheels mode on the Bastion is just so much damage, and Punk has to respect this one. Great wall to isolate Aspire out of this fight, because Punk's just going to get isolated. He's used the Nemesis form, but he's under so much pressure from just the sheer amount of damage coming from that Bastion, and that'll be another fight win for the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, and I feel like the Bastion, at least in my opinion, would love to hear yours, is like, it's really difficult to like now push into the Bastion, right? Because where, you know, you're kind of in that like 50-50 setup where, you know, both teams having to like kind of move forward, take position. The Bastion could be like caught out a little bit easier there. Now as you're moving into them, it allows Proper to kind of set up wherever he wants, right? Gather the information of where they're coming from, and then make the right call on where to go.
And on the other hand, you know, Sugar Free, he's just trying to lurk around in the background, but you can see the Shock just aren't going to give him any time to get any space. They're going to go aggressive. They've dropped the amplification matrix, but Finn is getting very low, having to drop that, and Junbin getting over aggressive without the rest of his team. And the Shock just kind of another misfire on their aggression, and the Vancouver Titans are punishing it, as you can see Sugar Free just one by one taking names of the players on the Shock.
Yeah, Sugar Free makes a nice play here, but I also want to shout out Aspires. He actually goes on a little bit of a flank over by the high ground on the outside, and he shoots that dragon like back towards the backside of the Shock, and I don't think they expect it. They have to use the Immortality field pretty early there, and then that allows kind of Sugar Free and him to just shoot from the side and, you know, flank from behind as everybody else from the Titans is able to stay alive. But 66% on the point here for San Francisco. Maybe we'll get to see the Bastion ult in action. It's you know, even with some changes recently, right, where it comes down faster, I still think pretty easy to avoid, especially at this level of play. But that's going to be Aspire, deals with Proper first, so probably not even a chance to get that off, as that's just an amplification matrix there from Crimzo, which allows the Vancouver Titans to win this fight.
He gets one on the way out as he's standing still, which you don't expect to see, but that didn't really feel like a well thought out plan by the Shock. They just sort of walked up hoping to be able to get the space so they can eventually drop the Blizzard, but the Titans with the amplification matrix just evaporate them before they can even do anything. So maybe a little bit more proactive here from the Shock, trying to get the Blizzard down, but early Dragon by Aspire is going to put them at the front of this team fight again. As you can see, Junbin is just taking so much damage. Finn's amplification matrix comes down, and that's a lot of damage.
That is a double kill with a grenade there from Proper, as I wonder, you know, the Ant Matrix is up there. He must have just shot that like through the Ant Matrix or something. Would love to see a replay of that. That is a fantastic play. It allows the Shock to take the point back, killing both supports right away. That is something that obviously Crimzo and Faith didn't expect to come on through, is the Titans getting the point back first. He's saying he'll end up using his Blizzard here. It's Punk thinking about maybe using the Annihilation. Now as players get close, he's going to end up using it, as Faith drops the sound barrier there for the Titans. Didn't really see a ton of value, as still may not even matter, as the Titans still have some players here left on the point. Junbin here, Vindayam as well for the Shock, but they'll end up falling in the end, and the Titans will get the flip.
Yeah, Punk pretty much uses that Annihilation to just live long enough against the damage from Proper on that Bastion, and it works. The rest of the team is able to clean everything up and the Shock fall over, as final fight territory here for both sides. Proper has the artillery strike that is very hard to get value from at this level, but Aspire with another Dragon has usually been using it early to dictate the fight. Look at him to do that once again.
Here we go. AC 130 inbound. He's waiting.
Here we go.
He's waiting.
Boom, boom, boom. And usually the strategy is to do exactly that.
Okay, the Immortality field, but he still gets one. He still gets the Hanzo.
And then you can see, with that damage from the Shock, just forces the backline into a bad position, gets Aspire. That's great sort of recognition of how to get value with that Bastion ultimate. The first time I think I've ever seen such a serious amount of value coming from a Bastion, and the San Francisco Shock will close out Lijiang Tower, looking a lot better than they have in their last couple of series.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were mentioning like how good Aspire had been, right? No, on the Hanzo, like right before that. So, and he was taking a lot of really off angles, putting a lot of pressure on Proper. Proper gets like a far bit of distance, right? So you're not able to kind of like, you know, hear or even see the Bastion, where that's coming from, as we look through some highlights from, of course, the first map. But man, that kill there onto the Hanzo was massive with that artillery at the end. That is something I don't think anybody expects.
And waiting until the last moment has its benefits, like you just saw with that Bastion ultimate, because the longer it goes on, it's like a Junkrat tire. You just get more and more fearful of it the longer it goes. And you can see recognizes that that's the way that Aspire is going to go. So great play of the Bastion and really showing the value of this pick and sort of highlighting that it's not as much of a cheese niche pick as it once was.
All right, well, you know, the Shock obviously trying to keep themselves alive here in this tournament. They win this first map 2-0. Really interested to see where the Titans take us next. Scott, where would you go if you're the Vancouver?
Oh, we've seen Vancouver liking to play a lot of Hollywood. I feel like we've seen them on that map a bunch. And I think moving San Francisco Shock into a situation where they're feeling less comfortable, maybe Hollywood where, yeah, I think Hollywood's just a good choice because San Francisco Shock have been weak on that map. They don't have a great plan for it. I want to see them go there.
Well, Scott thinks Hollywood. We'll find out what the Titans think after this quick break.
Shock, your 2020 Overwatch League champions.
San Francisco Shock proper.
Proper is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy. He's running down Bernard. Mayhem just charges the Sigma.
Completely uncontested, tearing through. 갑니다. Endo tried his best, but it's not going to be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shout, but only affects him. Rampage gonna catch on a two from Kellerman. Proper is there. Oh my. 여기 깔고 또.
Welcome back to the Western Pro-Am. Vancouver Titans. They've been tweeting. They understand. They lost control. And that happens, right? The Shock, they've been known to lose controls in the past. But you know what? Also, this is a brand new Shock roster. Scott, I was watching that hype video a lot at the front, right, of like the old school like Shock rosters and all the success. And it's like you look around, it's like, well, none of those people are still here. It is an all new look San Francisco Shock.
I hope Moth's doing all right. It was good to see him again, go down memory lane. But as you said, completely new Shock. But they are looking quite good in the series so far, Matt. Really, Vancouver not able to keep up or contest much of the San Francisco Shock and what they were throwing at them, which was surprising because it felt like the Shock weren't doing anything special.
Yeah, it's Kings Row will be the next map up. Vancouver heard you said Hollywood, and they said we will not be selected. We will be going directly to Kings Row. Maybe to try and force some of that, like that brawl setup, but we just saw Junbin play the Ramatra, so looks like if they do want to play the Ramatra head-to-head, they feel pretty okay with that.
Yeah, this must be personal preference coming up for Vancouver Titans. Prefer over the San Francisco Shock and anything that they've played. I doubt this is a thing. I think Vancouver might be messing with us as much as Punk. Do it, you coward. You wouldn't.
Punk wouldn't do that.
Punk would never lie to us. He would always tell the truth. Man, look at him go. He is schmoving.
That's Roadhog at full speed there. Yep.
Wait, you got 13 seconds.
That's Roadhog after Super Bowl Sunday.
Wait.
Just what?
Wait. He's running out of time to go back. Wait. He's
going.
This is a real thing. I hate it. Okay, Punk, show me what you're cooking. It's because Roadhog got a lot of nerfs in this offseason.
Yeah.
His one-shot capabilities have fallen down a lot. He does do a lot more consistent damage, but overall, the thing that makes Roadhog good is being able to do damage. You see, he hooks that Winston and does what, like 100 damage? I'm very interested to see what Punk thinks he can get done on this character.
The thing that makes Roadhog good is the ability to occupy space with his body.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you don't do anything. Like, Junbin just doesn't even care about him. He's just like, okay, man, I'll just go over here and get
He's a living shield. Looks like Shock, they see the Roadhog pick. They probably say Roadhog question mark, and then they make some changes as it'll be Junbin going over to D.Va. So able to eat up a little bit more of that damage, also gain some high ground as he takes a big chunk there. It looks like maybe from Punk, but nice sleep there. It looks like there's another player with Proper, so it's just Faith actually on the just able to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer. He actually falls down to below as this looks like Shock just kind of breaking this by poking from different angles. Getting some of that high ground, getting a pick or two early, and then now just having Heesang up here on the high ground poking with some damage.
I'm baffled. This is the issue with playing this Roadhog is he's not really doing anything. He keeps hooking the D.Va, but that's not providing any space to the rest of his team. And that's what happens. Proper walks on the high ground, they get picks. He's trying to contest the point now that 2 ticks are going up, but gets antied by the Ana, and this should just be so much damage, and he does fall.
Yeah, Roadhog had a brief stint at the top of Overwatch 2's Proper just trying to win this one on Faith with some nice movement here early on as looks like Titan Sugar Free still contesting here. That's actually going to be a nano boost on a Sugar Free from Faith. He steps off for just a second. The point was so close to being taken. Faith, I feel like, has hit every sleep dart we've seen thus far. It's just not as resulted a point hold as this will be the Titans now switching away from the good old trusty Roadhog. They will go over towards the Ramatra as maybe a little bit of a sleeper pick there, the Roadhog. Maybe trying to catch the Shock off guard, something they haven't played against. Spire, nice pick up of Endymion there early, so that'll allow them to push up into the choke. Spire, the second one, yeah. So good hold here now from the Titans. They'll get some control over the choke.
Yeah, and Junbin is still on this D.Va. Actually going to switch over to the Winston, even though he has the D.Va bomb. D.Va Bomb can be difficult to get value from. This probably is the right decision. Now they're going to be able to dive in with that Kitsune Rush, and the Dragon might be able to get a little bit more value. But you can see how far back Aspire, Faith, and Crimson are already playing. It's going to be hard for Junbin without a Nano Boost or the Primal to close this distance.
Yeah, and Aspire, it's done a really nice job hitting some shots on the Hanzo as well as Junbin looks like he'll go in. That'll be Kitsune Rush from both teams as Proper gets in the mix and takes out Aspire. Dragon Strike comes in here from Heesang on the side, just trying to create some more space for the rest of his team as Junbin gets really low. They're not able to get any heals on him, and now the Titans should be able to push up back towards the cart and get that control.
Yeah, you could see the disconnect there a little bit as a great stick from Proper is going to take down Punk, and now the respawns are coming in from the Shock actually, and now the Shock are in the drive seat. They are going to start cleaning everything up as Proper's just so sick. He's just doing such a great job, but this 1v1 against the Kiriko is dangerous, especially against the caliber of player of Crimson.
Not 9 p.m., 3 a.m., 180 ping, 10 ping. It literally does not matter for Proper. Just wake him up, give him 30 minutes, and get him in the game. He's good to go. As that'll actually keep the cart moving here for San Francisco, and that's huge. I mean, Junbin getting closer towards that Primal Rage as a Proper, took some big damage there. It looks like probably from Sugar Free, just total, and nothing else to help him out. As Sugar Free wins that battle, is this should. We say should actually allow the Titans to hold for here a little bit longer, right? As San Francisco probably going to wait to get Proper back in the mix before they jump in.
Yeah, but they have the Nano Boost and that Primal Rage, which I said they were missing earlier. So now that Junbin's going to be enabled to get the Nano, but we're going to see Heesang go down as well, trying to get into that left alleyway. It's going to be another stagger from the Shock, and Vindame is also potentially getting himself staggered, but Vancouver Titans aren't going to push the issue.
Yeah, Vancouver's gonna wait a little bit. I think they have an idea where Finn is here. Finn's gonna TP out.
Got one here.
So Kiriko can just kind of go through the walls there. It's pretty nice. So Junbin with the Primal Rage. What do you think they do with this Nano? Is the Nano for Proper?
No, it should go on to Junbin, enabling him to play hyper aggressive, but it's the San Francisco Shock and it is Proper. Anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I know Junbin uses Primal, and then maybe they Nano after, maybe you Nano before. Few options. Looks like they're just they waited for an optimal time, but as soon as they waited, Crimzo actually finds Finn. So Crimzo uses the Kitsune Rush here as well. I don't think you invest more into this if you're San Francisco.
Yeah, you're right. It just felt like they were taking really long. Oh, the Dragon is going to come through, which is going to prompt the rest of the ultimates coming out. Pump pops the Annihilation. Junbin pops the Primal, but can't get anything done. Crimzo somehow falling to that late Dragon should give the Shock an opportunity because the healing will be much lower for the Titans.
Well, I guess it's still worth it for the Shock, right? You end up using your Primal there and Dragon towards the end, and then on the other side, the Kitsune Rush was used a little bit earlier, but you got the Annihilation out for Punk, which would have been great for stalling. And you're going to come back. You're going to have your own Kitsune Rush here and, send Proper in, with that extra, just attack speed, right? And let him just go to work, as that's going to be the Kitsune Rush there. Pulse Bomb from Sugar Free doesn't connect with one. Yeah, beautiful sleep, and then Heesang's able to finish him off, as this will be the Shock able to take checkpoint B.
Yeah, that was great play by the Shock. A little bit of individual brilliance to get them across the line, but that's what the Shock should be known for. This is what they are going to excel at in this season. They have a wealth of talent that can really play so many different heroes. As Punk, recognizing the issue of the Junbin Winston, goes over to the D.Va, which is a good one-to-one counter against the tank because you can control that high ground and just follow that Winston with the micro missiles that just make so much damage and pressure to that opposition Winston.
Yeah, as Junbin will take high ground control here. It's the cart getting close to making it around the corner, as you're totally okay with Proper just kind of pushing that himself, as trying to get Heesang some presence up on the high ground here too. As say one player was low up there on the high ground. Yeah, Heesang just waiting for some healing. As Cart still continuing to move below a minute. Punk now over to the D.Va. Another sleep here is both Annas, right? I know Vindayam and Faith have been on point with the sleep dart so far.
Yeah, they've both been doing a great job of just anytime there's aggression, just getting a sleep out. Vindame, we knew how good of a player he is. Junbin is getting nanoed. He's in the backline. Aspire could be in a bit of trouble, but they're kiting him out so well to the point that he hasn't been able to find any picks. While on the other side, Punk is going to get demeched with all the space that Junbin is providing.
Yeah, As Junbin still has not felt the need to end up using his Primal Rage, as Punk did end up getting DMX. Now he takes a big hit and he's going to use Primal as Sugar Free on the other side of the map gets a Pulse Bomb onto Vindian. So you lose your Ana. That's like your main source of healing here. Is 13 seconds left on the clock. The Titans very close to getting a hold.
Yeah, the Shock cannot disengage from this one too far, at least. They cannot wait. Vindian actually switches over to the Lucio to try and get back. Proper gets a late touch, which will trigger overtime as Junbin re-enters with the Kitsune Rush coming through for the Shock.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush for both teams, as Crimzo is going to end up using it here for the Vancouver Titans. Punk, like very close to a deep bomb. Going to have to try and get his mech back as he didn't end up using it at that time.
Oh, good.
Sugar Free takes out Vindian, but Proper with the Pulse Bomb onto Aspire. He's saying with 2. So this should be the Shock getting it over the line as Crimzo will come out. Protection Suzu there, just keeping himself alive for just a brief bit longer, but map completion there for San Francisco. No time left in the bank.
And you got to give a shout out to Proper and Heesang. So many people were excited for this duo coming into the league because they're such talented young players. And this feels like the first match in this whole Pro-Am that we've really seen those two just being like, okay, guys, we got you, don't worry about it. Ever since Proper moved back to the Tracer and Heesang's been able to flex to other things, it's looked a lot more comfortable for the San Francisco Shock, Matt.
What's a successful season look like for San Francisco in your mind?
With the roster that they have, realistically, we have unrealistic expectations considering how many rookies are on this team.
Yeah, that's
but
my
I would
thing.
still say it's top 3. I think they would say so themselves.
It's so hard because so much of this roster now has been like redone, but you're just coming off of like incredible performances like back to back as we take a look from Heesang's POV. Nice headshot on the sleep. Ooh, that one on the Faith. It's nice. But yeah, you know how good these rookies are, right? Extremely hyped up coming into the league, but still like rookies, like first go-arounds, right? A lot of other teams, the Houston Outlaws, right? They really bolstered up. Mayhem's looked really good this event.
Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, and then also the Atlanta Reign, right? So you have some really, strong. Dallas Fuel obviously still extremely strong as well. As Finn just breaking it down over there.
Jamming out in the basement.
Wilding out over there. All right.
Continuing making sure Sugar Free's good.
Yep. Continuing our trend of just every sleep dart connecting.
Which, okay, I do want to shout these guys out because both of these players on Ana right now as well are main support players in theory, so they aren't known for the Ana play, but putting up great performances so far. As we're going to see the D.Va versus Winston matchup again for these two teams. Is Punk, he used to be an off-tank player. He doesn't like playing that D.Va, while Junbin, definitely a main tank Winston style, but Sugar Free going down will trigger a retreat here from the Vancouver Titans. They weren't able to get into position. They're going to try and route around this right side, but you can actually see Finn throwing cards from there on the right side. They need to dislodge him from here, otherwise he's going to be able to flank at any moment and put damage in. And with Crimzo playing Zenyatta, he's very susceptible to death, or Sugar Free once again.
Yeah, as Finn with those headshots there on Kariko. What do you also think about the Zen in the mix? Like, I think obviously Zen will provide like a higher damage output overall as, there's the Discord there on the Junbin, and then Punk just goes right in, finishes him off. But you'd also think that this is just a really nice dive target there for Proper as Finn, he was trying to get in range of Heesang up there on the high ground, but did not make it as this will be the Titans getting on the point.
It's just yelling, guys, someone would come closer to me so I can teleport out. But unfortunately, with Junbin dying, he's not able to get out, and 2 ticks go up. But it looks like the Shock are going to want to contest this one. But with that Discord Orb, okay, never mind. The Discord Orb isn't there, so the damage won't be that high for the San Francisco Shock re-engaging into this one. But with the Nano onto the D.Va, Punk can start assassinating some of the backlines, but he's going to go back to the point instead.
And somebody's got to get a touch here now for San Francisco, as it looks like it's going to be Junbin who moves up onto the point as they have their Nano of their own. Doesn't look like they feel the need to use it just yet. You're going to have the Dragon come in from downtown here from Heesang over from the side, as that'll be Junbin who ends up getting Discord ordered, also getting the Nano boost, as it's going to be self-destruct on the point here for Punk, but they actually finish him off before he's able to get back in his mech. So although they do end up taking out Vindian, if you lose your tank, you may not be able to push off of this. And although 98%, Scott, only a minute 42 on the clock.
Yeah, and as long as Proper is alive, the backline is just not going to be able to walk out. We know how dominant Proper is on this Tracer. He can win this team fight and he can take down the backline on his own. So he's just remaining a threat, giving his team time for Vindame to come back. He's actually going to switch over to the Lucio so he can get back a little bit faster. They really do not want to give up this first point as they're going for an aggressive dive onto the greedy Zenyatta pick.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing, is they're going right in onto Crimzo, trying to finish him off. And it looks like they're, I was going to say, not able to do so, but Proper comes in with a pulse bomb. A few kills go in favor of the Titans while that's going on. And, yep, they just run right past all the players in San Francisco. Somehow Proper's still alive here, by the way. Okay.
And took out Fade.
Yeah, half the team goes back, take him out. He's gone now. So
I want to give a shout out to the Vancouver Titans. That was a great heads-up play, recognizing that that dive was coming by the Shock. It looked like they were being a little bit reactionary and they weren't taking the space that they had, but recognizing all they need to do is live through the next dive and they will solidify that first point. There is only 3 minutes remaining on this point, though, on the second point and on this map, but Punk is going to go back to that Ramatra, leaning into that brawl style.
Yeah, as Shock now know bringing out the Ramatra. What are your thoughts for Ramatra against the D.Va? This will be quite interesting. Is the D.Va we've seen play into like Winston-based comps, but not yet against this Ramatra that often.
Yeah, the Ramatra is just going to be favored because he can just anchor in this front line, and the D.Va's not going to be able to stand up to that. You can see how low Junbin already is, and they're struggling to get him back up to full health with how much damage Punk is just doing. The dive does look like it's going out, and the backline is having to step forward. Proper taking down Aspire, but the Nano is going to come down on Punk. That should give him so much pressure as he's going to start running down this backline. Just two-shotting 200 HP targets.
And he actually drops his field right on top of his support, so to just slow down Proper, do a little bit more damage to him, but it almost doesn't matter as Junbin's with 2, Proper with another. It's going to be the annihilation here used by Punk as he just wants to keep this one going himself.
Yeah, Proper and Junbin are just ignoring Punk, just going for absolutely everybody, recognizing they can't do anything. Punk is just still becoming a threat.
Oh, this is so bizarre. It's like Proper and Junbin were kind of like caught in between Punk and Aspire, and it looked like they went back for Aspire, dropped Punk off of the card because he wants to go back, try and keep the Hanzo alive. And then the 2 players on Shock actually make it out with their lives. So potentially saving that checkpoint B or having the cart be really close to checkpoint B.
Yeah, Proper is putting a lot of pressure onto this right side, and with that pulse bomb, the Vancouver Titans got to be very careful, but that's a great opening pick by Aspire.
Yeah, Aspire gets one. We'll see if they can capitalize as Heesang comes over the top of the payload, gets one as well. Punk needs some healing here as he is quite low. As that's a dragon that looks like kind of comes from the high ground there. It doesn't really get anything. Is Kitsune Rush here used by Crimzo. Now the Titans want to go. They know they have a little bit of an advantage here as Sugar Free pressures down Proper. It's going to force that recall right away. As look at this, they want to go right at Proper. You see Punk run at him, Sugar Free as well. So that's going to be the Nano on the Proper just to keep him up.
This might come as a shock to you, Matt, but Proper is a problem right now for the Vancouver Titans. They are unable to deal with him. He only has 3 deaths so far in this map, and he's just always remaining a threat. Doran Hurix brought it up in their series yesterday. It's like he has an invisibility cloak. He's just always shooting, putting out so much damage. It's just so hard to punish him, and the Titans just feels like every time they get any space, Proper's just creates more problems. Aspire gets an opening pick once again.
Well, it looked like they had the opportunity to punish him, right? They got the recall out early, they did some damage to him, and then they committed to go to punish him, and he gets the nano boost, and then it allows him to just keep on coming in fast. Finn's gonna go with a Kitsune Rush here from the side. He's gonna go up to the high ground here to dodge, but they're gonna be able to take out Aspire, who's been a big source of damage here for the Titans as Crimzo gets low. Titans need to win this fight, Scott, and it's not looking good as Crimzo up on the high ground. He's gonna be like basically 1 HP all alone as he is not gonna live. Now I know might be 6 a.m. there, but the Shock take care of business, taking out the Titans 2-0.
Yeah, they just got done doing it to the Vancouver Titans, and you know the San Francisco Shock look to be in a lot better form. As I said, with this switch of Heesang and Proper, just allowing Proper to go on his signature, his comfort, he is the best tracer in the world. I think it's hard to argue with that right now. I think that's given the San Francisco Shock a lot more firing power, and that's given freedom to a player like Junbin to look a lot better in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were gonna argue that Proper's not the best tracer, you're just arguing for the sake of arguing. I don't know if there's anything real there. It's the Shock, obviously a rough start to the tournament, but I think they've started to right the ship, find their way, and I think you're starting to see how good this roster can be. And obviously once they kind of move and better ping and whatnot, it's just going to be even better for San Francisco.
Yeah, and with this win for the San Francisco Shock, we get a little silly in Group A. There's a lot of opportunities and doors that open. Because Trick Room has 2 matches today, and whether they win or lose those matches against Florida Mayhem and Timeless will drastically affect the bracket. I can't explain it for you right now because my pea-sized brain is not going to be able to comprehend or explain it to you. And, you know, Matt, I don't think you can do a better job. Right?
No, Packing 10 and, Brad Ross and our Cobb Bobs team, they got their TI-83s out. They're typing away. They're crunching the numbers. This will also guarantee Florida Mayhem to move forward into the bracket. But our player of the match today for this series is actually going to be Junbin. So we did see Proper pop off a lot, but you mentioned it. It's really unlocked Junbin to play at a high level.
Yeah, as much as, we hype up Proper and he was enabling Junbin to get this player of the match, it was good to see Junbin coming into his own a little bit. I don't know if it was nerves, the ping, the fact that it was 5 a.m., all of those things combined has shown that we would have not been able to see Junbin at his top form. We saw a little bit of his Doomfist value. He's showing flexibility onto this D.Va. We know how great of a wrecking ball player he is. It's nice to be able to start to get a gauge of what he's going to bring to this league.
Yeah, see the Doomfist stats this match. This was just on Lijiang Tower in 3 minutes of playtime, but still was pretty impactful on the Doom when we saw him. But I think really, being able to play the D.Va, on King's Row and some of the other heroes we saw some Winston play from Junbin, as well as the Ramatra. So really good overall series here from the San Francisco Shock. Excited to see kind of what this means for the rest of Group A. Group A, I think, is like in complete disarray for, the rest of the day. But maybe, after this quick break, we'll get an update from the desk on where everything stands in Group A. So stay tuned.
And Shocker staying alive.
Let's go proper.
Another
ESEC 2K.
while. But this now also means that their life is in the hands of Trick Room, while the result of this match actually made the Florida Mayhem secure their spot. But there's still some questions which need answering. So there's still a lot in the air, and we won't know until a little later today which teams will actually make it out of Group A. Love that it stays exciting until the very end of the conclusion of those groups. But for now, Harry, Danny, let us break down what we just saw. Shock, they managed to look a lot better today than they did in previous days. Heading into this series, what we wanted to see was cohesion, it was communication, it was a game plan. Harry, I feel like that's what we saw this time around.
Yeah, if you saw where the crosshair was, right there, for Finn, this is a set play with Proper getting the double blink that gives the elevation over. You can see him using the Lion here to get onto this alternative high ground and then be able to move in to kill Aspire. And a grouped up support line, knowing that they'd go in to try and save Aspire after that nade came through. A little bit of coordination from Shock that is going a long way, and yeah, you can see exactly how that's a set nade. This is some good drilling, some good practice from San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, we always wanted to see, and it's good that, they're showing some coordination now because, like Finn said yesterday, how they're still working on the synergy. I feel like it's starting to show after watching this match.
It really does. Now, with this match, however, yes, the Titans lost, but they're not out yet, right? As our cast has already said, Pea-sized brain Custer especially, that's his words, not mine. Just throwing that out there. I'm not just firing shots for no reason. There's still some high-level math which needs to play out. However, for now, we do have an interview ready with a player from the winning team. I think Finn is standing by. So, Danny, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Of course, we got Finn for the post-match interview. Finn, hello. Finn 선수 안녕하세요.
Hello.
All right, second interview with you, Finn. So I'm just gonna jump right in. So, I mean, yesterday we talked about how many you guys are, at sort of a disadvantage with all the ping, and of course, you guys not having a team house. So with that in consideration, how did you guys prepare for today's match against Vancouver Titans? 자, 어제 인터뷰에서 핀 선수가 말씀하셨다시피 핑도 당연히 좀 문제가 있고 또 팀하우스가 이제 같이 살지 않기 때문에 좀 팀합 이런 거에 좀 문제가 있다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 이런 거를 다 고려해서 오늘 밴쿠버와의 경기를 좀 어떻게 준비하셨나요?
근데 솔직히 오늘 경기랑 막 그렇게 만족하지는 않은 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 솔직히 말해서 밴쿠버가 막 잘하는 팀이 아니라서 저희가 아직 고쳐나갈 게 좀 많고 아직 좀 노력을 좀 더 많이 해야 될 것 같아요.
Alright, to be really honest, I am not completely 100% satisfied with our performance against Vancouver today because, quite honestly, Vancouver Titans, aren't a really top tier team right now. So there's a lot of little things to fix for us for the San Francisco Shock. So I think we're gonna work on that. All right, and of course, I do also want to talk about your tank line as well. You guys have two great tanks. You guys have Max and Junbin as well. But it does seem like when the roster was announced, I thought that Junbin was gonna be playing more of the main tank and the Max as the off tank. But it seems like they're both playing all the heroes. So how does that subbing strategy go for you guys? 자, 두 번째 질문은 저 이제 영어로
되나요?
영어로 해주겠습니다. Alright, guys, Finn is gonna answer in English.
Junbin just only play Boar and Max play only Zarya. Not another thing is same. So yeah, this reason.
Oh, so everything they're sort of on an equal level. So Junbin just better at ball, and Max better at Zara.
High level.
Everything equal. All right. Very high level. I agree as well. All right, Finn, thank you so much for the interview. Great answers as always. And again, big congratulations on the win and
Thank
nice
you.
character. All right, Finn, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Random, why not? So he's showing Homer, but he's hiding his anime pillow. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to take away
That
from
is true.
that.
I was looking at that too. Yeah.
He readjusted the camera again just when he came out. I was like, oh, so what's she doing there? Anyway, great to hear from Finn. Also, fantastic that he gave us that last answer in English. That's always super cool. Thank you so much, Danny. But there you hear it. Like, they're basically the same. Just two different heroes to play on a high level.
TLDR, they're both
that's
good.
Good. Yeah, you'd hate to see them pick up just a bad tank for no reason. But let's move on to our next match, which will feature one of the best teams so far in the Pro Am. Atlanta Reign still undefeated. They are looking like the juggernaut here. They are the team to beat. And LA Valiant will be giving that a try. And quite frankly, LA Valiant, unlike in the most recent seasons, they've been having a good start considering that they had such a limited time to practice with one another. I think Nas told us yesterday in the interview that they had, 1.5 weeks? That's not enough time to have like proper team synergy and like build up all of the good stuff that you actually need in order to, topple a team like the Atlanta Reign. But they've looked decent enough, I would say.
Yeah, especially with CJ probably being even less than a week and a half, as he was directly picked up from Saints in their Pro-Am qualifier roster. So CJ's inclusion was certainly a little bit more of a surprise. Winning up against the Vegas Eternal, who's like obviously another peer in the Overwatch League space, bodes well for the season for Los Angeles Valiant. And one of the things about not getting that much screen time is that we can expect basically exponential improvement for a while.
Yeah, but I mean, they are going up against the Atlanta Reign, who have already clinched their spot, and they are probably one of the strongest teams in the Pro-Am tournament. Hawk's been looking good, Stalker, Lip, the backline with the Chio and everyone. This team is an all-star team that it's gonna be a tough battle for whoever they're facing.
Yeah, and they're not playing around either. They are coming in hot every single match. They've not really put the foot off the gas, which I love to see, Harry.
Yeah, the Atlanta Reign, they're pulling no punches, right? Whether it's on Doomfist or on Ramatra, all the punches are being thrown on out. And, of course, they're pulling no punches when it comes to being fashionistas either.
That's exactly right, because as you can see on your screen right now, the team support bundles are on sale through April 11th. So you can get your Kiriko, your Baptiste, your Ana, all in that beautiful, beautiful Atlanta Reign skin team colors. 350 tokens. It will cost you, which is a steal, honestly, for what you're getting. Weapon Charm is included there as well, so grab it now while it's hot. Speaking of hot, our predictions for this one. I don't expect anyone to, pick anything but Atlanta Reign, but I surprised you guys before. Maybe one of you is a madman. I doubt it.
Zoe, did you?
No, I didn't. God, I mean, the other one, like, honestly, our first match, Vancouver Titans, there was definitely a chance there. It was still a bold move, but no, man, Atlanta all the way. I've always been an Atlanta Reign fan, and that has not changed this season, especially. I love the pickups they made. They look so solid. They have such a good grasp on the meta, and they're using every single piece of their roster to, like, perfection. It just looks good. It looks cohesive. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I am a huge Valiant fan this Pro-Am tournament.
True.
But, I just got to go with Atlanta Reign as well. They're just, like Zoe said, they're just too good. I really like the double flex comp they always use as well. So, honestly, they could play anything and they make it look really good. So, I think I got to go with Atlanta Reign.
I mean, I'm with you guys. How am I ever not going to pred for my top one team with the greatest mechanical tracker that I have seen since Bunny and Stalker? I think that this guy is basically going to be. Is it too early to say Stalker could be MVP? It probably is, but I feel like he's going to be a shoo-in.
All right, all right. I mean, it's not too early. We make those predictions before the season even starts, so it's fine. You can say it whenever you want. And obviously, like, we're going in that Atlanta Rain color scheme as well. Although I'm wearing Valiant pants apparently, so maybe just low key supporting both of them. Yeah, no, but again, if we're looking at the Valiant squad, I have been very impressed. And as you said, Harry, I do think that we can expect to see a lot more from them. And it's so great to see that improvement from day to day to day.
Yeah, I think that one of the most important things that we highlight here is for players and fans not to overreact to what happens in this game. I'm not saying that Valiant don't have a chance, but you need to temper expectations, as Reign seems to be a team that is playing to not only compete this year, but to win it all. Like, this is a big spend, picking up Lip, picking up Stalker. These are not cheap players to acquire. Valiant, they've done some excellent scouting, I think. They have managed to pick up a bunch of players that work super well together from multiple sources, and now we're just trying to find their own way of putting them together. Paintbrush, of course, is the assistant coach slash player, the sixth member of this team. Might give them a touch more flexibility on that support role, but as far as I'm aware, Paintbrush is a main support player, and I'm yet to see a double main support meta after 2016 when we had Mercy Lucia for a little bit.
Well, I'm still excited to see if the Valiant can, I mean, they're not going to win it, but if they can just hold their own in certain team fights, if they can like push the Reign just a little bit, that's already a victory for that squad, I'm pretty certain. Now let's see if the Atlanta Reign will continue to go undefeated. We'll find that out after just a little break, so stick around.
Well, we will find out. So he was talking about who will end up winning this series, Atlanta Reign versus the LA Valiant. Seen the desk pretty high on the Atlanta Reign. What are your thoughts, Scott?
I think it's pretty hard to not be high on the Atlanta Reign right now. This team looks unstoppable. They are 6-0, I believe, so far in their group. They're up against the Los Angeles Valiant, who are 1-2 in matches. They've had their moments of looking strong, but the LA Valiant's biggest weakness so far in the Pro-Am comes from their lack of practice and experience with each other, but they just like to lean on that Ramatra Brawl style. But the Atlanta Reign have known and shown how to beat that so far.
Yeah, Atlanta has been unbelievable. I mean, it's a roster that we obviously had high expectations for coming into the season. Here in the Pro-Am, they have lived up to that. Like how Danny Lim said earlier, supports are important. Atlanta has really good supports. They've been fantastic. And then, Stalker, leg day, really high on Stalker. The other day when he was talking about the best aim since a former Valiant player, I was like, there's no way he's gonna say like Custa or something like that, right? Like,
dude, my aim is not that good. That is
the
for
best
sure.
aim since Grim Reality or something, right? I didn't know how far we were going back, but
Bunny was a good shot.
Bunny's a game, yeah.
Bunny
that's a good shot.
Aim. He was a good aimer, but I thought it was interesting. Leg day saying Stalker was a shoe-in for MVP. I think he's not even MVP on his team. I think that's hard to say when you have someone of the caliber of Lip on your team who has just been absolutely sick on anything that is hit scan plus Sombra, which not many hit scans players can say the same.
It feels like Lip's been on the cusp, right? Of, hitting that next level for a few years now as Atlanta Reign versus LA Valiant. They'll get kicked off as only difference here, Scott, we're looking at is the Batiste versus the Ana. Interesting to see the Valiant go towards the Ana here, because I feel like you just get so much more value out of like the immortality field in this type of setup.
I don't hate the Ana. You're just very dependent on hitting those biotic grenades. I feel like those are the real value things, especially as well. You got to keep an eye on how quickly they're going to get the nano boost versus the amplification matrix on the Ana and the Baptiste. You can see CJ's already at 70%. If they get that, that's going to give them a huge advantage.
Yeah, magnetic grenade there from Lip hits Cry. He's taking a few shots there. Yeah, not going to be able to live on through that as take out Seeker as well, as he is just clicking heads. CJ Verbo into the side there. He will fall. It's, what?
Are you just trying to say as many LA Valiant names as you can in like a short amount of time?
I'm just going into the well of former Valiant players.
I'm just curious on how you're going to pull Silver 3 into this cast. I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be tough. That's what me and you are here to do.
You saw the weakness of the Ana there. They don't have that immortality field to give Croy enough time to be able to get that health back, and they're going to lose that first team fight. So now the nano boost versus the amplification matrix. Are they going to try and run through it when Fielder drops it?
Dude, it's so hard, Cry able to make it out there with his life when you're trying to fight this high ground and the other team has, a really nice Maywall there. From Stalker, Ant Matrix put in there from Fielder. Maybe they thought they could actually finish Cry off, but it's so difficult too because look, when Cry comes in now, yeah,
that's a problem.
Where the other team, nice nano and a nice sound barrier here. Blizzard as well from Nos. It's going to be a Deadeye from Lip on the other side as Stalker gets so low, going to have to drop down to the low ground. That Deadeye may have actually saved Stalker, just preventing players on the Valiant coming in. Valiant did a really nice job though, being able to survive through some of that.
Yeah, now they get to use the high noon of their own, just creating the space. You're going to see Lip get isolated. Yeah, they're just going to run Lip down while the high noon is running. Hawks re-engage with the Annihilation, but gets slept as he takes someone out. But that should just be enough damage done here by the Atlanta Reign as Hawk is just punching down the Los Angeles Valiant.
Yeah, and looks like the Atlanta Reign taking that fight. Chia with a sound barrier for the next one, so set up in a really good position.
90% though.
To win. Yeah, so to take this point. I gotta say though, Scott, for a Valiant team that got put together, quite like last minute, right? They mentioned, Nos the other day, like they didn't get a ton of practice time. Liar trying to touch the point. He's not able to make it. I actually think once this team gets, a few weeks of practice under their belt, I actually think this is going to be a team that's going to be much better than people expected coming into the season.
Yeah, with how late the Valiant roster was rumored to be acquired and how little information we had, a lot of people were just being like, well, Valiant's just going to be the worst team in the West, assuming that they were just going to pick up.
So. I really don't think so.
I don't think so as well. I think they have a lot of mechanically talented players. I think there's a lot of upside to this roster. Do I think they're going to ever get to a position where they can consistently take series off of teams like the Atlanta Reign, for example? Unlikely, but I think that they can definitely set a reasonable benchmark that they can get over.
Yeah, and some of the players we've seen, you think of some of the players that we saw on Paris Eternal, now Vegas Eternal last year that have competed here in the Pro-Am, like I think Wub has looked really good, obviously not an Overwatch League team, same with King, and I think, bringing Cry into the mix, I think you gotta have to look at this as a brand new fresh start, as some of those other players, moving off of that, Paris roster have looked quite good, so it'll be Valiant taking some high ground control here. I feel like this high ground's a little bit of a bait though. Like I think you kind of want to take position on the point. Like typically you would always want that high ground, but you're just working around the central pillar. I feel like control of the point here at first is probably the better play.
Yeah, because you're the one who has to step into the Atlanta Reign. Atlanta can play defensive. Look at that backline, just sitting in the back there, shooting, free firing, while there's so much pressure coming on CJ to step forward. And as soon as he does, gets instantly taken out from the damage of Lip. So you're absolutely right, Matt. This high ground, as much as it feels like you have positioning and the advantage, just having control of the point is usually the better position to be.
Yeah, CJ does a crazy job, though, farming up that Ant Matrix right away. Right? I mean, sick immortality field, able to just pump out so much healing with, just the God regenerative burst, like, able to keep everybody alive when there was just loads of damage coming in from the Atlanta Reign early. Obviously not able to win the fight, but Atlanta, they'll end up having their Ant Matrix in Sound Barrier. I mean, they're going to have all 5 ultimates coming in for this next fight. Maybe even getting close when this next fight kicks off to like 50% on the points. As Lip takes out CJ from the side. That's a large source, really the main source of healing here for Valiant, so they're going to have to back up. And now that I mentioned the next fight kicks off at 50%, this may kick off now 65, 70%.
And with that late stagger, it's only going to get worse. Are they going to go for Nos as well?
They might.
That'd be wild. No, okay. They're going to go back into spawn, but the Valiant just are so far behind in all ultimates. Atlanta won that fight without having to use a single thing. And this map is so difficult to approach because everywhere is a choke, which when you have a May and the wall can split your team at any moment and she can drop that Blizzard, you can see Valiant are hesitating. They don't know where they want to go to try and avoid this problem that's incoming.
And you're realistically looking at a situation where on this point, you may only have one really good team fight for the Valiant to flip this back in their favor after the first one. Deadeye there from Seeker. It's going to buy some space there as Maywall was in the way. So trying to create some... Oh, as he drops down Stalker in a really rough spot here. We'll see what happens. It's going to be an Matrix. Oh, nice Maywall. Able to survive and get back out towards the other side. It's going to be sound barriers for both teams. Valiant's comes a little bit later, so it's going to last longer. So it looks like they're just trying to like bully the Atlanta Reign out of the point, which they will. Atlanta, they do hold on to some ultimates in the process. So both teams end up investing their Blizzard in support ultimates there. The Valiant end up using a Deadeye. Where the Atlanta Reign here, they'll have their Annihilation, same for the Valiant, but then they also have Lip's Deadeye. So maybe use the Deadeye to force players into the Annihilation could be a possibility.
Yeah, they could do the exact same thing that Valiant just did. You use that Deadeye to force the Valiant to disengage, gives you a little bit of breathing room here. You're going to see Lip pop this one, but with both walls down, he's not going to be able to get much, but the lamp's already down for the Valiant. This should make a Hawk's Annihilation that much stronger.
Yeah, Annihilation in here from both Ramatras, but looks like Hawk just doing so much work. Lip as well. It's so difficult. You're trying to like focus down Hawk, and you have even Stalker in the mix on the May as he's doing big damage, and you can't focus on Lip and give him the attention he needs because Lip off to the side, he's able to find a few kills, and just like that, the Atlanta Reign are up 1-0.
Yeah, you know, we knew Atlanta Reign was going to be the stronger team coming into this series, and they're just showing why. That was the Valiant's bread and butter. That's the way that the Valiant have found some success so far in the Prime Tournament, and Atlanta proving once again they're still just better in this head-to-head matchup. So Valiant have an uphill battle to go against this Atlanta Reign team if they want to start getting some maps and potentially the series back.
Yeah, we can take a look here at some of the highlights from map number 1. Probably a lot of them favoring the Atlanta Reign as Lip with a few kills in the fight. I'd say it looks like Stalker, they're actually trying to steal the Elim cemented grenade going off. But I don't know what you do against this Atlanta Reign team right now. From what we've seen from like all the other teams so far this weekend, I haven't seen one. Obviously the Valiant here in this series, really you would obviously favor the Atlanta Reign, but I think from what we've seen so far, I think you'd favor Atlanta against like every team.
Yeah, and you know, at the end of the day, no one has been able to match Lip, and there's very few players who have ever been able to do it in the Overwatch League as a whole, and we hype up Seeker a lot for this Los Angeles Valiant squad, but Lip is just the better player so far in the series, which isn't too surprising, but I hope we can see some upswing from Seeker.
Yeah, I think you're going to need Seeker to really pop up, hit another level. Supports as well. I know we'll keep an eye on CJ, whether we see some more Ana play or maybe the Baptiste come in. Map number 2 though coming up right after this. It'll be Valiant's choice. We'll see if they can even up the series. Stay tuned. Atlanta Reign take map number 1 here, and a big reason was because of Lip. Lip on Cassidy. And the first map was unbelievable. You know, we've talked a little bit about it, Scott and I, throughout this weekend. I think really even the the whole broadcast as well as Atlanta Reign and Lip have looked so good. And maybe this is the team that really kind of unlocks Lip to hit that MVP ceiling. We really do believe he can hit. So we'll see if the Valiant have anything new here for the Atlanta Reign going into map number 2. Scott, the map will be King's Row. Thoughts? Looks like we don't have Custa here. He is gone, so it'll just be me here for now. I'll do my best Custa impression. Yeah, you know, he's probably saying something of like, oh, you know, oh, I think Hollywood would be good, mate. Why didn't they go to Hollywood? It's so sad, but we're gonna know the King's Row. Custa, are you back?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm stuck in a well. Matt, help. All right,
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. That's great.
I did an impersonation of you, and I think everybody, nobody can tell the difference. Yeah.
I was just worried while I was suppressed. I was worried that you're going to say something that I couldn't respond to because, you know, you've already tried to sell me as a Tom Brady fan so far in this broadcast. So, you know, I can't have that kind of misinformation going around the internet. But as I was trying to say to your earlier question, the Valiant, this is their strength. This is where they are the best when they can play these broad compositions. So it makes sense that they're going to take the Atlanta Reign here, even though we just saw that matchup on the last map. You got to stick with what you're good at, even if you are, you know, going down. Maybe we can see some better looks from some of these other players. Seeker is a great Hanzo. We've seen him get a lot of value on this Hanzo, get a lot of opening picks, but there's no way Lip's coming out on Farah. Okay, yeah. And just, you know, maybe see if you can get some value with a couple of one-shots. Anything can happen at that point.
Mirror matchup for both teams is it's kind of the situation with a lot of Overwatch games. Is Stalker with a headshot there onto Nos at range. Is nice Maywall here from Stalker to keep himself up as Lip is going to get an off angle. It's a lot like what we saw when he was playing Cassidy, right? The Atlanta Reign, they can force the issue, they'll put the Valiant in a tough position, and then Lip can find these off angles, whether Hanzo or Cassidy, and find these picks. Just like that, it'll be the Atlanta Reign taking that first checkpoint.
And this is the thing that's impressed me the most about Atlanta Reign and this new setup. You have players coming from so many different teams. Lip from Shanghai, Stalker from Seoul, Chio and Fielder from Dallas, Hawk has been on Atlanta, but they all look to be on the same page. They're working as a unit. They're playing these grouped up compositions so well. So as much as a lot of other teams have cited lack of practice or lack of preparation for this tournament, Atlanta has none of that, and that is why they have been so dominant in the Pro-Am so far.
No, they came in, this roster was put together quite early, I feel like, in the offseason. You have Blizzard here from Stalker, nice Maywall, trying to keep Cry inside of it. It'll be Nos using an ice block to stay up. So it'll be an Ant Matrix use here by CJ as well, but able to just kind of kite it out for the Atlanta Reign, not able to take any damage of that, and they're going to keep that cart moving. Yeah, Cry's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, the Blizzard was used, so they're not going to have that one, but Nos isn't even close to his yet, and they're going to have a window of their own, which they can pop. It's actually going to be Hawk with the Annihilation to try and give his team a little bit of space, but the Amplification Matrix does go down, which is going to get very little value because Hawk's zoning people away. So a little bit of miscommunication here from Atlanta, and this should open the door for Valiant to get a pick. As you see, Seeker take the high ground and take out Stalker.
Yeah, as Maywall comes in, Hawk looks like he's able to make his way around it.
Oh,
look at this.
Oh.
No way.
Lip, if you win this, you're the MVP in my heart. Almost. He almost
had it. He didn't win it.
Damn, but that was
good thing he didn't crown a whole season MVP in the Pro-Am.
It would have been crazy. But, that was an expensive fight for Atlanta Reign, so this is going to give Valiant the opportunity to start, holding this arch weight. They have the Blizzard of their own, so Hawk's going to need to be careful stepping up to avoid getting walled and blizzarded.
The great equalizer, right, is Hanzo with the ability to get some high ground and off angles and seemingly able to just one-shot any character at random times. So really aggressive here with the Blizzard. That's going to be Lip, who actually takes out Liar on the other side. Sound barrier here for Chio, as that's going to keep the Atlanta Reign alive. It's going to be Annihilation here from Cry, so that big ultimate advantage like you talked about for the Valiant. They are dumping everything in here as they will be able to come out on top in the end. Cart still moving. Oh.
There's no Lucio to get here. Oh, he's Stalker got off the point. No,
Wait, what?
He probably wasn't going to make it anyway.
No, he probably wasn't.
Yeah, so, but that was actually an interesting fight because I don't know if this was intentional or if it actually happened, but I think Stalker used his May cryo freeze in the doorway, which didn't allow the Valiant into the room so they could kill the immortality field. So the Atlanta Reign team did live. So cute little heads up play there from Stalker, but unfortunately did not get Atlanta Reign the win. But 3 minutes remaining, Valiant starting to get some teamfight wins under their belt, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're giving that type of information away here when usually you would do it on your own stream. A little
I know.
thing.
Make sure to subscribe for the true details and tips and tricks of May. That's what I'm known for.
Or Scott just making things up for 4 hours. It'll be a Dragon Strike here into an Ant Matrix. Atlanta Reign take kind of like a defender side stance here. Is this will be sound barrier for Liar? Stalker's going to end up using that Maywall again. He's doing a really nice job using Maywalls in this choke.
Yeah.
But not able to survive it with that ice block as Hawk now with the Annihilation. And can you just walk away from this Ant Matrix here? It looks like you might be able to.
They have
another
the
beautiful Maywall. Yeah, they have the cart. They have this defender side.
So this is going to force the Valiant to step up. You see Croy trying to stop the car from moving forward, but just gets punished for it. So Atlanta Reign able to flip the map and then just use ultimates to bully the Valiant off of the cart. And that will be the end of the second point as Atlanta Reign, 3.5 remaining to capture third point, starting to get a little bit moving after a couple of lost team fights.
And I'm so impressed. We obviously know that Stalker is such a high skilled mechanical player.
Yeah.
But just on the May, the use of the ice block in certain situations, the May walls have been really on point. There's just being able to just play heads up with that character. Use the kit to the best. This is going to be a blizzard here from Nas. It's, the Valiant, they realize they just can't give this up so fast. As Liar caught out Lip. Nice job there. So they get that key pick, and maybe the Valiant can hold here on this first corner.
Yeah, and they should be able to punish Hawk for this one. Immortality Field does go down. This is getting precarious. Yeah, Field is going to drop the amplification matrix, but the Valiant should be able to get out of this one. All the Mabel. Oh, great boot from Chio, showing why he was one of the best Lucios last year. Gets Nos into the pit, and that's going to be almost a free fight win here for the Atlanta Reign, and the cart's going to keep moving. But Seeker taking out Lip early is actually going to be a big deal because now Seeker's not going to be able to take position. Lip's not going to be able to take position and shoot arrows down, so it should be easier for Valiant to walk out, especially avoiding the Dragon Strike.
Yeah, but you got Blizzard, you got Annihilation, Dragon Strike, Sound Barrier available here for the Atlanta Reign, and they don't have much more to go as Ant Matrix here is used by CJ. It's going to force the Atlanta Reign back. The Atlanta Reign don't mind giving up some of this. It looks like I was going to say maybe they're trying to farm up an Ant Matrix of their own, but it doesn't look like they'll need it as now they start to push in. Nos takes a big chunk. Now a Blizzard going to come down. He's actually going to come out of this ice block. Yeah, it's really nice here. It's going to be the Annihilation here from Hawk as well with the Sound Barrier layered on top for both teams. So he's trying to finish off Liar, not able to get but they're going to lose Cry on the point. It does not seem like enough here for the Valiant as the Atlanta Reign will complete the map a minute 35 in the time bank.
Yeah, Atlanta Reign looking solid. And I want to go back to your previous point, Matt, talking about Stalker, because none of us really knew how strong Stalker was last year, because obviously a rookie coming into the Seoul Dynasty, but he was playing under Prophet, one of the greatest players to ever touch this game. So we didn't get to see as much Stalker as we would have liked, but he's shown so far on this Atlanta Reign squad how good he is at Tracer. He's showing a great May in this series, in this tournament so far. I think he is one of these players that maybe has been slept on a little bit heading into this season, and the acquisition for the Atlanta Reign with Stalker could be a really big deal in the long run.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think even with being behind Prophet and whatnot, I never thought there was I think everybody kind of widely knew the potential with Stalker and how good he could be in the right situation. Playing with players like Chio, Fielder, Lip, and Hawk feels like the right situation.
Pretty good.
Just about anybody. I think I do great in that situation. We'll take a look here at this group. Chio knocking Nos off the side that's why you go out and you get these supports from the Dallas Fuel. So
I was a support on the Dallas Fuel at some point, Matt. You remember
that? Yeah, I mean,
I was pretty good, right?
yeah.
right,
hey, let's go
moving
back to the match. Yeah, let's talk about what's the weather out? You know, hey, I feel like though, like if Dallas, you know, if you're doing like a player rating, right? Like, you know, Dallas Fuel Custa, yeah, you know, maybe the right comparison for Stalker, right, is like you. You know, when you were on the Dallas Fuel, we were like, hey, you know, maybe this guy, he's got some potential, just the right situation. And then you went to the Valiant, and it was like, hey, he's a little bit better than what he was, but it's the right situation.
Yeah, and, you know, it's, being on a good team goes a long distance, as we're going to see Atlanta Reign hold off this first attack. But in general, let's actually bring it back to a realistic talk of, you know, Croy, Dove, you know, those kind of players that had really poor performances last year in the Overwatch League because of bad situations of the team they're on, have shown that they actually have a lot of potential as players in this prime against Overwatch League players. It's just about having a team that around you that you can synergize with and show your full potential.
Overwatch is such a team-based game that, you know, even like as Lip gets a pick there on a cry, but if you are a sick player on like a mid-table team, like even your stats are going to look bad, right? Yeah. It's just really difficult to kind of like stand out in that regard. It's why scouting in Overwatch is like so important for these teams, because some teams would actually just write a player like, I know, a Cry or a Wub or a Dove, you know, off of or some of their performances last year. But you know, King has played really well, like we talked about this event. You know, Cry in this series, right? There have been a few times where it looked like he's going to be dead, and he's able to actually make it out with the help of his support. You just need top-tier scouting, and I think that's what Atlanta Reign has also looked at with a player like Stalker, right? You know, finding somebody who is sitting behind Prophet, now able to make a big contribution as look like Nos and crew.
Great wall.
Yeah, nice wall there in the choke, so might be able to take checkpoint A off of that.
Yeah, that was good play. You know, as much as we didn't hit it at the time, like the Valiant did a great job of baiting Atlanta in, were able to punish some of that aggression, lived long enough to get a re-engage out, and that's first point. And that's sort of some of this upswing that we've talked about the Los Angeles Valiant so far, of like, this is a good team. There's a lot of better looks than people were expecting from this team, and if you give this team a little bit more time to synergize and play around their style, you know, we could see them beat a lot of these bottom end teams in the Western Division.
Yeah, I even think, like, you know, in those games of I always think the most competitive part of the league is, like, you know, when you have those, like, you know, mid-table teams, right? And like, now some of them just go on a run, right, and just beat like all the other mid-table teams, and all of a sudden you think like, oh, hey, how did this team end up like, you know, 4th or 5th, right? It's because they went on a run, where the Valiants could find themselves in a position like that as Nos comes right over the top, takes out Stalker. You have the annihilation from Cry here that allows them to open up that choke, is win another team fight here against the Atlanta Reign.
I would love to see them get really aggressive here. We've seen a couple of teams, especially the our teams, primarily the Florida Mayhem, just play aggressive. Just recognize that you have a one-person advantage. I would have loved to see them commit some ultimates, run these players down, start punishing, because that's how you snowball some of these points and win these points at rapid time. They aren't going to do that. They're going to retain some of their ultimates, but you can see them sort of edging over to the right side over here. They're going to go around the alley and try and catch the Atlanta Reign off guard.
Yeah, Ant Matrix from the side here. So that's what they're looking to do. A little bit of a off angle here. Getting everybody shooting through that Ant Matrix is, yeah, they're going to be able to get one. That's going to be the Blizzard that's going to come in, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough here for the Atlanta Reign. It's Sound Barrier, though, towards the end. That may be the difference here, is you do lose Cry. It's going to be really difficult to push up into the opposing team's Ramatra without your own, so that may be the difference here.
Yeah, Liars Beat, unfortunately not able to hit Croy behind the wall, and he does go down. If Croy stays alive, this probably would have been a second point capture, but they're going to have to give at least a little bit of space. But now they have the position. You can see Seeker. This is such a strong spot, especially with that Dragon Strike. You can see he's just going to throw it down that right side and force the Atlanta Reign into a bad spot. Hawk uses the Annihilation as well, probably, to start locking down this point. There it goes. And with N2S going down, it's going to be interesting if they're able to do it. With a trade back from Hawk, though, it might be possible, Matt.
Oh, a nice shot there from Lip, just taken over. As looked like potentially the Valiant's going to be able to bounce back after that. As a 1v1 here. They get a 1v3 now. So Liar just trying to make it out with his life, not able to do so. As man, Stalker, though, a nice play as when that dragon comes through, they really kind of put him on the cart to hold serve there, because he's got that ice block and kind of just wait it out, and the rest of the team comes on through after. Amp Matrix used, and Lip's able to get one. Seeker takes out Chio.
I don't know how that happened at all.
Yeah, looked like he was playing a little bit far up. As we'll see what the Valiant have here. They don't have any ultimates to work with, but neither do the Atlanta Reign. It's just really these Hanzo picks that could be devastating.
Keep an eye on Kroy with this Annihilation. That's one of the major ults that's going to come out. Stalker's going to throw the Blizzard down before Kroy can pop that one, though. They do manage to disengage from it, but look how low Kroy is. Needs to get that health back up so he can re-engage with this Annihilation. Stalker does take out CJ on the high ground, though. Are the Valiant about to commit to it? They are, but Kroy, once again, so low, and without that Baptiste healing, he's not going to be able to get that health back, and Kroy's going to go down. They might want that ultimate back.
Yeah, and they used the Ant Matrix up there on the high ground, Scott, and maybe they thought that they were actually going to be able to push the card a little bit more, right? Push them further back in the same way that like a dragon would zone them around the corner. Maybe they thought the same with the Ant Matrix, but Atlanta Reign, like Stalker just plays on the opposite side of the payload, isn't really too bothered by it. He actually ends up taking out CJ on through that. So Valiant now below 30 seconds on the clock. They'll have a sound barrier to work with and a dragon strike, but the Atlanta Reign, they came into that fight with not any ultimates really at all, just that Blizzard. So they're gonna have double support ultimates plus their Annihilation here. Is they're in a fantastic spot to close this series.
Yes, Valiant are going to have to do something interesting. They might go for this right alley push again, or baiting it. It's very hard to do when there's a Hanzo Sonic arrow there, but they are going to walk through. Seeker is going to go down. Both sound barriers coming down. Chio does his a little bit later, and Hawk with this Annihilation is just going to be so hard to uproot from this point. You can see him just sucking the life out of the Los Angeles Valiant players. They all go down, and that is Atlanta Reign taking a 2-0 over the Los Angeles Valiant.
Atlanta Reign just too strong here, man. They looked phenomenal, yet again, they have pretty much a war chest of ultimates there towards the end of the game. They're able to get a hold right before checkpoint B is. So this first weekend, they have looked far and away the most dominant team.
Yeah, and they are the top one, as Leg Day has kept saying on this desk. They deserve to be. Obviously, we have 10 other teams who are in Group C and Group D, but right now you can firmly say Atlanta Reign are the best team that we have in the first, Group A and Group B. They are the team to beat, even not just in this Pro-Am, but I think every Overwatch League team is watching this team right now and being like, these guys are going to be hard to beat in the regular season.
Yeah, it just, they don't really have a weakness across the board, right? I mean, I know from whether you have the supports, right, with that championship experience and just great shot calling and positioning, right? Now you have Lip and Stalker, like a dominant, DPS duo. And then you have Hawk in the mix. As we take a look at our player of the match, some highlights here from Lip is he puts himself, with how this Atlanta Reign team is going to play, he puts himself in prime MVP position.
Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous when we first saw the announcement that Lip is going to Atlanta, and everyone sort of sat up a little bit of like, okay, that's what we're doing this year on Atlanta. He's just such a talented player. His ability to just play almost every single hero, Leg Day likes to hype up Stalker's tracking, but Lip is also absolutely incredible. They didn't even need to show his Sombra, which has been one of the most oppressive pieces of their kit so far in this tournament. So Atlanta Reign on the back of just Lip being an absolute monster is I don't know. I don't even know how to say anymore. They are the top one.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Per 10 on Hanzo this match, almost 10 final blows per 10 minutes. Really nearing the high end. 7,700 hero damage per 10. Lip just so strong, and I think one of the things is just keeping those deaths down, like across the board for the Atlanta Reign. Like everybody just playing their life, staying alive is. I don't know where I'm super curious. Like once we start to see teams like the Gladiators play and the Houston Outlaws, right? Here in the West, obviously some teams in the East that can contend. Just what they look like against this Atlanta Reign team.
Yeah, and on the other side as well, the Los Angeles Valiant, that does bring their Pro-Am tournament to an end, finishing 1-3. I think it's important to sort of recognize how they were coming into this with very little practice. I think they showed some good looks. I'm excited to see what this team is going to be able to provide when we get back into the regular season. They get to play consistently and scrim consistently against Overwatch League teams, how high their ceiling is going to be.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot to be like uncovered with this LA Valiant team. I was pleasantly surprised with their performance throughout the entire pro-am. And like you said, I think go back, you have some time here to practice a little bit, right? And you can come back looking way better. But still a lot of matches here today. A lot of matches that matter in a big way with some ones, with some ones coming up soon. So that is it for Scott and I. We will see you next week. But more matches to come. Stay tuned.
Exciting news, everyone! Team support bundles are on sale right now through April the 11th. So make sure to get your Kiriko, Ana, and Baptiste and a weapon charm in your favorite team skin colors. Mayhem, always the good look. Can highly recommend for just 350 league tokens. These can be yours. are going to cop those for sure. Now we are back on the desk for our game break, breaking down all the action and getting you ready for the next match to come. Still a lot on the line, however, with the result of this very match, I believe that the Vancouver Titans are officially out of the tournament. So everyone go on over to social media and show them some love for a lot of entertainment on the server and outside of the server. So they brought the spice and we appreciate that. Speaking of spice and appreciation, Atlanta Rain looking hot, looking dominant, looking like the end boss of Pro-Am. So let's see how they got it done. This was another just very one-sided affair. It seemingly just has to be the case every time a team faces off against Atlanta Rain.
Yeah, looking like a top 1 team over here, and Hawk just running down the entire match, mostly on the Ramatra, is it gives us a lot of faith as to the different looks as well. We know that Donghak on this team is a fantastic dive player on both the Winston and the Wrecking Ball, but the additional sort of variability you can get out of Hawk playing these more brawly tanks as well as the Doomfist actually makes it super hard to counterpick the hero pool, not the hero pool, the map pool of Atlanta, which is going to be a big problem in our longer series.
I mean, Atlanta Rain, we knew that they were going to win and we knew that they were going to look dominant, but I mean, just like we said, like everyone on that team is just a superstar player and they just look way too good. They just make it look too easy.
Yeah, annoyingly so. We hate
I know.
it,
I was
we
gonna
love
say it's
it.
kind of annoying because they're too good. It's like kind of not fair.
Yeah, but you know what? I like that it's gonna be a new team on the top potentially. You know, I feel like we've seen the Dallases, we've seen the Shocks. You know, even the Shanghais. Maybe it's Atlanta's time now to shine. And speaking of fantastic players and teams, we do have, of course, a post-match interview with Atlanta Rain. This time we're going to have Gio joining us. So Gio, hello and welcome. Danny, please take it away.
All right, Gio, hello. 들리시나요? Can you hear me?
네, 들려요.
All right, Gio, congratulations on the win. How are you doing? How are you feeling right now? 자, 일단 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 일단 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요. 어떠신가요, 지금?
지금 그래도 좀 잘 안 되긴 했어도 일단 전승으로 마무리해서 좋은 것 같네요. 네.
자, 전승으로 만나서 괜찮다고요? 끝에 뭐라고 하셨죠?
전승으로 마무리해서 네, 그래도 괜찮은 것 같아요. 마음에 들진 않아도.
All right. I wasn't quite too happy with all the plays that we did, but you know, at the end of the day, it sort of worked out because we won all our matches. So I'm pretty happy for that. I want to follow up on that. What sort of plays were you not happy with? 자, 방금 지호 선수 말씀하셨다시피 뭐가 마음에 안 드셨다고 했는데 저희가 봤을 때는 아틀란타만큼 이렇게 잘하는 팀이 없거든요. 지금 프로그램에서 뭐가 좀 마음에 안 드셨나요?
일단은 제 개인적으로 오늘 못해가지고 마음에 안 든 것도 있고 아직 팀적으로 많이 부족한 것 같은데 그냥 피지컬로 이기는 느낌? 팀 합은 없고 그래서 좀 더 이번 대회 계기로 좀 더 열심히 해가지고 팀합에 맞추면 좀 더 잘 될 것 같아요.
Alright, I do feel that, first of all, I do feel like I made some couple personal mistakes and I wasn't really happy with my personal performance in all of the matches that we played. And also, I feel like our teamwork is still lacking. We still need to work on our team synergy and teamwork as well. I honestly believe that, you know, we, all the matches that we've won, we sort of just beat them down with our mechanical skills. So I do really want to work on our teamwork as well. Talking about teamwork, I do want to ask, you know, you said that you guys are sort of beating all the teams with your pure mechanical skills. Are there any sort of special team building exercises that you guys are doing at the Atlanta Rain? 자, 방금 이제 팀업 얘기가 나와서 좀 어떻게 보면 좀 재밌는 질문이긴 한데 이런 팀업을 위해서 좀 아틀란타 팀원들은 또 이제 선수들은 좀 어떻게 팀업을 키우기 위해서 좀 이렇게 스페셜한 좀 뭐가 좀 있나요? 이렇게 뭐 연습을 따로 한다든지 아니면 뭐 어디 나간다든지 좀 그런 게 있나요?
딱히 어디 나간다나 뭐 딱히 특별한 건 없는데 뭔가 이제 같이 밥을 먹는다던가 아니면 이제 같이 게임을 한다던가 어떻게든 친해져 보려고 노력하고 있는 것 같아요.
All right. There's really nothing special. I think for to build team building exercises, there's really nothing special other than just we like to spend a lot of time together, whether it's eating, playing games, just getting familiar with each other and getting close with each other as well. All right. Last question for you, Chio. I know that of course everyone knows that you were with the Dallas Fuel last season, of course the champions of the 2022 season. Do you feel like having that championship experience helped you in the Atlanta Reign team? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 치오 선수 당연히 이번 아틀란타 팀으로 오시게 됐지만 이 전에는 달라스 팀과 있었는데 당연히 저번 시즌 우승자로서 좀 이 우승자의 경험이 지금 아틀란타에 들어오면서 좀 치오 선수에게 좀 도움이 된 게 있나요?
네. 작년에 이제 좀 큰 무대에서 경험한 것도 좋은 것도 있고 무엇보다 댈러스라는 좋은 팀에서 많은 걸 배워와가지고 이제 애틀란타에서 이제 좋은 선수들이랑 좀 맞춰가는 좋은 게 있는 것 같아요. 네.
알겠습니다. All right, so of course there were a lot of big takeaways for me because I was on the Dallas field. Of course, we won the grand finals last season. That having that big stage experience does help a lot when I'm playing games. Of course, I learned a lot from the Dallas Fuel teammates as well. So I'm taking that, and when I came into Atlanta Reign, we also have great players here. So just having all around those experiences is helping me a lot. All right, Chio, I'm gonna wrap the interview here. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 인터뷰 너무도 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 치오 선수, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Right. That was Gio now playing for the Atlanta Reign, who have secured their top spot in all our hearts, as for the Pro-Am at least. I mean, honestly, their performance so far is looking absolutely crisp and clean, and I very much hope to see more of that as the regular season is going to start. Now, another team which has also been looking pretty good is, of course, the Florida Mayhem. However, first, we do have another stat card because we love numbers, right?
We love numbers. I don't like
give
numbers,
us all the
but...
numbers. That's right. We've been praising him. We've been singing songs about him, and we will for many years to come.
Right.
He's been looking pretty good so far in the Pro-Am.
And we've got to look at one very small number in particular, and that's for deaths per 10 minutes for Lip on that Hanzo. And the thing is, this isn't solely a Lip responsibility. This is all about building synergy with those healers as well. Fielder and Chio being able to move in with Lip and be able to support him well, I think is a huge testament to the overall excellent game planning that Atlanta Reign have. And their coach Gator, I think, is going to be a particularly interesting case study, given that he's coaching mostly Korean players. And also, one thing that's interesting to me, but might not hold that much weight, is that Gator's one of the first generational coaches who was a player in Overwatch 2 before they were a coach. We've had a lot of coaches come through who were players before, but they were mostly players in Overwatch 1. And having played in that dynamic of a singular tank might actually give Gator some far deeper insight and a lack of these preconceptions other coaches may have that allows them to take a more fresh approach to like how to support an off angle with a Hanzo on it, when usually a lot of coaches would be used to like putting their second tank there, like having a diva intercept those kind of duels to keep Lip's deaths down low. And Gator, instead, is having to manage resources with the awareness of how only a single tank plays. So I'm super interested to see if that's going to be a prevailing theme for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, that's actually something Cousin, I, and Danny discussed yesterday as well. Just how much impact does Gator have? What's the communication like for that team? Because it is a more unique scenario to have a non-Korean coach for Korean players.
Right.
So I'd be very interested to hear from Gator and the team a little bit more about that moving forward. For now, however, we're gonna look ahead to our next match. Florida Mayhem will face off against Trick Room. They are the contenders team, still alive and kicking. One thing is for sure, they say a pink and blue team is gonna win today. Well,
that's true.
Correct.
That's fact.
That is correct. And there can only be one, you know? So this is not just about a victory. This is about you have to scrap your logo if you don't make it in, essentially. But here you have, yeah, this is the Trick Room squad. What we have to say here, like they.
Pummy to go is one of the things I gotta say. Like the Sombra of St. Louis came up super clutch against the San Francisco Shock. They actually out-coordinated the Shock in that first day in so many instances. It's been a little bit rougher for Trick Room since then, but this is our only remaining contenders team that could possibly make it towards our bracket play, and their fate is very much in their own hands. 2 games today, and both of them need to be dubs. However, this is a big team that stands in the way.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem. I mean, I think we clearly know what kind of playstyle they are adopting, because yesterday when I talked to Mary, he did say that, you know, this aggressive dive playstyle is really suiting them well. So I'm expecting to see that again, them just go in and super aggressive, and I'm curious to see what the opponents are going to do about that.
I'm mainly going to be interested to see what kind of compositions we're going to see. Do you think this is a compositional mismatch? That's the word? Or do you feel like there might be something of a mirror match happening?
I mean,
maybe.
Pummy likes the Bastion. And while I do think that the Bastion lacks in some of the subtleties of like a Hanzo who can control an off angle, or whether Cassidy is going to use the magnetic grenade and when they're going to use their role, the Bastion is really, really good at killing Winstons. And sometimes all you've got to do is take out the big boy who's yapping from the front. And if you can try and shut down someone or make him play a little bit more sheepishly because of a threat of that tank configuration cooldown, maybe that could be a secret sauce here for Trick Room.
I mean, it's definitely no secret that the Florida Mayhem have been heavily relying on the aggression from someone. They went out of their way to support that, making sure that there is an Ana. They're going to have the Nano in there and Checkmate and co. They've really been trying their very best to make a lot of space for him to make even more space, and everyone stays alive, and there's so much space for days, and it's a party. It's a great time. But it is an obvious approach that the team is taking with their aggression. Could be punished. We'll see in just a little bit. For now, we're going to take a look at our predictions to see if one of us is going to root, going to cheer on, going to try to pull for that leftover contenders team Trick Room. It ain't me. That's what I'm saying. I think Florida Mayhem got this one in the bag. I think they looked really good. I don't actually think that Florida Mayhem has been tested to their limits just yet. I do think that we still have to see where to actually rank them, because I don't think they've been going up against the strongest of opponents thus far. But for this one, I do think they have the upper hand.
Okay. I also went with Florida Mayhem. I think they are the better team as of right now. Checkmate has been on a roll, and we've been talking about the Winston dive that, you know, that the Florida Mayhem likes to do, but they also look pretty clean on the Ramatra comp as well. So I picked Florida.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's a jackpot. Florida's all the way down here. I'm also thinking that the Checkmate someone duo is a little bit hard to outmaneuver, so I'm expecting they're probably going to be able to pull this one out. But I'm hoping we see some Bastion that can really try and mess with someone's tempo.
True.
Yeah, what we want to see most of all is the players having fun. And I feel like that's what we saw from Trick Room. You know, like I think they brought that kind of carefree attitude to their games. And Pum even said it in the interview that they don't have those expectations of like beating the top of the crop. They come in here, they want to have fun with this, and that translates really well to their gameplay. And I hope to see more of that, win or loss. Cheer them on. I can't wait to get this one going. For all the action, I'm going to hand it over to Dor and Hurix.
Thank you, Zoe. The Preds are all Florida, but unlike Hurix and I, who are absolutely ready to go out in style on our last day of the broadcast, Trick Room are not. They're going to be coming in firing all cylinders, if not at least firing every key on their keyboard, making sure to do as much mental damage to the Florida Mayhem as possible within 3 maps. If they've shown us anything, it's that they can do that.
It's going to take a lot from them too, right? I mean, the Mayhem are 3-0 for a reason. They've obviously, I agree with Des. You know, we'll probably see them tested a little bit more once we see things progress further along, maybe into the bracket. But Trick Room, they came in as one of the best teams from contenders, expected to kind of go a little bit further. And obviously, this is a big test that they have to get through here, the Florida Mayhem. And one, I think, comes down to not just the firepower that Mayhem have on their roster, but also those compositions. I know that Des alluded to it just a little bit, but one of the big things here is that Trick Room are going to have to deal with a lot of up-tempo aggression from Mayhem, who like to front-load a lot of their stuff, and Trick Room kind of like to do a little bit of that as well. But if they fall behind, could cause some problems.
It's all about how you start here. Trick Room starting off with Pummy on the Bastion, as was alluded to earlier by Legs. Mayhem hovering a match, but you kind of wonder what Merit's going to bring to the table here. The Cassidy has been pretty prominent. Pummy's already getting into the chat, dude. This is what I wanted from Trick Room. I mean, so I said, win or lose, this is a team that's going to have fun no matter what. Obviously, you know, biased contenders caster, I'd love to see Trick Room do well here, but you at least want to see them type. Like, that's what they've been here for. That's what they've been doing the whole time. They're keeping it up.
All right, Trick Room getting things started. Here comes the Bastion. Remember, it's walls up, wheels down. That's the combo Trick Room are looking to go for. The wall comes up, but it's the Mayhem who strike first, at least for now.
Oh, the wall was better by Trick Room, notably. Boat got through as well as Pummy, so a lot of space has been gained here by the team in white. Mayhem on the back foot. When those wheels come up for Pummy, it is go time, but Infected falls, and all of a sudden it's Trick Room on the back foot. Mayball trying to evade the shots of Merit, but just isn't able to. Without the tank in the way, Trick Room have nothing to stop the pressure from Mayhem.
And this is one of the things with the Mayhem composition as well. They're not playing the dive that we've seen from them. They're playing instead the other comp that we've seen, which is the Ramattra. And of course, it's all about tempo with this one. I know we've already kind of talked about this. This is going to be the case with dive, but it's also going to be the case with this rush comp style as well, or rather brawl, where we're going to see that Nemesis 4 come out. Someone can easily outduel Infected. You see Infected already struggling to get out that damage.
Oh, but take a look at this angle from Trick Room. They've got the high ground. A decent position, actually, to attack the point from. The Mayhem are comfy, racking up percentage with Merit on the high ground. Everyone's going to drop it. Now the pressure goes to the tank. Trick Room trying to play for this amplification matrix, but it's Florida who popped theirs first. Shots being fired across the point, but to be fair, the only ones who really connected were the ones that fired first. Mayhem take the first shot, and it knocks him out.
I gotta mention it again here, Dor. I mean, it kind of feels like Infected's really struggling to get out some of those swings. Obviously, this matchup, that's why a lot of teams have actually shifted away from the Reinhardt and some of those other brawl options and have gone over to the Ramattra. It is just so difficult to keep up with the pressure. You have that long-range pressure kind of style that you typically get out of something like a Sigma, but you also have the ability to brawl. Someone just getting so much value out of that Ramattra pick and Infected. I mean, obviously, very hard to play into it.
It's tough, but if there's ever a Ryan that knew how to play into a counter pick, Infected's definitely your guy. Wow, he has gone to Narnia. That charge went all the way through it. Yeah, I mean, it got RuPaul. It's a trade back for 2, though, and Trick Room are miles away from their tank player right now, while Mayhem have high ground, so movement is simply not an option. Infected's only got Lucio healing. It's easy pickings for the Mayhem, who will take the point back.
I think at least slightly good news, though, right, for Trick Room. I mean, Infected still obviously just basically forced to hold shield the whole time, but with that flip, they allow themselves an opportunity to come back in. They'll have one more shot. Unfortunately for them, I mean, we still see Annihilation up for someone, and that can be a fight winner if Infected cannot get the Earth Shatter. They need to get some CC onto someone and take him down. Otherwise, Mayhem will out-sustain.
Already looking dangerous. Oof, a tough wall, man, to go into. Infected, he's just got a whole shield. You were talking about not being able to swing the hammer, man. He just got right-click, bound permanently on his mouse. There's a duct-taped quarter just holding it down constantly as the Florida Mayhem continue to pressure them out. Take a quick point A. That being said, I think there's a silver lining here, Yerks. It's not like it's an Eco Point Antarctica or an Antarctic peninsula where you're coming in, other Antarctic map, you know what I'm talking about, where they're coming in trying to play rush every single time. You have a lot of options, actually, and for a team like Trick Room, who can bring this ball composition that you see them swapping to the table, Nepal is going to offer them a ton of opportunity to test these different compositions and see what works into the Mayhem.
And this is, I think, the pivot that everybody has really grown accustomed to with Trick Room, but they've picked up a lot of fans because of the prowess that they have in this composition, in these roles. Pummy, as we've talked about, the Sombra of St. Louis. He talked about himself being the Sombra of the world, but I think they have to make it through groups before I'm going to give him that title. But either way, we'll have to see if maybe, obviously they have to get through Mayhem, otherwise they're not getting there. So Pummy, Boat, Infected, the rest of this squad, they're going to have to really step up against this Winston dive. This is the composition I think Mayhem is going to force Trick Room to struggle against for sure.
Definitely a signature. Someone just playing footsies with Infected on the point. Not really doing too much, just teasing each other, saying you go first, no, you go first. Being awfully polite, these two, but one of them eventually has to engage, and it's Trick Room who have pressure on the point first. So Mayhem will make the dive. Someone into the back line. RuPaul throws in a nice nade, but doesn't really connect onto anything. Trick Room now getting dropped lower and lower, but if someone dives yet again, he dives in with half HP. Health bars for Mayhem now a little bit more dangerous, but it's Maytball going down to someone, just getting burnt off eventually. Merit overcommits though, possibly. The heals from RuPaul, wow! Across the point, keeping up the entire time. Trick Room can't pick up a single elim.
I think importantly as well, Rupal, I mean, obviously getting so much value out of the sleep dart onto Infected, and then tons of healing from him and Chorong to save Merit's life there and stabilize the team. But on top of that, Rupal is just not taking damage. I don't know if you've noticed, but Trick Room, one of the priority targets that they're going to be focusing on is the Ana, and they have not been able to apply, I think, any damage to Rupal at all.
Not a modicum, not a wink.
There you go. There's a little bit right there. You see it?
He took 3 damage. Give him a gold star, but I'm not sure we can give him much more than that right now. Mayhem are firmly in control at this point as Trick Room look for an engagement, and I mean, they don't even have an EMP in sight to find it. Boat goes down as well. That takes away the flank opportunities. It's only getting messier here.
Yeah, this is clearly a lot for Trick Room to deal with, and this, I think, going into this group was going to be the primary team that I would be concerned with for Trick Room, and it's clearly shaping out to be like that. Although plenty of time for Trick Room yet to still adapt, especially with this composition that we know that they are just so good at getting these shifts and momentum and establishing control. We saw that against the Shock. Let's see if they can do it against Mayhem.
I mean, with ultimates being up for everybody, it's really anybody's game, but Hanbei going down does not spell good news for Trick Room, and EMP does connect well enough, but now you're backed into a corner. It's only 1 mega pack, and I'm sorry, there's no sharing. Mayhem punished them for their rotation, take down Trick Room, and look to make this a quick map 1.
Yeah, I mean, 4 ults pulled in that last fight. Dora just does not look good at all for Trick Room. They're going to have Kitsune rush. They're going to be going basically into a mirror situation here. They're still going to have the EMP that might help them have a little bit more of that front-loaded pressure, but still, if Infected goes forward on this Winston, he's going to get taken down by Merit more than likely. They just have a mismatch there. Last chance here, though, for Trick Room.
Kitsune rush out. They've got a big ultimate to at least engage this fight, but I mean, Mayhem see it coming. Look at how readily they put themselves on the back foot, just calmly pulling away from the fight, allowing Merit to do damage. That's 2 players with their heads taken cleanly off their shoulders, and Mayhem button this one up like you wouldn't believe. 2 maps as clean as they come.
Yeah, quick 1-2 there from Mayhem. I know we came into this, we were kind of expecting like, okay, yeah, there may be a little bit of a struggle, certainly at first, maybe time necessary before Trick Room adapts, but that went a little bit more one-sided than even I was anticipating. Mayhem are obviously a fantastic team, and they've proven that now already in 1 map, but Trick Room, I want to give them at least a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. Obviously, they did lose that first map to Shock, and they were able to turn things back around later, but man, it seems like this may be a long one for Trick Room and a quick one maybe for everybody else.
Trick Room have so much ahead of them, but I suppose, look, it's all about mental at this point if you want to turn it around. I think Trick Room has had that as kind of their strong point for a long time. If they can reset, find a good map, we've seen them go to Hollywood consistently as second map when they've been losing, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the same pick, but after picking up a couple of losses on it, things might change. I think it all comes down to the confidence of this team, though, whether or not they end up going with it. And as I say that, we are going to send you to a quick break before said map. Welcome back, everybody. Our third series of the day continues with the Florida Mayhem currently finding themselves up one map, but you might not have seen it because if you blinked, you probably missed it. Hurix, this has not been going well for Trick Room, but now everything is on the line. Their backs are against the wall. And if there's ever been a place where Trick Room have felt able to prove themselves, it's these situations. This is where we saw them step up in finals. This is where we saw them step up in semis and quarters and every other time they've been an underdog. And it's just going to take one more to try and do it again. It's a Herculean task, but if anybody's up for it, man, it's got to be them.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they already did it in the groups too as well, right? I mean, able to flip a match on its head, flip a series on its head. I mean, they've done it before. They can do it again, right? And they certainly have, picked a good map. We'll get to that though in a second, but obviously, there's a lot of eyes on this match. There's a lot of eyes on this team in specific as well. Shock, of course, clearly watching this one, trying to see what's going to go down because this match has major implications on whether or not Shock even makes it to the bracket or not. But even beyond that, right? I mean, so many contenders teams that are lying in wait from the other groups are also they have their eyes on this one as well because Trick Room was a team that had some pretty decent expectations, pretty high expectations. So they're kind of getting, a little bit of a temperature read right now on everything right as well.
And I'm going to be honest here, this isn't just Shock watching it. All the other contenders teams that have been knocked out, they're watching this. They're rooting for Trick Room right now.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. Look, we're gone. All the other contenders teams, they're the only opportunity to continue from these groups left to make it for contenders. So they're representing an entire scene. You know what? I believe in them, but they got a tough match coming up ahead because we've got a sub for the Florida Mayhem having just arrived at the Mayhem facilities. Sauna is coming in. It's taken him a while to get set up for this match. I'm pretty sure he's pulling a mouse and a keyboard out of a suitcase or something, getting everything lined up. But just arrived, so I don't know if you're gonna be shaking off the rust, but I'll tell you what, that Florida humidity is not easy to play in.
Yeah, you and I would both know quite a bit about that, but
unfortunately,
both of us hailing from there, unfortunately. But yeah, you know what? I mean, Sana, though, let's talk a little bit about Sana, what he could bring to the table, because Sana is a player that we've seen develop actually considerably over the last couple of years. When we first saw him coming in, all that anybody wanted to talk about was his Torb. But oh man, is he so much more than that, especially with something like the Tracer in his hands. Of course, obviously, might have to, get used to the new setup and everything like we were just talking about. But outside of that, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be at all concerned with what his capabilities are once we actually see him in the server. But again, things like Torb, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But outside of that, things we could see him on Tracer. You have the Cassidy, a ton of different options there for Sana. Again, just someone that we've seen develop over the last 2 years and has become an exceptional player and can slot into this team quite well.
I mean, we've already seen the Torb once on Hollywood. It could and should, please, Sana.
It has happened.
Yeah, could I? We've casted Sana for a while. Can I ask for my one time? Is that could I pretty please get a Torb? Because worst thing comes to worst, the Torb looks bad, and I know you've probably earned it.
Okay, that's fair. It's been a while, I guess. Yeah, I put in the time.
Put in the hours. Yeah. I know. I'd like to see a Torb. I'd like to just see it mixed up because Sana brings something pretty interesting to this lineup in terms of kind of fitting right in between Checkmate and Merit in terms of hero pool. And I'm excited to see what niche he finds himself in within this roster because trying to play the Cassie over someone like Merit, who has been pumping out obscene numbers like these, is going to be tough to top.
Yeah, especially with the pairing that they went for as well. I mean, obviously slotting in as just, expecting just to play something like a Tracer, it's like, okay, while it is fine and we can do that, and certainly with this matchup, they feel comfortable with the opportunity to do that outside of scrim and see what it feels like in an official. There's something to be said about that, but I think, again, one of the bigger reasons why you want to bring in Sana here is because of the nature of the different types of compositions you can get by having those two players playing together specifically, and Sana being able to lighten the load for his partner, right? Just a little bit, just offer some more opportunity for flexibility for whoever he's and they're with.
Well, I think it's that flexibility. Sana is kind of your dream third DPS for this team coming in. While you've got Checkmate who can focus on that Tracer, you've got Merit who can focus on the raw hit scan. Sana's gonna fill pretty much everything in between. The guy's got a fantastic skill base to build off of, but he's got his work cut out. I mean, we talked about the players on the other side. Pummy and Boat aren't pushovers, man.
Yeah, not at all, especially when we're talking about Pummy specifically, who obviously through the qualifiers, we were so excited to see him realize the potential that we knew that he had for so very long. We even talked with him in a couple of interviews and, talking about how just it's been such a long journey, not just for, him, but us all together, everybody together as a collective, just kind of seeing each other grow up. And, Pummy has definitely developed into something spectacular, getting away from some of the G-Force ball comps. I'm going to be the one to say it today, not you, he's gone from that to this. It's just incredible to see there.
It's been fun to see. This match is only going to get more exciting. We're going to send you guys to a quick break while Sana unpacks his suitcase. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate your patience. Sana has unpacked his suitcase, applied proper sunscreen, and now he's ready to hop into sunny map number 2 as we head into Hollywood.
Yeah, this should be a good one here. Hollywood is a little bit historical already in this group stage, isn't it? Especially with this group in specific, and one of these teams in specific as well. Trick Room just had, what a moment against the Shock on this map in particular. We've seen how they've been able to basically push teams off their balance very, very consistently. Although one thing that I think is an important caveat to actually focus in on so far is that if one team has been pushed off of the balance, it feels like it might actually be Trick Room in this matchup, at least from what we've seen so far. I hope that
I don't think that's a controversial statement. You're okay there.
I'm hoping that the comfort of this map pick here, the confidence that they have in their strategies on Hollywood, I hope that kind of levels the playing field a little bit between these two teams, because we would really like to see something special in this matchup. Obviously, it's necessary. If anybody from Contenders is going to be able to make it out of this group, it's left to Trick Room at this stage.
It's good to know they're still having fun. They're talking to someone specifically. Yeah, they're not gonna stop typing. They could be knocked out of groups. They'll infiltrate their way into lobbies to ask someone for his mixtape. He's charging them $500 for him right now. This is expensive. Someone drop the mixtape, bro, please. Mayhem, get on that. I want to see the album art on Twitter as soon as possible by the end of this match, which is more incentive for you guys to make it last longer, so it's more exciting for Trick Room.
Oh no. Trick Room just on a one-way ticket to getting fined already. So they're gonna line up for Sana to just look real good. I don't think Sana requires that though. Sana's a great player. There's a big reason why Mayhem decided to pick him up in the offseason. Maybe we'll get to see exactly what at least one of those reasons may be here in this matchup, as Sana is picking up the Tracer and Trick Room going back over to that ball comp. Pummy though, onto this Ashe. They're looking to try to bring a lot of pain with Hanbei as well on the Zenyatta. Just so much pressure from that mid and long range.
And this is not a comp we see all the time from Trick Room, but one they're more than confident in playing. Anything coordinating with that ball, they look good with. And now that he's back here with Boat grouped on up, the dives are going to come on in. Teleport out, and Sana comes to try and peel it away. Will be kept alive. A recall forced out of Boat. Point begins to go over to Trick Room, but their health bars are very low. It's only time before Sana takes down Boat. He wants more. He smells blood in the water. It's Pummy who's next.
There's one of the reasons. One of the many, many reasons.
I think that was 2 reasons.
Yeah, that was 2 reasons right there. Yeah, we'll go ahead and count them until we can't count as that high anymore, and that's pretty much when I run out of fingers. But either way, Mayhem just gonna go ahead and gobble up a little bit more. Why not? It's on offer. Sana is clearly putting in the work. Fresh off the plane, doesn't matter. He's gonna clean things up.
I told Mayhem on Twitter. Albert responded to me, called me out for making some noises while Mayhem was giving the double spawn camp to their opponents.
We're not doing that again today, by the way.
I don't plan on it, but if they double spawn camp again, things have to be done. I'm just saying, someone's gone in yet again. Oh God, he's looking to touch the door, man. Stop it! Stop it! He's joking about Maypaw, please! He's got a family that's probably watching this. You can't do that to a man.
And one of the things I think, you know, obviously people are going to talk about coming out of this match, no matter what happens, is that, oh, Mayhem isn't tested. I think there is at least a little bit of truth to that. Perhaps we're going to see a little bit more competition against them either later in this match or into the bracket. But Mayhem, I mean, they are absolutely putting the handles on a genuinely great Trick Room team, a team that was able to beat the Shock earlier in their group. And I mean, this looks like a totally different dynamic, right? A totally different dynamic. And Mayhem did the exact same thing to Timeless as well, especially in that King's Row map, right? Where, of course, that unfortunate noise did happen.
All right, Trick Room, they've regrouped themselves. It took us a couple minutes to get another push going, but we do have one. Mayhem are all the way in the back corner here, and they're looking to re-engage with this Kitsune Rush once those mines are gone. Bob straight on to Merit. This feels a little personal, not gonna lie. It's taken down relatively easily, and Hanbei takes down Sana in the meantime. There's actually a lot of time and attention that's been bought away from the Florida Mayhem, but now they've got the tools to re-engage, and someone's happy to do it. Pummy able to burn down Chorong, though, on the high ground. Now it's Mayhem on the back foot. They've got to fight out of this cafe, and it's much easier said than done, but with someone at the helm, nothing's a problem for them. 3K for the Winston. He's looking for 4, and it might take a while, but by God, he'll get infected if he can.
Oh man, how did that even work out in their favor? Sana was able to come back, but it was really just someone, the tip of the spear there. You see Mayhem also making a little bit of a switch here. Merit gonna be onto that Sombra. So again, a little bit of that flexibility on offer here for Merit. And they're gonna be looking to try to lock down Trick Room. And this is actually, oh man, there goes the backline.
Yeah, immediate hack onto Hanbei. I mean, nothing's underneath this team. It lacks foundation now. 2 more for someone. This guy's heal limits have got to be through the roof. My God.
Yeah, nothing against Infected, especially on the Winston. But when you see Trick Room going to a Winston comp, things probably have gone terribly awry. That's kind of been the case so far from what we've seen from them.
Oh. They're having a little too much fun with this. They're having a little too much fun touching the butt right now, getting in those spawn doors. And now the win condition is swift, to say the least, Hurix.
Yeah, and I imagine that will probably be the case from what we've seen so far. I mean, let's just call it what it is. This has been one-sided so far in this series.
Yeah.
But Mayhem, I will say, for at least with respect to Trick Room, because they deserve it, it's just mind the disclaimer.
Look. It's
winnable.
No.
It's technically winnable.
Do we need like the most cope right now? Because I think we need the most cope right now here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lock it in.
So Mayhem win this, right? They go on, win the whole Pro-Am. Trick Room are technically second place.
Okay. That's that esports like transitive property logic that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but sure, why not?
If the Shock win, then half the prize pool should go to Trick Room. That's also technically true, because they beat them once.
I'm not sure that's how that works, Dor.
No?
You're doing that like esports.
Did I read the doc wrong?
Yeah, definitely.
Dang.
We're onto the PDF feed too.
Oh, I missed the update.
No surprise here, Mayhem. I mean, locking in pretty much exactly what you would expect from them. Sana once again back onto that Tracer again. Been great to see him already in this first round. Obviously, no breaks on this train for Mayhem at all. And Trick Room, see if they can defend. They do have that kind of double flex support set up between Hanbei and Magic Mateball, who is going to be on the Ana. But nonetheless, Mayhem know exactly what they need to do. It's just 89.3 something percent, and between 0.3, 0.4 that they need to go for.
Dive up to the high ground. Infected knocks back someone who's taken low. The sleep connects. Trick Room pick up a big fight win to start things off, and it's not everything they need, but it's certainly a start, Hurix, as we watch Infected get run down a little bit, but he's able to keep his health bar above 100.
For a second, I was worried about you saying it was a fight win. For a second there, it felt like Infected was going to go down with the ship. But nonetheless, Trick Room, they stabilized. They're good to go again, at least for the time being. But Mayhem are getting into some good pre-dive positions. That soft dive, they were able to stabilize from that spot. So they are still in a good position. Unfortunately here, though, Sana without recall, so can't play all that aggressive just yet.
And I think Florida actually super willing to just wait for this one to come through. Someone's dropped low, though. The magnetic grenade from Pummy's able to find it. Pulse bomb available for Sana. Does he invest, actually? Big question being asked of the Florida Mayhem right now. They're going to go for it. Pulse bomb's in. The trigger's been pulled. They've got pressure on the point, but they haven't got everything they need to win.
Barrett, all those kills. Trick Room still have the option, though. You see in that back corner on the staircase, Boat.
Okay, Boat, just kill 3. Just kill 3. Just kill 3. Just, yeah. You know what? Little easier said than done. Oh, this is... that's a respectable emote by Infected. He's going out with a bang. The Florida Mayhem, though, are going to take this one. And as they take it, they take away Trick Room's chance of qualification out of groups.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, Shock, who are sitting there watching with bated breath, they probably feel a little bit better now after that one. Trick Room does fall 1-2 in this bracket, but it's not all gone just yet for everyone, although, you know, certainly Mayhem, they lock in their spot, they're moving on, no problem. And obviously they're the strongest team in this group, and they've been able to prove that here now as well.
They look really good, and just as coordinated with Sana in. I mean, clearly just been scrimming on ping, whatever it may be, with the team. But when he's come in, like we said, basically unpacking his suitcase into playing the game, it's really impressive to be able to slot in that easily.
Yeah, and of course we do have a player of the match as well. It's Merit. You've already seen some of these clips already, and why not play them back for you again? Merit, who slotted in for the entire series as Checkmate went ahead and allowed some opportunity for Sana to come in for the second map. I mean, Merit was just putting in work. A lot of times we saw those dives going in onto Rupal and Merit together, or one or the other, and Merit was just, I mean, an absolute brick wall that just felt like an unstoppable force throughout the series completely from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've seen a fair few player of the matches from Checkmate, but I gotta say, Merit's clearly where all the resources are going for Florida, and it pays off. That's a lot of damage. That's kind of ridiculous. 13.3k, 2.8 deaths per 10. We were talking earlier, somebody had mentioned deaths per 10 of like 3.5 being particularly low.
Lip, I believe, right?
Yeah, 2.8. Get a load. This guy just did not die at all. And he was getting pressured out plenty. I mean, Timeless were looking at him, rather, Trick Room were looking at him over and over and over again. But that support, especially from RuPaul, was just too good.
And I will say, you know, I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that Mayhem, just an incredible team, an incredible roster all the way around. Obviously, we've seen so many great star performances from their team throughout already. Someone has had those moments. Checkmate has had those moments. And now, of course, we've seen Merit have those moments as well. But through and through, this team as a collective is just incredible.
Yeah, they look good. They've got big things ahead. And you know what? We've got big things ahead as well. We're going to send things over to the desk to break down that match.
If you are heading over to the Overwatch League shop right now, you can celebrate the Overwatch League Pro-Am event. This is the first one in history, so grab your Pro-Am tournament tee. Don't wait, because they're only available until the end of our Pro-Am tournament, which is in, let me do the quick math, some days from now. So, better get them while they're still there. Shop.overwatchleague.com. It is a nice t-shirt, so I highly encourage everyone to get it. We are back on the desk. Zoe here, joined by Danny as well as Harry, and we got some stuff to talk about. Florida Mayhem did it. They remained victorious, and unfortunately, that is the end of Trick Room's run. However, they were the one team which made our jaws drop on day number 1. I think they had a fantastic run. They really put some respect on that contender's name.
Yeah, and even though like we haven't seen half of our contenders teams yet because they're in groups C and D, if Trick Room can pull out a win in our final match of the day up against Timeless, they're in a good position to get that #1 contenders cash prize as well, which I believe is $7,500, which is not too shabby.
No, exactly. So like even if they don't make it into the bracket play and into the top 4, there's still some money on the line for the contenders team. So they still have everything to fight for, which is very, very important, as they are not done just yet. But let's discuss how the Mayhem got it done. They looked very dominant. I mean, they made short work of the opposition here.
Just pure aggression, 100%, just going in and just dominating. I honestly, we're looking at Sauna. I think this was the first time we're seeing Sauna, and I was very impressed. His tracer is top notch, and I just love, like I said, Florida Mayhem's aggression. I think this was a play where they were 2 down. Florida Mayhem was 2 down, but they still invested in the Kitsune rush, and then someone just went in and got the 3K. So I just love their playstyle right now.
I mean, Sauna got the 3K, but I feel like this entire match was a big old flex for Merit, right? Like, the pickup from Houston Outlaws coming in this season was a little bit of a secret weapon. Like, coming into this season, we all thought, hey, like, Florida have improved. They're going to be better than what they were before, which was pretty good, actually. Like, Florida weren't a weak team last year, and they managed to sand down some rough edges. But I don't think anyone expected them to be quite this dominant. I mean, that stat card from Merit might be one of the most dominant ones I've ever seen. The boy was farming in the lobby. He was farming so hard, but that match was technically the jurisdiction of the Agricultural Council.
Check a PC.
Yes, couldn't have put it any better. But we now actually have the man himself joining us. Sana, who you just saw on your screen, is now standing by for an interview. Sana, welcome to the Watchpoint desk. Congratulations on the W. And how are you feeling? It's the first time we actually get to chat to you.
I'm feeling great. I actually just got here yesterday, so I'm a bit jet lagged, and
what?
I didn't have a single stream block before this, so.
All right, and still flexing over the opponents.
Okay.
We love to see that. That bodes well for the rest of the season, my man. Now, Sana, you were a bit of an EU mercenary, you know. I think you played for, what, whooping 10 teams since 2020. How does it feel for you to have finally, hopefully, found a more permanent home with the Florida Mayhem?
I mean, not a lot of EU players get the chance like they should get, so I'm really glad I got that here in Florida.
But I have to ask you, because you said that you didn't ever do a scrim yet, just because you just got to Florida yesterday. In game today, then, how did you communicate with your teammates? Because not a lot of, as far as I know, not a lot of your teammates speak English.
I mean, the Koreans speak like good enough English, like you can communicate with them with it, and Overwatch comms are like not too hard to understand. So it's like we'll get along. And I believe they will like improve as time goes on as well. So
I really wanted to touch on here, as it was apparently your first scrim block and your first appearance in front of our eyes. Have the coaches been clear with you what your role in this team is going to be? Because we thought that Checkmate might be the Tracer player, but I know that you're a fantastic Tracer. The world has now seen evidence that you're a fantastic Tracer. Is that going to be the Sauna show on the Tracer, or do you have a more defined role in the team?
I mean, we'll see, but I'll just flex around and see what happens. Like, I'm not really, I haven't played too much yet, so I can't really say right now. So.
Right on. All right, well, it's left to see, but we can't wait to see more of you, the Swiss Army knife of the Florida Mayhem, joining us here for a quick chat. Sana, congrats again. We hope to see more of you and your team. Good luck in your next match.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Of course. A pleasure chatting with you, Sana. Yeah, man, I can't believe he literally just got here yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Wow.
Tracer's not an easy player, easy character to play while jet lagged as well. That's a lot of mental activity that goes on.
Yeah, I can
What a
barely
Chad.
brush my teeth when I'm chat lagged, so I don't even I don't understand how he got that done. But alas, that bodes well for the future. Can't wait to see more of Sana and of course of the Florida Mayhem squad. And they are looking real good right now. They did lock themselves up for success into our bracket. #1 seeds together with the Atlanta Reign. They are remaining lossless. That's not the word. Defeatless.
Undefeated?
That's also not undefeated.
Undefeated. Lossless works. Why not?
I'm professional at this talking thing. It's like I could not think of the word for my life. But this is how it looks like now with Group A and B standing. So we do have the 4 teams which will be moving on. But as I said before, the other teams still have something to play for, especially our contenders teams. And up next, we're going to see the Vegas Eternal facing off against the contenders team, the Saints. Vegas Eternal still not a single win on the board. So, you know, I think this is a lot of pressure on their shoulders heading into this match. They do want to win that. There is a lot of pride on the line, if not anything else. Guys, what do you want to see, or what do you not want to see, Danny?
No, I do want to see it. I do want to see a certain player do something. I do. It's Malthel. We talked about it when Custer was on the desk as well. He's been playing sort of unconventional heroes, not only Pharah, but we've seen him on Torb, and he loves to bring out that Genji, whether he gets the value or not. So, but I'm saying this because it did work a little bit against the London Spitfire, as we're seeing here, because they did get the map win, and when we talked to London Spitfire, they did say that, that sort of threw them off guard. So I'm excited to see if this sort of unconventional playstyle is going to work against the Saints.
On the other side, though, it's a little bit more conventional. Saints much prefer to do a bit of meta following, although Mikey is prone to throwing it out now and then to play a touch of the Orisa, especially on Lijiang Tower. I think the Saints are going to be a very dangerous contenders team for Vegas to go up against. The fundamental power of Saints is so high. Like, they may have been a little bit nerfed from losing CJ to the Los Angeles Valiant. I think that might have been why we saw a bit of a better Saints in Prime qualifiers compared to their current iteration. But Korean King, unbelievable as a DPS duo. They're going to be such a problem for the backline of Vegas Eternal. And Vegas Eternal, the pressure's going to be mounting. But you don't want to be going 0-4 in your first showing. So just representing a new city. It's a doubling down on this roster, right? After Paris Eternal, we were like, okay, so chance number 2. We're not going 0-24 in this season, but starting 0-4 is not a huge confidence booster for this team.
No, and I mean, there's only so many excuses you can make for a performance like that. So I do think that maybe, hopefully, pretty please, this pressure will make them kick it into the next gear, and they're going to take the W, and that is when we're looking at the predictions. I went with the Vegas Eternal because I want to believe. I need to believe.
Wow.
Please don't disappoint me. Please. That is all.
I went with the Saints because I feel like they are the better team for this matchup. But I do want to see more from the Vegas Eternal as well. Malthel, go crazy. You guys have everything to play for. Just have fun. Go crazy.
Yeah, we'll have some fun havers in the lobby. But for me, I'm also going with the Saints. I think that their fundamental Overwatch is going to be maybe a little bit too much for a shaky Vegas Eternal to really summit. Plus, in contenders, they look super powerful. I know that this team does not really seem to respect a delineation between contenders and Overwatch League. They definitely are up there, and I imagine that this team over the course of this year as well is going to be a fundamental scrim partner for a huge amount of our teams. The power level is there, and I think they're going to bring it home.
I hate that I know that I'm probably wrong, but anyway.
You never know.
I never know. That's true. Again, I won't be mad, just severely disappointed. Something which never disappoints, however, is a cast of Door and Hurix, and that's why we're going to send it over for all the action.
I appreciate it. So yeah, getting into this one, I think it's actually more interesting than it appears on the tin, because I think there's a lot of like tears on the desk of like, please don't go 0-4 Vegas Eternal. But what I see here is a team in the Vegas Eternal who are full of former contenders players who know the Saints players, and then a team that is 0-3 on the brink of 0-4, and a Saints roster that has been on record as saying they want to play against this team. I promise you, there is not a single team who would take more pride, who would get more pleasure out of making the Vegas Eternal go 0-4 than the Saints right now.
I mean, so many of these players are former teammates too, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you're talking about a Vegas Eternal team as we're getting ready to go into Ilios. We'll get there. Don't worry about it. But, you know, it's basically top of the pile from contenders from like 2 years ago. And now you're talking about now top of the pile. I mean, winning out in the Pro-Am qualifier. Now they're butting heads, going head to head. So many of these players have played together, of course, through teams like Odyssey, where a lot of the Eternal members actually were derived from, and where they all got to meet back in the day. A lot of those Saints players, they've been on that roster too. So we'll see what happens here. Saints, obviously, they have marked Eternal for the last, I don't know, maybe month and a half.
It's been about a month.
Months.
Yeah, every interview, they've mentioned wanting Vegas's head on a stick, and they've got it. It's on a silver platter.
They have to just show up and take claim. However, Eternal, they've been, I mean, admittedly, they've been getting better throughout the tournament. There's still a lot of, you know, funny stuff happening with the Eternal. We've discussed it. We've talked about it. It's out there. It is what it is. But looks like we could indeed get a little bit more of that. It's Bastion and Torb. Think about the just crazy amount of pressure that you could do to a tank with this, especially a tank like the Ball.
You know what change we need to Overwatch? I want Torb to be able to hammer Bastion to heal him. Would that be sick? I think that'd be kind of fun.
Oh, please,
that's got to be lore. That's lore accurate, right? Devs, make it happen. Team 4, please phone me up anytime. My email's available. All right, let's see what Dove can do, even though he can't be healed by his Torbjorn. I'll tell you what Saints aren't going to be doing. That's diving a team composition like this while wheels are available. Already, Mikey's on the wrong end of that, but as the wheels go down, the dive comes in from Saints, and it's very successful. Tree and Vega easily picking up 2 on the back and finding a nice flank route to get that done.
Yeah, I think one of the things here with this composition is that there's a lot of things that are just kind of disconnected. You can see them swapping away from it. I think they felt that as much as we saw it, where there just isn't anything to kind of slow down the pressure. Once you lose Nemesis, there's nothing that just forces Saints out of the fight. And other than, you know, maybe Wheels to a degree, but Saints clearly had no problem getting through that. Now you see a little bit more of a dive-focused composition. Dove, Malthul, Tracer, Sombra, respectively. Vulcan also making the swap over to the D.Va. They're looking to try to counter these dives coming in from Mikey and try to take out someone like King as they push in.
And I like these swaps. I mean, the Vulcan D.Va is a very strong comfort pick for this guy. And being able to see it come to the Pro-Am stage is something special, but can they make it work? Mikey's under a fair bit of duress, and that will result in the point being flipped by Vulcan. Now Saints actually have to spend a decent bit to find an engagement here. They're going to pop the Kitsune Rush. Their health bars are low, though. It's Mikey who's in a bit of trouble. Brought back up by the likes of Squid, though, and with the one pick advantage that Saints have, they should be able to leverage it into a win here. They just have to find the same target. King looks lost, bro. There he goes. Finds the player he's looking for. But it might be too late. Nah, not too late. Wow, speaking of too late, that's a sound barrier.
Yeah, and that, unfortunately, for Eternal isn't going to amount to all too much. We still see kills going both ways, but inevitably, Saints are going to win this fight, and it was a little bit more of a long-winded one. I mean, Eternal did get that cap while they were fighting, and were able to accrue 28%, so that's at least good news for Eternal, and more good news is on the horizon as well. They do have the EMP coming online for Malthul, and certainly they could try to look to see if they could get a shutdown onto someone.
You gotta find Vega, right?
And they have to.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably do, but even still, the hack duration isn't that long unless they go for the double hack, the EMP into the hack onto Vega. Otherwise, Vega's still going to be able to sound barrier after it.
I think it means they just have to kill him after the EMP goes off. But you know what? They find King fast enough. That'll do. Vulcan boosts him on down. Vegas should get a pretty quick flip here, but Saints can stagger for quite some time. And oh, Mikey looks fully intent on doing it.
Saints want to be careful here as well. They want to make sure that they continue to contest this, but there it is, the flip. However, this time, Eternal, they are going to win the fight along with getting their flip. So a little bit more comfortable of a position to play from here, and they're going to have Kitsune rush for this next one as well, which I think they're going to try to use to be actually the aggressor in this next engagement, probably for the first time all series. Most of the time it has been Saints going forward, and well, it looks like that's going to be the case again.
Saints look for the engagement and find Dove on the other end of it. Unfortunate stuff for the Eternal, who have all the tools here, and they're still going to go for it. Kitsune Rush goes out. Vulcan can deal a lot of damage with Kitsune Rush, and he does. It's Tree who's found, but fortunately the D.Va just simply can't trade more than that. That is a really pretty looking pulse bomb. Holy, catches 2 while sticking it to the mech that the D.Va's flying out of. I can't wait to see what the observers caught of that. I'm going to be honest. I got to see it still.
Had just such great work from the replay team already throughout this this tournament. Can't wait to see more of that throughout the rest of it. But last opportunity here for the Eternal. They won't have their EMP, something that they did kind of rely on for their fight win earlier. They're gonna have to find another way this time around.
Pulse bomb in the hand of Dove. He could lob it. Send one downtown, possibly. You're hoping for a clutch here, but it's not showing yet. Saints are holding their ground, and Vegas are patient. Maybe too much so. Dove caught by the Deadeye. No chance of landing that pulse bomb. They have a sound barrier engagement. That's the last tool to get the job done. They've taken Vulcan low. How much more can they actually get done with it, Mikey? Drop down to half. Saints have got this one locked up, though. They play the fight slow. They patiently. They use the Deadeye to burn down the overtime wick and take away a map number 1.
Yeah, first blood, at least for the time being for Saints. I mean, they're looking for more than that against Eternal. We've already discussed it a little bit, but they want a whole lot more than this, but this is a good start for them. This is what they were looking to do to start off in this matchup. But Eternal, we saw them come out with a pretty interesting starting composition, and now we're going to see what looks to be like the fruition of another one potentially. However, I will never count out a composition that has Rack Attack on Brig.
No, sir.
I will never, as weird as this sounds, Rack Attack on Brig always gives me hope.
You know what we need? You know what we need here? You know what we really need to make this work? We need some Kim time. That's what we need.
Mama Rack.
Mama Rack.
Okay, okay.
For those that don't know the lore, Rack's family watches every game, every last one of them. It is insane. Kind of cult-like, but you gotta respect it. His mother, Kim, has gained some notoriety on the Contenders broadcast, but only for good reason, as it's always paired with his signature Brig.
And a lot of success behind it as well back in the Odyssey days, but...
Oh! Oh, wow! You did not expect to see, but it looked like he made it back, but it was just short there. And is that even enough? It is, okay. They're able to leverage it into a big win there. Saints pick up that first tick after, I mean, I don't even know if you can call that a mistake by Vulcan. That's just unfortunate, man.
I mean, that was just a great job from Saints to just kind of expose that movement, that rotation. Now Eternal have to, once again, I mean, they're the team that's fighting their way back in, trying to claw their way to the objective, and Saints have just been so good about defending it, making sure that all these angles are locked down, and that's something about Eternal here. It's they need to acquire these side lane control. If they won't, if they can't, and that becomes a problem for them for sure.
Rack falling early. Curious to see if Vegas just back off here. Yeah, they're going to. Okay. Something we haven't seen, they've been committing to a lot of these fights really heavily, even 4v5. Most teams have been willing to, but I think this is definitely just a regroup, take your loss moment, but they're not willing to enough. Caught out in the cafe and now getting spawn camped by Saints. Like you said, these players have been teammates. This is mildly personal, if not very personal here, Ix.
Yeah, part of it's fun, part of it, you know, a little bit of a vendetta, it feels like at times, but nonetheless, Eternal, you talked about sometimes teams have gone for those 4v5s. Usually that's when it's backed up by some economy, and now we actually see them in that position. Eternal finally building up to some of these ultimates. Unfortunately for them, Saints haven't really had to spend to be in this position, but here we go nonetheless.
It's all the same ones. We're gonna trade ultimates back and forth. This one could get extremely messy, extremely quickly. Rack feeling well on the high ground though. The rally's still up. Vulcan dives into the back line. The nano boost, and it's immediately Tree getting targeted down. We saw it time and time again on Ruins, the previous map. But some great peel by Saints actually manages to buy their way out of it and keeps Tree alive in the meantime. So the ultimates have been traded out, and Eternal have found nothing.
Yeah, cause for concern big time here for Eternal. I mean, they're just
maybe
not a lot of
fight
time left, and they just keep losing people late into these engagements as well. And even though we see an EMP ready for a Malthus, I mean, they won't be able to jump in on top of it at all.
There's no touch here. Oh, but now Malthus in. I think it's swapped Lucio Kitty. Are they going for it? No, Luke Mino seems to have called it there. An EMP is the last hurrah out of the Vegas Eternal here for map number 1, but Saints are going to set themselves up at match point.
Pretty early and devastating blow for the Eternal. A team that, I mean, they only have, if I'm not mistaken, just one map win right now, sitting at 0-3. Not a good start for them for the season. Obviously, we have a lot of expectations for this team to be able to build up, very quickly, but doesn't seem like that's happened quickly enough, at least not yet.
No, and like you said, the expectation for Vegas is obviously to build, right? With a coach like Empress, with a team like this, when you're doubling down, the expectation is to build over time, but time is certainly limited, and Pro-Am it is limited the most. Saints have got a decent amount of time working together as a roster, and it shows, right? That coordination has been deadly. Their ability to circumvent all the plans that Eternal were coming in with, it felt like they were always one step ahead, and that's a really, really impressive thing to be doing, especially for a Contenders team.
Yeah, Saints obviously have such a rich history. One of those teams with a ton of collegiate talent in it as well. And clearly getting so much work done. I mean, obviously with the impact that Mikey's been able to have, vice champion himself in the ring, helping them out, providing that, I mean, whatever it needs, Winston, the Wrecking Ball, all those different options, and rally behind that all the other talent that you see, where I mean so much of this is either former Overwatch League talent or will be future Overwatch League talent. It's not just CJ that we're going to be seeing on a roster. It's pretty much, I wouldn't be surprised to see all 5 of these players at some point.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand where you get a roster like this realistically, right? Like, this is the merging of 2 major collegiate teams, like you said, Overwatch League players, the whole kit and caboodle, plus Squid coming in at the end and having some insane performances. Saints are set up for a big win. Vegas are set up to fight back. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back, everybody. As we're heading into Hollywood, things are looking bueno for one of our two teams and approximately 2 out of the 3 desk members right about now. I'm not sure Zoe's feeling too hot. Not only is her pred not looking great, but also I think there's like a Maryville tweet as well saying their friendship with her was ended, which I mean that's just insult to injury. That's pain. And honestly, I feel like we've had some like character development on the desk. It really used to be Danny throwing out the crazy like I believe picks, but Zoe's been just chucking them out left, right, and center nowadays.
I respect it, though. You gotta respect it, though. You do. You genuinely do. There's a reason behind it as well. Unfortunately, it just doesn't, at least for the time being, it doesn't feel like it's working out. However, you know, lost friendships aside, we're moving into a map number 2 here. Saints, they were looking for Eternal's head. Well, I mean, it may just
about
be
halfway
one
off.
map away. It's not feeling like it's attached very much at this point.
Yeah, they've got the saw out. The magic trick of splitting Eternal in 2 is just about up, but they're on Hollywood to do it. And Eternal have a lot of tools to make this work. That Multitorb looks a lot less weird in situations like these.
Still think the Eternal are just, I mean, it almost feels like there's a lot of experimentation happening here in this tournament, and you know, with the position that they're in, a lot of comfort,
you know,
right? And to a degree, why not? But something that we did see from Eternal is that we've seen in the past them do stuff like this. I mean, if you're looking at comfort, they are all on their literal comforts right now. All of their #1 picks outside of Malthel, who, I mean,
it's like the #1 pick in our hearts,
his comfort is anymore. I don't know what his comfort is anymore at this point. But everybody else, Vulcan on his best pick, Rack best pick, Luke. I mean, that is far and away his best pick, I think, as well. I mean, obviously Luke is great at so many different heroes, but BAP is what made him famous, and I mean genuinely famous in that role. Dove as well, that mid-range kind of hit scan style, so good at that. So why not give it a go and maybe see if you can transition this into an identity for maybe the future?
I mean, it's a bit of a prayer, but they've tried this comfort thing against teams in the past. In fact, on Hollywood, no less.
True.
To little avail, to say the least. A back away into Cafe. They have rapidly given away the room on this point right now. Vulcan peels back to that mini health pack, and to the safety of Luke Mino and Rack Attack's warm embraces, but the turret going down doesn't bode well right now for the Vegas Eternal, who are struggling to find a spot to really fight back from. Point beginning to tick up. Vulcan claims the high ground. A good angle's been found and space has been reclaimed. We've got the turret back up and Eternal are reset.
Yeah, great rotation there from Vulcan, just reclaiming that space up near Gatorade, but there is the dive. Mikey is boosted as well. What can he do?
This is an insanely fast Nano. Still got it up. Gets out 43 HP. It dropped down to 30. Oh no, it was almost single digits. It's 0 digits now for Trias. They've got nothing much left to fight this one through. Some nice picks on the back end. Buy a lot of time for Eternal, who are looking significantly better.
And one of the cool things about this setup as well for Eternal is that while this is kind of all great comfort for them, on top of that, it's also a really good comp against Dive. And guess what the Saints are running? I mean, come on.
Yeah, this is our quintessential contenders dive team right about now. So diving is all they know. Going into the Vegas Eternal, though, now with the ultimates coming up, it's only going to get worse. They look to push off this high ground. Vulcan can't claim the high ground the same way he did before, but he can fly over to it if he wants to. Decides better of it, though. Instead stays on point, maintaining space, wants to run down the Zenyatta, forces Vega away, but there's a primal rage in the back line. Rack Attack on the receiving end of it just gets saved as well. Some clutch heals coming in from Luke Mino. Rack can now pop that rally and look to re-engage for Vegas. They have lost their Sigma, but that break can act as a pseudo-tank for them now in the next coming seconds, and maybe look to re-engage on her own.
Yeah, I think Rack is probably just going to go ahead and allow the team to stall out. Vulcan's going to be coming back soon to stall even longer, and Rack actually falls as well before they even get the opportunity to recontest, and because of that, I don't think that they're even going to attempt it, and that is going to be the case here. Vulcan's still stuck, though, onto this Doomfist pick, but they do have high ground control to play around with. Unfortunately for them, we will see Saints with just so many weapons at their disposal at this stage, and I think it's really going to come down to a test of who can gain and take high ground control. That could determine who winds up winning this first fight, that alone.
Yeah, I mean, still, yeah, not bad by Vegas Eternal. It's a strong enough first point hold that you could reasonably pick up this map. It's not getting rolled. It's not steamrolling the map. If they can stop the pressure from a push like this with all those ultimates on the other side, they're in a decent spot, and they have a strong set of zoning ultimates to do it as well. What they don't have, unfortunately, is Luke Mino, who's caught a log to the head by the hand of Tree. An aggressive Molten Core now from the Vegas Eternal. They try to fight back 4v5, but I was saying these are defensive ultimates. These are not really meant for them to push with, but they're trying to push off of high ground with them. 4v5. Saints literally didn't have to spend. Not anything. Not a single Q button. And Vegas have just handed over all of theirs.
Yeah, I think the only thing that they really had to spend was just a little bit of time. Not a lot of bit of time, just a little bit of time, right? I mean, just patience clearly got them ahead there in that one, and now Vegas Eternal, they're making some swaps here. So Vulcan goes back over the D.Va that we've seen before. Maltho onto the Reaper. This should help them in trying to contest. Of course, we also see the Tracer from Dove as well, but this should help them to contest that dive setup from Mikey and be able to try to see if they can get some answers there. But oh, the separation.
Oh, the DM
as well.
Oh, I mean, Vulcan, we think about him, the quintessential off-tank player. This guy's D.Va is just something to look at and be proud to be in the presence of. An insane eat, 180 no less, and it's still not enough to win the fight, bro. King is just doing it to them. You can't, he's like, oh, insane way to start the fight. They pull the ultimate away, they do everything right. It just is not enough. Saints had too much in the arsenal to deal with.
Yeah, Saints are just pushing their way through, steamrolling even to a degree. Maltho is going to be going down here pretty late, it looks like. Yeah, Tree finally does land that headshot, but does pull out that Transcendence at a time where I think Saints would have liked to have held on to it. And now, because of that, Vega goes forward aggressively and then dies. So, all said and done, I mean, Squid's calling Vega out for that one. I will say, I mean, Vega was going to go for the door tap and then come back. That's actually a nod to you, by the way. They said that they were going to do that for you. They were going to go tag the door because your name is Door. Then we're going to come back.
That's really sweet. I appreciate that, man. I'm sure that means a lot in whatever love language they're speaking.
I lied to you.
Wow. Yeah, well, if anybody has a good relationship counselor, just add me on Twitter. Send me their phone number or whatever. I gotta work this out. Yeah, Curix, look, man. It's been a long ride, but it might not be much longer at this rate. Saints are rolling the rest of this point right about now, and one pick from Tree can make that all the worse. Oh, God, dude. Watching the arrows come in from that angle is a scary thing, and watching the Dragon come in is even worse. Catches all of Maltho and Rack Attack, forcing them back. Luke Mino's forced away from Vulcan, who's caught around the corner. Saints are able to separate away the main tank, and now they just get to reap the rewards of the seeds which they have sown.
Okay, looking to solidify those backline kills, but Maltho in the meantime, he might have done enough to give them a spot.
Might have. It's tough to really reclaim that card. There's a lot of space here for Saints, but Vulcan comes back from spawn, bolstered by Rack Attack. They pick up everything else they needed to get a stall here. It's enough. They got a minute 30 to hold here, and Saints still are not done.
Not the worst position to be in as well. I mean, now you have high ground control to play from. Saints have to, rotate to get into position before these fights break out. They don't have ultimates. Vegas Eternal has also torn down enough of this time bank here as well. I mean, 70 seconds on the clock left for Saints. This is still, I mean, not a terrible place for the Eternal. Oh, not by a long shot.
Rack pushing Tree off high ground. Literally no fear in the Brigitte's eyes, which is crazy considering that it's Tree on the other end. Tree, though, dropped low. Vulcan wants him, but Mikey says simply no. Drops a Terra Surge. Full spawn backline. Oh, just in time. Squid comes through with the Immortality Field. That is the cooldown pulled, though. Nothing left in the pocket of that sports player. So how are Saints going to look to make their way through this in the face of Rack Attack and his rally? There's so much sustain on the side of Vegas Eternal, and with the Annihilation, there's even more. Vulcan makes his way into the back line, circumvents all the peel that Mikey wanted to give him, and finds a massive fight win for the Eternal.
Vega looks like he's going to get out. They're going to chase him, actually. This could be a very late death, or it could actually be good if Vega is able to pull them all out of position and then do a late Transcendence.
Is he going to make it out?
Go over and support it.
No, what do you want? No way. No way. Eternal, bro. Eternal, you were doing so well. You were doing so well. No, the trance is still available here. This is as frustrating to watch as I'm sure it is to play right now. Vega gets into the backline. He gets another. Oh my lord. He's DPSing. He's fragging. A victory trance. He got to hold it that entire time. He was getting ran down by 5 players. It just not walked. No. He floated away. and then got to kill a multiple, and they got another one.
Didn't have to use the Transcendence. I think
that
we
was
need
a
to remind
crime.
everyone, this is their main support player. This is the player that plays Lucio and Mercy, absolutely dominating and dusting Eternal on a Zenyatta pick. Incredible. Saints, they finished their attack. However, they don't have any time left on the time bank at all. 0. So Eternal, there is an opportunity still here left for them. Obviously, they need to complete the map, but if they do so with over a minute, well, worst case scenario, they come out of this one with a draw and still a hope, still a prayer to move into a map number 3 and see what they can do from there.
Eternal feeling less good, though, than if they got the full hold. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. They'd set themselves up beautifully, and some spaghetti was certainly spilled. Saints more than happy to clean up after their mess, though, as now they've got their defense. Let's get a replay, though. Ping on the Tracer, having put in a lot of work. Taking down Dove, pressuring out this entire B point. We talked about how important that B point was to their push in general, but it's plays like this that really made it work.
Yeah, obviously King taking full advantage of the opportunity here. I mean, this is what Saints were talking about for the last, I mean, what, 6-7 weeks, however long it's been since we've been hearing them say how important it is to them that they want to go for the Eternal, you know? But nonetheless, Eternal are back. They've got Dove on the Hanzo here as well. Mouthful this time on the Tracer, so a meta pick for Mouthful, which is...
That's
right?
new. Yeah. He wants something. Oh, Tree's giving Rack Attack the worst way to die. What are you doing, bro? I'm watching like a TikTok Moira right now. Yeah, that's what you get. Okay, that was a deserved death.
Vegas Eternal need to break through the barrier that is Mikey on a pick that he was forced. I think he felt forced to swap to because of the pressure that Eternal were looking to capitalize on and just focusing all of their attention, all of their resources into Mikey when he was on the Winston, and now he just goes over to a much safer pick, and Eternal are just, I mean, hard-pressed to get past him, let alone kill him.
I will say, I like this Sigma into Orisa matchup a lot, right? It's just so based on peel, so based on keeping people away from your team, but Sigma's very okay with that. Sigma's happy to trade damage. Yes, Orisa can survive, can be a bit more sturdy in the face of it, but she's still not getting as much out of her cooldowns as something like Vulcan Sigma is in this matchup.
Yeah, Eternal, they're going to rely on that, I think, throughout this series, too, if it can go on a little bit longer. But it looks like it's going in that direction, at least for the time being. And I think Rack Attack also saw, you know what, if Vega can do it, why not me? Now he's on the Zen and looking to try to see if he can frag out on the Saints, and we'll see if that's going to happen here. But already a decent start to their push, right? Eternal just under 5 minutes. They're getting into that second phase of the map, and Saints are in a composition where they're not going to be able to really utilize that high ground to much effect. They have to play low. They have to contest those short angles.
King's got a pulse bomb whose name is scribed onto it. Malthul, oh, he wanted him so bad. Rack Attack, though. Rack defend. Very much a friend of his. Tracer by his side. Malthul kept alive. Mikey falls as well. Eternal continue their crusade upon Hollywood.
They're continuing it up, and here comes the match chat. I actually sent a message over to Saints, and I was like, kind of expected a little bit of the match chat. Where's it at? And that obviously wasn't everything that I was hoping for, but hey, it's a good start. It's a way to break the ice, I guess, for the time being. And Vegas Eternal, they have just built up so much momentum here, and they're a team that can really utilize this high ground with this composition that they have, and they're going to have every single ultimate for this next fight, which is going to be huge. They're just going to have so much sustain, and Saints can't really bite through it a lot.
I mean, they're going to try and dive through it at the very least. They pressure down Luke Mito, do get a kill there. Pulse bomb's thrown out. Vulcan nearly eats the damage. Only a 1-for-1 trade for right now, though, as Rack Attack's backed into a corner. Ping putting him in a lot of trouble. It's Mikey who comes to clean up and claim a soul. Saints have made an important compositional swap, and they've done it without really quickly losing a fight. They should be able to get back on this cart. They have the spawn advantage. This is an important place to stabilize. A lot of time when we see teams make big comp swaps like this, they fall behind because of ultimates, but Saints no.
So Saints get the stop, and I think that was a fight that Eternal kind of had to win, but we do see a couple of swaps happening here. Dove going over to Sombra, and they're going to really rely on these EMPs and the hacks to try to deal with Mikey. I think especially this has clearly been a focus for them. If Mikey is on something that they can really prioritize, they're going to do that.
I've already found a flank, and it's Tree. Immediately, yeah. We haven't seen too much Widowmaker, and for decent enough reason. Dove and Multiple are happy to show him why. Give him the wrong end of the beat stick. Squid, though, does trade. Doing a decent job. Goes down in his own right. Luke Mino picking up a few frags. Mines are dropped on point now. It's going to space away the Vegas Eternal. I think Vulcan just has enough space, though, to get onto this and stop the cart from moving. Saints do have a better regroup, though. Remember, that spawn is close.
See if they can take advantage of that, but it doesn't look like they have the ability to do that. They need a little bit of space, they need a little bit of help, but oh man, it looked like maybe Malthus was going to go down there, but there it is. The sound barrier invested here by Saints. Can they push out? Can they get value out of this? And it doesn't look like that's going to be the case at all.
Oh, sick disengage by Eternal. That was, they were fully ready to do that. They've reclaimed the high ground. Nothing was claimed by that sound barrier from Vega. And it wasn't panic, wasn't anything. It was just well baited. Now it's Eternal starting to come back in with their Kitsune Rush. The stick does connect, but it's not onto a player that's going to properly go down. The dive from Eternal does connect. Tree falls. Mikey next to go. B looking all the more possible here as Eternal are putting up one hell of a fight. Players desperately trying to touch the cart from Saints' side, but Vulcan peeling away valiantly as they make their way through onto the C point. Now, Yurk, now we got to start talking about time bank because it matters.
Yeah, big time. We already discussed it a little bit prior. Saints, I mean, they're stealing some of this time away, and they might even do more than that here. Mikey has stolen another kill, and they still have that respawn advantage, but they don't even need it. Saints turn that fight around. That was, I mean, it felt like a gimme for Eternal. It felt like it was their fight to lose, and that's exactly, unfortunately, what they did. Now EMP is going to be the thing that they have to rely on. I was going to say it was just a nice little cherry on top that they'll have to build some momentum off of and try to string a couple fights together, maybe do something with the time bank that they gain from getting point B, but now it's a tool that they have to get value out of just to cap.
And they know what's on the line here. Vegas Eternal are feeling the pressure. They do not want to be the Overwatch League team that goes 0-4 anything but that. So he was begging them earlier. Vegas Eternal look to try and prove her right. Tree pushing in. EMP catches only Mikey. Can they burn the hamster down? They do! Vegas Eternal are over the hill. Now they just gotta finish out the fight. Vulcan's able to pick up Tree, taking down the most dangerous member of the Saints. And now they can finish what they started last time. Just get those last couple picks. Don't take anything for granted here. Oh, Saints are popping everything. The sound barrier's out as well, but they just don't have the touch.
90 seconds on the clock now. So with what we were talking about earlier, Dor, with, you know, trying to get over that minute mark, give yourselves the best opportunity, you know, where it would at worst be a draw. I mean, that's not happening anymore. I mean, is the draw possible still? Absolutely. Is the win possible still? Absolutely. But Saints are still very much in the wheelhouse of possibility for getting a win here themselves as well, based on this time bank as it stands, and they're going to go ahead and try to see if they can close the door here pretty soon.
I mean, Saints are playing aggressively, popping those mines, but again, a smart disengage by Eternal. They're playing around the ultimates extremely well. If anything, that's what they're doing. Pulse bomb out, though, make things dangerous. Multiple not able to connect. Luke Mino falls, so the health bars were dangerously low in that back room, and Saints precautiously set up around the entire thing, biding their time, waiting for the right moment to strike, and when they do, it's lethal.
You can see now, with just one chance left, Eternal, oh man, they've got to be able to find a way not to win one fight, but 2 fights in a row here, which of course, you don't want to throw everything out in this fight and win this first one and have nothing available to go for that second fight. So be on the watch out for how Eternal take this.
Kitsune Rush out, trying to dive into that back line. Squid popped it first, and Mikey comes through taking the brunt of the damage. Turns out the pressure was on Multiple all along. Eternal now down a member. They've got ultimates, but they don't have the players to use them properly. They've got to get on this cart. 4 seconds left. They don't want to be the team that goes 0-4. The EMP comes out. Did they get the touch on cart? They absolutely did. All 3 members flying onto it, but they lose rack attack. In the meantime, Vulcan dropped low as well. Meant to be demeched. Now getting targeted out in baby form. Does get a remech off. No! Tree denies him. Luke Mino to fall next. And Saints send Eternal down, tumbling into the depths of an 0-4 group stage.
Oh no, not the start that Eternal wanted to the year, but certainly a good result for a Saints team that was looking for this matchup. That's exactly what they got, and they got the result they were after as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2-2. That's got to be I think that's the best contenders team that we have going out so far. So credit where it's due. They were in a tough group to make it out of, but they come out with an even score line, and they got the team that they wanted to at the end of the day, taking down what was still a strong team in the Vegas Eternal. These are not players to scoff at.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, obviously, no contenders team yet has solidified a position in the bracket.
Yeah, we got 2 more groups.
There's still groups. There's still groups to come, so we'll see what happens there. But nonetheless, we did get to see a lot of great stuff from a lot of the contenders teams that we've seen from so far. Obviously, being able to finish atop Vegas, I think, is a big deal for a lot of these teams. Of course, this one in particular. But nonetheless, we do have a player of the match. And I think at this stage, people shouldn't be all too surprised to see King in this position. I mean, incredible Tracer play throughout this series. And of course, just laying in that pressure, making life so difficult for Rack, for Vulcan. But I think Rack especially on Hollywood, right? He was on that thing.
Yeah. I mean, he was doing everything. He had the shield, he had the survivability. It's just not enough in the face of a player like King, who can, like, not be quiet, but simply Tree just yells louder sometimes, right? And it's easy to get lost in that shadow, but King, especially as a player who can be supportive in his play, is an invaluable tool to a team like Saints.
Yeah, and clearly a bright future for King and the rest of this Saints roster. An unfortunate end to their story here, but at least it does end with a silver lining. They get the win that they were looking for at the very end. They end on a positive note, and they did all of this as well. I mean, I feels like every time we cast them, we bring this up, but they did it all with a team that they didn't. This isn't the same team that won the qualifier, so they were still able to bring Squid in. Squid played phenomenally through this tournament as well, and they get to end with the dub.
And I gotta be honest, like, Saints, dude, if it was nothing else, they put on probably the most entertaining map of Overwatch that we had in the entire thing last night. There was some crazy stuff going down with this team. Some fun stuff going on in this map as well, though. We're gonna send it to the desk to break it down.
Beautiful scenes on the server, and speaking of beautiful things, our fan art gallery is making a return, and we now offer a more flexible viewing experiences. That means we have new tools to highlight work from specific tournaments as well as events, and this is my favorite part, enhanced full-scale views of every single beautiful piece in that gallery. So make sure to share your art to celebrate players, teams, casters, anything somewhat Overwatch League related, and you might be featured on broadcast or in our gallery. Like, Dave, what do you want to see in a fan art gallery?
I love all of the artistically inclined, beautiful pictures that we see, but why limit yourself to just art? If you're not so artistically inclined, you can write a poem, you can write a dirge, maybe you could write a prime obituary for Vegas Eternal. You know what? Any fan content is super lovely. We enjoy seeing all of the wonderful fans we have around Overwatch and engaging with our esports scene and showing just how big their brains can be.
And they are pretty big and very, very wrinkly. And I don't have a great transition into what we just saw.
No, I believe in you, Zoe.
Okay, let me shake one out of my sleeve. Nah, I got nothing because this one hurts. that was just rough, all right. Like I'm disappointed. Yeah. Let me lead into this one with my utter bottomless disappointment for Vegas Eternal. On that note, though, on the flip side, boy, Saints showed up. They had a phenomenal performance. Like, I'm so impressed with what we saw there.
I think that Saints definitely, in this match, have proven the value of, like, the Pro-Am program, right? Like, showing that there 100%. Is this kind of parity that can be had between some OWL teams and some contenders teams of it. Sometimes the line is a little blurrier, and some might think the delineation may not be quite as stark between the semi-pro scene and the pro scene.
I mean, I personally really enjoyed watching this. Just Saints coming out with some weird composition, that the Moira Orisa comp, and plus Vega going crazy on the Zen as well was really entertaining to watch. And for the Vegas Eternal, of course, I think they put up a good fight, but it is definitely a bit disappointing to go down 0-4. But I mean, it is not the end for them because they do have a whole season up ahead. So back to the drawing board for the Vegas Eternal. I think they do have a lot of work to get done.
Couldn't agree more. Now, as you can see on your very screens right now, Tree King amongst the players really popped off here like there is no tomorrow. And that's why I'm especially excited to have one of those very prized contenders players joining us for a quick chat. We have Tree from the Saints joining us. Tree, thank you so much for taking the time. Huge congratulations on the dub. And it's a pleasure to have you on again to quickly pick your brain about what we saw. First thing I want to ask here is about your roster in general. We hit on it prior to heading into the match. You did have to make changes to your backline just right before the Pro-Am tournament. Did that somehow dampen your confidence in your performance at all?
Well, when we lost CJ to Valiant, because we were in a weird spot where we weren't sure what to do because there's not like too many flex supports left or like in the scene that we were really looking at, and then we weren't sure if we were gonna play. So like kind of last minute we said, oh, we can just get Squid, he's pretty good. And then at that point there was like not many, like in terms of scrims, we didn't get much practice in because we didn't have much time. We only had like 3 or 4 scrims with Squid on our roster. But yeah, I mean, I think we got better as we progressed. Like the London match was very close. I think we could have won that if we like played a few things better. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Saints, you guys had a really good run in the Pro-Am tournament, but I want to get your thoughts on it. Like, what was your experience like participating in this Pro-Am tournament?
It was pretty fun. I think it's a pretty cool experience for like people who haven't been in OWL and are like trying to get there, like just to see, even like outside of how the matches go, just to see like how they run and whatnot, and like all the behind the scenes stuff. It's pretty cool.
All right, and now for me, saying that's a little more jovial. You are very aware of a lot of members on the Vegas Eternal. You guys had a bunch of back and forth in previous contender seasons, so I just wanted to know, as someone who was dominating in that match, did you have a favorite member of Vegas Eternal to kill?
Favorite? I mean, I was staggering Rack pretty hard on second point when he capped. I was killing him with melees only, so yeah, shout out Rack. I'm sure I'll talk to him later today about that.
Stop beating Kim's son to death, please.
He's like, I'm gonna have a word with him.
Yeah.
Well, Tree, I want to give you the last word here. Anything you want to say to your supporters, to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Squid who came last second. Shout out to Ice who barely books us warm-ups, but he gets the job done. And yeah, shout out to the rest of Maryville.
Right on. Tree, thank you so very much. It's been a pleasure watching you pop off, and we hope to see more of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, that was Tree from the Saints, who just won their match against the Vegas Eternal. And I still struggle to wrap my head around that this young prodigy, who's currently 15 years old, must then, if my math is correct, must have been 9 years old when Overwatch was released.
9 years.
Can you imagine one of your formative memories being Bastion having a shield on turret?
I was eating sand at 9 years old. Like how?
You were eating sand when you were 9?
Probably. Can't remember.
Dude, Switzerland stuff on the kids.
It's true.
I didn't even know you guys had beaches.
It's rough out there. What can you say? Anyway, schedule. Thanks, production. That's a good save here for me. Timeless and Trick Room are going to be the last two teams to round out the A and B groups, and those guys don't play for nothing. We still have the contenders' extra money on the line, so they still want to have a good placement. Let's take a look at Trick Room right here on your screens.
Hey, well, it was not a glorious beginning to Trick Room's day behave. They were going up against Florida Mayhem, who we've come to respect as being essentially the tyrannical despots of this group, not dropping much in the way of maps and nothing in the way of series. I'm super honed in here to watch Boat's play. I think that Boat has been a real runaway success on the Tracer, and honestly, Timeless, they're going to have to try and match that with Doom.
Yeah, and they're going up against Timeless as well, who has been, struggling as well this Pro-Am tournament. But, I mean, hey, I think the star player on this roster has to be Wub. I think people called it Wubhead, right? Yeah, yeah, I'm going to be, everyone's going to be a Wubhead for this match. I'm excited to see him and Kuffa as well on that Wednesday.
Danny Wubhead Lim.
Danny Wubhead, I like it actually. It's good sound.
Wubhead.
It's got a good ring to it.
For me, it's all
let's see how committed you are to the Wub, though. And let's see if Wub can get the dub. Something like that. Anyway, let's take a look at our predictions. Because I'm interested to see where we're going with this one for all of you. I think the more obvious choice here has to be Trick Room. I think they have been really performing on a pretty good level. I mean, they had some really close games against some of those OWL players, and generally just a really good showing in the tournament so far. What I didn't really see from Timeless, although they did have some, moments of brilliance as well. But I'm all in on Trick Room for this one. How about you, Danny?
I'm going to be honest. I thought I did Timeless, but I guess not. I went with Trick Room. Of course. Sorry, like you said, it was the obvious choice. They are seeming to be the stronger team, and I just want to see both of these teams having fun. And I'm expecting a lot of smack talk as well in game.
Oh yeah, we want the spice,
please. Yes.
I suppose that none of us believe in the wubba lubba dub dub, because I too am Trick Room here. I think the Trick Room have got some excellent setups when it comes to their dives.
Yeah.
They just got outpaced by the Florida Mayhem. Perhaps against a slightly slower team, they're going to have a lot more space to set up those Pummy and Boat duels onto players and quickly eliminate them. I do think that Kuffa might present an issue, though, because someone gave him some issues. And Kuffa, when it comes to the Primal Blades, he's definitely up there when it comes to those mechanics.
Primal
I'm
Blades.
super impressed.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get this one going and all the action transpiring on your screens. This is going to be the last showing we have in the Pro-Am tournament of Trick Room as well as Timeless, as they do not make it into the bracket play, but I do hope they're going out with a bang. And unfortunately, this is also going to be the last time that Dor and Hurix will be calling the action. So let's make it a big one. Send some love in chat for those two guys who are ready to take it all away.
Appreciate it, Zoe. And yeah, one last dance here, Ix. One last chance. And of course, who better to cast than two teams like Timeless and Trick Room? I feel like it's having to pick a favorite child now. That being said, I think this is as good as it gets between these two, because Trick Room, yeah, they've got the win. Yeah, they did the big thing. They got all the likes on Twitter. They beat the Shock. Woo, cool. I think, and as far as consistency of performances, Timeless has been doing really well. Yeah. I think they had a better showing against the Vancouver Titans. I think Cuff has been looking really good. Like, this is a match that could very much go both ways, though I know the hype is behind Trick Room for the Pro-Am. I think Timeless has been doing sneakily well. When we talk about teams that are, like, getting 0-2'd, but games that definitely should have gone the distance, Timeless has done that, like, 3 times in a row now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the big things that we've seen as we're gearing up for Oasis, you know, in the past has been Kuffa stepping back up, right? I mean, there was a time last year where we saw Kuffa go from, okay, fantastic Winston player to transition to some of that brawl style with the Junker Queen. And it seems like what he learned from playing in that Junker Queen brawl composition that we were so locked into last year, well, some of those skills are now transferred over to the Ramatra, and on top of that, we also get to see a little bit of some highlight play from him yesterday on the Winston, and I think Timeless has been all the better because of that. And of course, we know just how talented the rest of this roster is, so I expect to see an actually pretty good match, despite the fact that Trick Room throughout the qualifier, I think most people would have considered this to be one-sided in their favor. I think Timeless has gotten better, so I'm hoping for some good. I'm hoping for some good things, right?
I'm glad we can end this Pro-Am together here, Ix, on the same page. at least for now. God knows what happens by the end of this match, but maybe, just maybe, we're on the same page. And yeah, I do think Timeless has gotten better, and it is going to be closer than it was in the Pro-Am for sure.
Gearing up, getting ready to go. Let's talk about what we expect from this a little bit, right? Because, yeah, this is our last one of the day of the tournament for us, but ending it with 2 contenders teams that we just know so much about. Let's flex that a little bit. Let's
dive in.
Yeah. So Timeless, as we talked about already, I mean, they've transitioned over to more of that brawl, the Ramatra style. We've seen, of course, the Winston dive, and they've looked good on that. We could expect to see a little bit more of that in the future, but now we get to see how this goes up against Trick Room's composition that they were dominant on through the qualifier. I mean, this is the composition Trick Room ran. I mean, albeit with a Bastion usually, especially at the start, but that Trick Room ran and were so successful with. That's why we saw them make it as far as they did, and why so many people quickly turned favor their direction. But now Timeless, this is a new look for them. So I'm excited to see how this plans out. But the big thing to look out for is timing. Timing is key for Timeless. Trying to bait those walls out, timing the Nemesis form as well from Kuffa. That's going to be pivotal in this matchup versus Orion.
Kuffa's got his work cut out for him. Like when we talk about it, right? Hadi is kind of the Overwatch League's Ryan. Well, if there's ever one for contenders right now, you're staring him down the barrel. Infected's on the other end of this battlefield, and Kuffa's got to deal with them. You've got one by your side, it's a little easier. The damage pressure from this Hanzo helps out a lot. Throwing arrows towards Boat, trying to bait out those walls like you were talking about. And as Infected rotates away, his health bar gets lower. They pull that Immortality field. Kuffa can feel himself slowly but surely wrestling out this fight away from the arms of Infected, who dives straight into the back line, taking down Doomed, running out of options. The Reinhardt had nothing left to do. Presses the shift button, sends a Hail Mary, and buys Trick Room a fight.
And I think one of the things we're seeing already, when we saw this very similar matchup earlier in our Mayhem game, that 3rd game of the day, we saw a Reinhardt that was incapable of swinging the hammer, incapable of being aggressive and getting into the fight and brawling out. This time around Trick Room, we can see just how much synergy they'd have to enable Infected to give him opportunities to pop off just like anybody else in the competition.
And they can enable all he wants. What's not enabling him is the arrows that are going straight to his forehead. That was before the amplification matrix came out, so this will be a quick flip here for Timeless. That from the high ground makes it a little awkward to deal with for Doomed, who goes down to it. Wasn't able to trade one back, though. Neither team has a mace, so things are going to increase in speed rapidly. Kuffa sprints forward with Annihilation in tow, looking to wreck the likes of Trick Room's backline, but he's shut down by Pummy. This one still not having been won over by Timeless. Trick Room are looking for a big one. Infected, though, maybe a bit too big for his britches, goes for a charge. I'm not sure if he could have bought enough time for his teammates to get back or not, but certainly a desperation maneuver.
Think about how long Trick Room stalled that one out, though, for, because Infected made his way back. So Trick Room was out the literal centerpiece, the pillar behind which the rest of this comp even functions. And they still were able to stall that one out for as long as they did. And they'll have the ability to go with the Blizzard in this next fight, which is really, really good against that Ramacho. They're going to go ahead and split here from Wub's perspective. Of course, Boat will have his Blizzard just like Doomed will now, and they're both going to throw them out early.
Oh, Infected get put on the pain train. Ugh, it's a rough one. Frozen immediately by the Blizzard of Doom. Boat used his as well. Soundberry is going to be invested by Trick Room to certify that they can try and get in here, but I think it's only going to certify that they get out with 4 members.
Timeless doing such a good job of dealing with Infected now, also managing Kuffa, stabilizing him. Obviously, Kuffa is a large part of that himself as well, but nonetheless, Timeless now taking the lead here. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
They've got double support ultimates, man. If you can't keep this lead up for Timeless, you're doing something completely wrong. The Shatter in, and they don't land anything to save him. The Sound Barrier from Neptune's late. Wub's got to find an alternate way to win this fight. He's got to start clicking some heads. The arrows start flying. Everybody's ducking for cover from Trick Room. Infected, Pummy both cowering in corners. Pummy's been booped into the center, but a point flip for Trick Room means full control. Timeless, despite the double support ult advantage, can't find a win.
And now you see a big ultimate that's going to be, I mean, I have to imagine something that either Timeless has to kite out and think about this beforehand, or it could prove to be incredibly lethal. That's going to be the Amp Matrix here coming in from Hanbei. Position is key. Timeless, you can see them playing off to the side here. There's so much LOS on this side. They have that fallback point. That's what they need here in this fight.
Playing very careful. They know that amplification matrix is there, but it's too careful from Timeless. A couple of domes from Pummy, and Kuffa's hit the ground. You just can't fight. How do you have to engage it? There's nothing you can do. You're just twiddling your thumbs like, you know, pretty please, Mr. Infected, let me onto the point. And he's just kindly saying no. Kuffa somehow managed to get back here, but in the face of a Deadeye, granted a nice wall will buy them some time. It's going to be extremely hard. The Dragon looks to peel the likes of Boat away and does so well, but there's even more zoning ultimates on the point. As the Blizzard's thrown out, Timeless are chucking body after body at this point. But I'll tell you what, it's not looking too hot for them. 2 picks are decent. How can they keep doing this? They can't keep tagging this point. Doom's in. A Blizzard? Maybe? Neptune's got another one. Infected's down. Boat's fallen. Maple as well. Timeless? How did they do this? Kuffa died twice in that fight. And they still got the point. Neptune fragged like 3 people. I think Cal got the other. I think Cal and Neptune just fragged. That's all there was to it.
That is the definition of a ball comp in ranked. That is what that is. That's what that looks like. But, I mean, Kuffa just bought them a little time, I guess, right? Timeless were just able to stabilize the back line. Everything was going good from back there, and they just lived long enough until they were able to get some kind of opening, and Doomed really opened things up once they got that Blizzard down, especially on the point. And now it's last fight here in round 1.
Let's fight for both sides. That Matrix out. Low HPs on the May. Boat Force back. Trick Room have that Shatter. Big advantage. There is nothing to block it. If Infected can get within range, it is the entire back line that lies within flux here for Timeless. He's spotted his targets. The missile has locked on. He's holding it close to his chest. The May, of all people, while she still has Ice Block. The nerves have to have gotten to Infected. He goes for the only target that was able to do something about it. Giving him a little bit of snake eyes, but not falling for it anytime soon is Doomed. Timeless take a victory on the point, but it was a hard-fought one to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, I think finally, after a couple of rough ones, we have a game on our hands.
And I don't want to say this too early, but I'm going to say this too early, Dor.
Oh, please do.
But look, 3-4 weeks ago, I think most people would have said that this should have been a pretty decisive win for Trick Room. But like we talked about, Timeless has adapted. They've gotten better. They've been improving over the course of this last week. And now at the conclusion of that week, at the conclusion of their group stage, where what they have to fight for now is trying to vie for one of those top 2 contender spots, maybe take a grab at $7,500 or $2,500. I mean, they're proving their worth. Let's see if they can finish the job here, though. Trick Room once again coming back out with that Reinhardt composition. Again, a composition that a lot of NA qualifier teams struggled to deal with from the perspective of their opposition. Trick Room were just so good about getting in everyone's face and just clearing the first person that they come into contact with.
Right now it's Kuppa who's got to be careful. Remind you though, Kuppa is amongst the best Winstons we have in contenders, if not the best right now. He puts on some incredible performances. He's going to be great at stopping that damage from coming through and diving safely into a Trick Room team that has a lot of dangerous members on. An anti-nade connects onto Boat and Infected, and that buys even more space. Now being put on the back foot, Infected's got something to swing at, and he does take down Kuppa. A nice little bit of double swing tech actually takes him down before he could even notice, but Infected's health bar doesn't look all too well for wear right now. Mayball can do his best to touch, but Trick Room fall. Dismantled by the likes of Timeless.
Yeah, I think one silver lining with this composition is that it's pretty easy to get early control against the dive composition that needs to kind of be patient, wait for that opportunity. But the neutral fight win is certainly very good for Timeless because now they can set their team up on that high ground. And what does that mean for Trick Room? Well, they need to either goad those members down or find a way to rotate up, and that makes it way more difficult for them attacking in.
Already losing Mateball, though. They've got no speed. They've got nothing to get to this high ground. Wub can pick them apart piece by piece. Boat's the next in his sights. With the Reinhardt on point, it's just like, whoa. We're not looking at Infected enough. This is now turning into a decent enough trade. Cuff is in his own back line, though, dealing some damage. So just a handshake trade between main tanks. You take my teammate, I take yours. That's okay.
Still, though, I think we need to continue keeping our eye on this high ground control because, again, this is going to be a continuous problem here for Trick Room if they can't find a way in. And you can see the way that they're rotating here towards that main entry door. There's not very much opportunity for them to actually get up and in on top of them.
Oh, especially now with Kuppa being nano boosted. Health bar, though, rapidly approaching 0. Before I can even finish the sentence, it does hit that number. So no main tank now for Timeless. How are they going to fight back through this? They've used the Deadeye to much more value than it probably should get in fights before, but Trick Room, more patient than ever, bide their time in this engagement. They've got to clean up the remaining members of Timeless. Something easier said than done. Still don't have a cap, and there it is. Trick Room now have to regain control.
I think this is still good for Timeless, though. They allow Kuppa to get back. They don't lose any bodies. They don't give away ult charge, and now they can take another fight.
He's got that Primal Rage too. We know how deadly it's been. Like Day on the desk was calling it a Primal Blade because it might as well be with how sharp they've been. Into the corner goes one player. It's Pummy. Kuppa falls, though, before being able to get the juggle onto the next. Doom making his way onto the back line of a Trick Room who are backed all the way into the corner of the point. They are prime to be engaged on. Infected understands this, tries to use the Shatter to peel, and with the help of a wall, he's able to. Neptune, despite having blocked the Shatter, goes down before Kuppa can get back.
And it was Cal actually that got stunned there, but Neptune was just a little bit further forward trying to defend his teammate who was down on the floor taking a little snooze. And you can see as well, Neptune going to be making a swap here as they go over to the Lucio, trying to up that speed just a little bit so that when they dive, they can stick on the Trick Room, especially when they're able to land these biotic grenades as well.
It's going to be a key part of getting in on this backline, but you see everybody in this corner. It's hard to approach them, but they've got Hanbei. The heal severely lacking for the Reinhardt. If this fight goes long, Timeless have a massive advantage, and they will with nano boosting Kuppa as well. Onto the high ground he goes. He's trying to space out Pummy, make sure you take away a lot of the lethality from Trick Room's composition, but still yet, Neptune just goes way too deep, looking for the kill on the Cassidy. Pummy's trying to re-engage the point off the back of that one pick, though, and maybe, I mean, just maybe, it's not enough. Trick Room at 97%, just cresting over the point of victory. Have got their Reinhardt back and are looking for a re-engagement. It's Wub down. There's no ultimates to answer. They've got the zoning ultimate in the Blizzard from Boat to really try and win this point over, but they don't get it off. What are you doing? 99%'s on, and Timeless are going to take this one over. Trick Room allowing them to do so, banking on using that one ultimate for the final fight.
Oh, I think Boat wanted to use it earlier, but there was just a little bit too much suppression coming out of Timeless. But they got that sleep on him as well and just took him out. Boat didn't want to have that go out before he died. Just Ajax that important ult. Now we go same situation as round one. One last fight here as we're going to have 99-99.
An aid looks decent enough. It's onto Hanbei. It forced out an immortality field. That implication matrix is thrown out in retort. Kuppa got melted. There was not a frame between this guy's health bar being at 100 to 0, but same goes for Hanbei and Mateball. That immortality field that was pulled earlier, well, they're feeling the pain of it now. Feeling way more mortal than they did before. Wub's able to pick one off on the back end. Trick Room, though, look poised to do decently here. A Primal Rage by Kuffa, bullying Infected off the point. He's got support, but he doesn't have a touch. Timeless take the first map, 2-0.
I can't believe that. That was looking like that might be a repeat situation of what we saw against the Shock from Timeless, where we saw Doomed go in, get a big pulse bomb on 2 support players, take them out, and then all of a sudden they still lose the map. And Doomed's probably sitting there like, guys, I mean, we had that in the bag. What was going on? But this time they get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, capitalizing on some major plays, but there had to be plays to be made to win this game here, because I think that's how you know we're getting down to the close one. When it is coming down to the May walls, when it's coming down to the shatters from Infected being dodged consistently with excellent cooldown usage by the likes of Timeless, that's how you know the games are close. We saw some incredible play out of both teams and back and forth at that, but the one criticism I would have of both of them is, dude, we got to figure out how to finish off these fights here, Erics.
Yeah, I mean, especially towards the end there, where we were both probably concerned as we saw Doom get those 2 kills on Hanbei and Magic 8 Ball, and even still it felt like, okay, this is still not over though, even though it very well should be. At a 4v3 advantage, you have the supports, but nonetheless they do. Maybe that's a sign of hope. I would like to hope that it's a sign for hope for both these teams, that they're going to be able to figure this out. Of course, we have seen it in the contenders side of things as well as the qualifiers. They usually don't have any problem with that, but of course, just finished out on Oasis. It's Timeless up 1-0. We're going to go to a quick break. It's map 2 on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody, to what is turning out to be the series of the day. Two contenders teams, for the first time ever on an Overwatch League broadcast, are facing up against one another, and it is delivering a banger if there ever was one. Like you said, in Pro-Am, if we had seen these two teams, we would have said Trick Room all day. But Timeless is coming back, and look, they have learned over the course of these last matches. They have been through hellfire and brimstone, got as close as it gets against Overwatch League teams, to the point where they have just seemed furious with themselves on Twitter. They're mad that their games were so close and they have not managed to pick up a single one yet. I caught Kuffa rage queuing, mic muted the entire time for hours on his stream last night. And you know when he's doing that, he's coming back with a vengeance. And Trick Room are on the receiving end, but they're putting up a fight of their own.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are kind of mentally, emotionally in very similar states, oddly enough, right? I mean, Trick Room obviously came in with a little bit higher expectations based off of the experience that we saw them have in the qualifiers, but Timeless, they had some great matches against their group, opposition, just like Trick Room did. Timeless had a couple of matches that could have gone their way, had a couple of things
very easily
happen differently, right? So I think both of these teams, and rightfully so, are in that mental and emotional state where it's like, I wish we would have had that one thing back, but hey, why not fight for this instead, right? The ability to say, for the first time in Overwatch League history, when two contenders teams fight it out, we were the first to take the dub.
Big moment for both teams, but the map choice is by Trick Room, who we've seen take the thing to Hollywood. In fact, every team's gone to Hollywood today for their second map. Just the flavor of the day, I suppose, at least while we're casting.
It's a Trick Room move. It's a Trick Room move.
It definitely is. We see them. Look at those emotes, man. I love the coordination. They've got the in-game branding with the puzzle cube and everything. This team's still coordinated, but they're not typing in chat, which I think should tell you just about as much as you need to know about how much Trick Room are taking this game seriously. Even more so than the ones against the Overwatch League teams.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. If they're not typing in chat now, I mean, come on. This is the team that just won't stop.
They won't shut up, man.
Yeah. But we love them for that. Nonetheless, though, no swaps from the composition standpoint here. Trick Room are once again coming out with what we've seen them start with in their attacks, and they're looking for those early picks, putting that pressure down on the likes of Kuffa, Neptune, Cal.
Swing in by Infected, the pressure going onto the main tank. Kuffa dropped below, but he does manage to get out. Like we said, one of the most experienced Winstons and contenders is going to hold this point as stalwart as they can be. Timeless have hit a great rotation as well to answer the push from Trick Room. A counter dive by Kuffa onto the likes of Pummy, who just doesn't have an answer. The bubble's fantastic as well, cutting off the heals from Magic. Mayfall beautifully placed. Now lacking a DPS, Trick Room are wounded.
So many teams didn't know how to deal with Trick Room's Ryan Rush composition. Well, Timeless seemed to have, at least for now, figured that out. So many teams also couldn't find an answer to Trick Room's ball composition. Well, hey, that's one fight in, and Timeless may have seemed to figure it out just a little bit here. However, we know from Trick Room that these compositions, sometimes in the neutral, it's a little bit more difficult, but once you start building up that economy, once you start getting those ultimates rolling and cycling through them, that's where the effect is really felt by this ball comp.
See if they can do the same thing. They're not going to fall for the same trap again. That Kuffa counter dive looks dangerous. Is it? Oh my god, he's done it again. How? Luckily this time for Trick Room, Boat manages to trade one back on the backside. The pulse bomb connects, and they've surrounded Timeless. So where does Kuffa go now? Stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got a Tracer on one side of Cassidy on the other. He's taking a ton of damage, but so is Infected. Seems like both these players are kind of getting the same main tank experience. Fortunately for Kuffa, he's got a primal rage to bail himself out, which buys Timeless a fight.
2 down now for Timeless. A neutral fight, and now some investment. However, Trick Room will have some of their own coming into this next one. 2 minutes, actually less than that now on the clock for Trick Room. But I will say that Transcendence, once it gets there for Trick Room, ooh, a swap actually for Maypole. He's gone over to the Ana. Interesting. So they're going to be looking to try to isolate and then lock people down into corners with that biotic grenade. Let's see if they can get it to work.
I like it in theory, but it's gotta be executed. That is a very difficult thing to do, especially with Hanbei going down early. Without Transcendence, I think Trick Room should likely just get out, and yeah, they will.
A lot of Anas like to go for those, those backboards with the biotic grenades. Fortunately, Trick Room, they're going to be hard pressed to get the same kind of value that Cal can get in this defensive position, holding out with space to work with. Cal under pressure, but ooh, there's the pulse bomb. It forces an early trance.
Hanbei steps into it, realizes he has to trance. At least he did realize that he needs to trance, but they need to turn this into engagement. You gotta go forward with the trance. Keep walking onto the point, take the space, and yes, Trick Room do. Charging forward, looking to escape the clutches of Timeless. A great bubble though, saves the likes of Wubs, allows him to retake, and with Hanbei down, there's no more peel for this backline that's so squishy. Hanbei and Mateball, their lives lie on a knife's edge, and unfortunately for them, it's cut far too deep.
And such great synergy shown there. The cohesion between Wub and Cup.
Who's hiding up there? Okay, nobody. They're pinging it though. Matrix.
I think they thought someone was up there. Someone might be up there, but nonetheless, yeah, no one's up there. It is Bo behind though.
Oh.
So Bo slipped around the back, and he's in a good position. He can lay down that pressure onto Kuffa. I think they want to try to get that bubble out as early as possible, because that's the main line of defense for Timeless's backline here.
Kuffa's just getting so much value, man. Kuffa has been absolutely nuts thus far in being able to take out backline members and peeling when it's appropriate. Now though, with the nano boost, peeling for this team gets even harder. A sick whip shot though by Neptune. Just sends Infected right back to the point. The nano boost still in tow though. Is able to put the damage down onto the Ana. The Brig doing everything in her power to heal. Neptune has been a hero thus far in the fight, saving Cal's life left, right, and center. The first responder of Timeless saves the day, allows Kuffa, the teeth and dagger of the team, to go in and deal the real damage. A full hold against Trick Room on their choice of second map, mind you, is dealt by Timeless.
And they allow less percent than Mayhem allowed earlier. Mayhem trounced Trick Room, and oh man, Timeless made it look even harder. Kuffa says third time's the charm, and in fact, maybe it is. All they have to do now is solidify this with a cap at 82.6%, and that will do it. Timeless will come away with a win, and they'll be the first contenders team to actually win at the Overwatch League level against another contenders team.
Which I think would be a nice handshake, right? Trick Room walk away with the massive win over the San Francisco Shock, and Timeless get the first contenders v contenders win. Everybody's happy. Yeah.
In the bio, you got to on the resume. Certainly good move.
All right, let's see what Trick Room have to offer up. We've got a Torbjorn. We've got a replay. I think he did. I don't know. Doomed is playing like he's got a day right now. He's got places to be and not a match to play. He wants this thing ended as quickly as possible. And what tells me that is his positioning, man. Peeling when needed and diving alongside Kuffa, making Kuffa that much more dangerous when he was.
And you know what the crazy thing is too, is that we did see Doomed, you know, obviously going in with Kuffa, you saw that typical Tracer, Winston synergy on the dives, but sometimes Doomed was going off and going on solo missions, doing his own thing, and it was Kuffa and Wub actually connecting on some of those, which was really cool to see as well. Timeless just showing off that they can do it from multiple perspectives, multiple roles. Here we go. Just under 4 minutes as we just get things started here. Timeless, all you have to do is, I mean, a decisive fight win would be enough here to be able to take this match.
A dive in. Pummy pops an overload, which is quite powerful when you're being dove, to be completely honest. That'll deny Kuffa pretty well, actually. And now the alternate fires onto his head. His health bar drops low, but he should be able to deny the next dive as well. Oh, maybe not. Kuffa falls in the face of all the damage from the Torbjorn. Times have kind of been thrown for a loop. Maybe, just maybe, Hurix, playing Tinder Watch in chat was not the way to go at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, Wub started thinking ahead a little bit, man. You gotta back it up. We gotta get through this one first before you can go, or else you're gonna be late for that date, buddy. Trick Room are not a team to be trifled with. Timeless, they've lost 25% of their time bank as is, but they've got that RAM composition. Let's see what Tempo can do for them. Managing that Nemesis, we saw it work out on that opening round of Oasis. See if it can get them this cap here.
How could anything work in the face of such a Goliath as Pummy's Torbjorn? I mean, this guy's just a flex god at this point. Turret still dealing damage into the back of Kuffa. He can't get the pick onto Infected. This is a double-pocketed Winston. We have to remind ourselves, like, there's a lot of damage being thrown at him, but Mayfall and Hanbei offer up far more healing than you could ever possibly wish to do onto Infected, and it nets them a nano boost. It gets slept out for the majority of it, but Boat connects the pulse bomb on the backside, and it's not even trade. Infected comes back with the rest of that nano boost and dishes out the hurt. Wub's now stuck in a corner. Boat doesn't want the 1v1, as he shouldn't, and now Trick Room can look to finish out the fight. Just don't die to Deadeye, please. Okay, we're good.
Well, I mean, solidifying that for them, though, right? I mean, that was a hectic brawl. And of course, both of the Annas had some good plays. Infected got nano boosted by Magic 8ball, who got that early, but then Infected got slept, and then Cal sent his to Wub, but then Kuffa got slept. Oh man, this seems like this is going to be a bloodbath. Even if Timeless can cap it, Trick Room are going to make them work so hard for it.
Timeless dived the turret. Trick Room spent a Kitsune rush, maybe somewhat premature to say the least. They don't get anything off it, but they still have a Primal Rage and a Molten Core, which against this team comp can be really good. Oh, they've got Cal! They've got Neptune! Kuffa turns around and wonders, where on earth did my backline go? They've fallen from beneath your feet, my friend. Trick Room, a quick win. A minute 16 on the clock. A fuller hold, the only way to stay alive in the series. And yet Trick Room are looking decent.
On top of that, too, now Infected's going to have the Primal Rage and is going to cause some separation. Cal might not even be in this fight if they don't get the sleep onto Infected. So that's going to be the critical juncture, I think, going into this one. Can Cal put Infected to rest, or is Trick Room's Winston just going to Primal all over them in spite of the Annihilation, in spite of the Sound Barrier as well?
Sound Barrier's the big one. So many tools for both sides. It's going to be a mess. Sound Barrier early by Timeless, along with the Annihilation. They want to move forward with this, but the Molten Core can out-damage the Sound Barrier in terms of just space. You cannot stand in it, even with the shield. Kuffa's learning that the hard way. Boat's picked up 2 on his backline in the meantime. A massive 3K by the Tracer. The man's just going sicko mode on him. A 4th! How? How do you do it? This is the man that dipped proper day 1 of the tournament, and he's gonna do it again on his last.
2 fights in a row. Now Timeless don't have very many options left. They have to get to the objective, and they have to stay on it. They're going to be doing this in overtime at absolute best. They have to find a way in. They need a pick, and they have to rely on Cal to do it.
Oh, Kuffa got woke. That's actually huge. The nano boost in, though. Wub forces the likes of Pummy back. They don't have a main tank. Now they got to move in, and Wub's taking up the mantle of main tank. Deadeye doesn't connect. Infected still alive on point. Trick Room slowly but surely winning themselves over despite the heroics of Wub. How have we seen it? It's not real. Only in contenders do you get the fuller hold. Trick Room, send us to a map number 3.
No way, man. No way are we going to a map number 3. There's no way. All right. Well,
I love contenders. God. Never change. Never change.
This is the map where we see some funny stuff from Trick Room, and I mean, a second time that we see it already in this group stage. This has been certainly, I mean, following the plot lines very, very much to a T.
Yeah, and what's crazy is like, it definitely got serious there at the end, because this is a grudge match for these two teams. Like Timeless, I've been talking to their owner, been talking to the players on this team. They want the win. They want it. They don't care where it comes from. They don't care if it's a contenders team or an Overwatch League team. They want Trick Room's head on the stick. But somehow, of all things, the Torbjorn is the wrench in the works that does it, because it went to town. Not to mention Boat having some major pop-off moments, but like Kuffa just didn't seem to have an answer to the spacing of the Torbjorn. It offered up so many problems.
Yeah, and we do have an update. It's the first time in the Pro-Am, first of the year, we've got a deadlift on our hands. Boat, what a performance on Hollywood. So many of these final blows that they were able to use to get in on this one. We see 13 of their total 22 came from Boat. Incredible.
I mean, what a performance. We saw the 4K from him. Phenomenal numbers. Boat's been having some incredible individual maps in terms of the Pro-Am, right? It seems like every second or third, this man is putting up just some of the most obscene numbers we've seen. But guess what, Herix? He's got to do one more map. And we've got one more map, not just left for these teams.
Let's go,
it's
man.
the last one for us to cast. It's all we got left. And I know these teams are giving it all they got as well. We'll see you after the break. It is 1-1 between Timeless and Trick Room heading into the final map of group stage, the final map between these two teams and their final map here in the Pro-Am. Here, it could not be more fitting what we have here for it to finally go the distance.
Yeah, we talked about it before the break, but if you missed it, you missed a big moment here in the Pro-Am for the start of the year as well. We've got a deadlift on our hands in that last map there on Hollywood. It was Boat who came up big for Trick Room. They needed to get a full hold, and that's exactly what they got. Out of 22 total final blows, it was 13 that got the job done there. And wow, I mean, first one of the year came from a Contenders player.
Which is funny because Proper was like 2 kills off from getting it the other day. Yeah, like 1 kill off.
Are we doubling down now, Dor? Is it
is Boat gapping Proper again? He's just better, man.
My goat, right?
Boat's our goat, man. All right, we're heading to Esperanza. Map number 3. These have been 2 of the closest rounds we've had in the tournament. That one with a Trick Room fuller hold. We have not seen a scoreline like that on a hybrid map in an extremely long time, especially since the introduction of Overwatch 2. But what a better way to send us into Esperanza. How do you think this one's going down?
Oh, I hope we kind of go back to the qualifiers a little bit, right? I mean, think about how many times that we saw this through quals. I mean, Esperanza came up, I mean, what, every series it felt like that we had? And so many times a team like Trick Room were able to go into this map, and we saw 2 different stylistic choices from them, but the big one that we saw most often was their Reinhardt comp, and that is something that they've been going to a little bit more as of late. However, they do still have that Wrecking Ball. They can pivot between the 2 as well in this map. This is certainly not like Coliseo. You know, you do have the option to make those pivots, but this is not what I expected. Going to this map and trying to force a Winston mirror against Timeless, against, of all people, Kuffa on the Winston. I mean,
it went decently for them last map. I'm not going to say good. They got full held, but they just full held harder. But might as well go for it.
That's fair.
If you can buy space, right, you got to think. For a lot of it is Kuffa getting the kills for Timeless. The pressure's not on Infected to do that right now. Pommy and Boat can get the fragging done. If you can just match and make the space, they'll do the damage for you.
I think another concern too, if you look at it from the other side of things, the other perspective, Doomed just seems to find ways to kill 2 supports at the same time. So Hanbei, Magic 8-Ball, gonna have to do as much as they can to mitigate that. And 8-Ball on the Lucio, a classic marking tool for Doomed and the Tracer in this Overwatch 2 meta.
It's Boat diving first, though. Kuffa goes down to the counter dive. Infected and Boat pull back onto the aggressive movements of Kuffa. A quick first fight win. We talked about it earlier, though. Finishing off these fights has been anything but clean for these teams. Trick Room's going to take it carefully as they think about their next dive.
Yeah, don't expect that this is already a conclusive fight win. Timeless are going to get back here very quickly. Let's see how they want to dive in. Infected is pushing things forward, getting control of the high ground here, and Kuffa is following suit.
Kuffa with the dive. This time, not as much damage. Sniper Monkey! We've seen it. I actually don't think I've gotten one. All Pro-Am. Maypole goes down outside the normal damage range of the Tesla cannon. Kuffa's able to pick him off at range. Can he do another? 2? Oh! 2 and a 3! What? Someone's been playing his Kovacs. Look at you go, Kuffa.
Looks like a little bit of that full mute rage gaming last night might have done something here a little bit, right? I mean, Kuffa is locked in. This is definitely the arc for Kuffa where he is just, you know, everybody's against him. It's him or nobody. And now against Infected in this mirror matchup, we've seen what Kuffa has been capable of on this Winston. Needs to come up big for his team. Otherwise, I mean, Boat did just get a deadlift. You can't count Trick Room out ever.
Never. And not on Esperanza. I mean, this is amongst the push maps, one that is definitely able to be ran back. Boat looking for a pick, though, along the backside, and with all the ultimates Timeless have, that's definitely how you should be playing. Much more careful, because Trick Room are just coming up in theirs. They're not quite there yet, but they've got the nano boost. Hanbei immediately spends, throwing it on to the likes of Infected, who dives the opposing backline. Wubs, Deadeye, though, picks off another. Pummy's trades. What is going on? Deadeyes have been some of those deadly ultimates in this Pro-Am, and I cannot for the life of me figure out why, but Timeless have leveraged it beautifully to take over a fight and gain that progress.
think one of the big things here is the fact that so many players are just, without that protection, without that shield, without, some of the options that you're used to seeing shut down Deadeyes, and especially as well, the line of sight, timings, the speed. Some of that in some cases here as well, but Timeless trying to get some value out of this push. They're doing a good job from Infected's perspective now. They're trying to close that down, but Timeless still holding on, no problem.
Kuffa's trying desperately. They out-damage this backline while Infected tries desperately to take the high ground away. And both of their jobs seem radically difficult, but Infected's all the more so! Oh my god, Pommy stole his health back, man. That's not nice, but he does get out.
Yeah, Trick Room forced to pull out here, and they're just not finding success in the last couple of fights here. They're going to have the sound barrier, but guess what? Neptune has his as well. The big thing here is going to be Boat has the differential with the pulse bomb, but he needs to be able to stick it. Needs to be able to find someone in the back line.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger advantage that Timeless has is just his high ground. How do you engage? Well, they have 3-4 players posted up here. Infected can't dive it. He doesn't have the Primal Rage anymore. The sound barrier's not going to get you up here. Boat can't wrap because he lost the pulse bomb. Pummy can't get up there because he's on 2 legs and only has 225 HP. Like, this high ground offers up so many problems for Trick Room, and they just can't access it. They have to fight Kuffa, and Kuffa's not going to die. He jumps out calmly, allows them to spend their cooldowns, and now Trick Room are simply just down a nano boost.
And on top of that, Timeless can allow this to keep going back to neutral. They don't mind if they trade 1-1 here and allow this to take so much time. There's a sound barrier coming in from both sides, though. Both Tracers missed by it, but kills not happening.
This is the best opportunity for Trick Room to step forward, though. Pommy dropping a Deadeye from the backline as well. Not quite as successful as Wubs was last fight. And that should be enough. Trick Room are caught in the backline of Timeless, but they simply lack the lethality to truly get done what they need to.
Timeless cleaning up another fight here, and they are just so close to getting that first cap. And as we know with this map, that front cap, especially with the gap they've created for Trick Room only having 17.5 meters to go back to, I mean, those forward spawns do genuinely matter here on this map, especially on compositions where you have a lot of mobility. I mean, behind, of course, some of the inherent mobility of some of these characters, but also the group mobility. Oh man, Doomed, you gotta watch out. Both gonna snip that one out.
He's typing in the corner, checking Twitter. Get your head in the game, man. He's got a pulse bomb, and oh look, we've seen it stick 2 supports before, and I would not be surprised to do it again. This man's kills seem to just come in 2s or 0s. Not exactly binary, but kind of close. Pommy with a pick onto Kuffa, though, opens things up for Trick Room. They've got that Primal Rage to assault the high ground should they want to, but it's still not easy to take the high ground away, even with Kuffa out of the equation. They do so successfully, though, taking down Neptune, and now with that speed, it's going to be hard for Timeless to properly disengage this one.
Boat finds some space. Infected just not taking pressure when Boat's able to take aggro like that. So now Trick Room can finally start pushing here
with spawns.
Yeah. So Timeless should be able to get back to this one. They should be able to contest early, but the big thing here is that Boat is forcing the fight back. They're flipping the map here to a degree as well, making it a little bit more difficult for Timeless to get another fight in when they would have liked to.
Take a look at the ultimates here. I mean, they're practically mirrored, save for that pulse bomb from Both. That could save the day. Infected into the backline, same thing goes for Kuffa. Both nano boosted up. It is mirror strategies for these teams. The Primal Rage pop by Kuffa. The Primal Blade, like we said, Leg Day called it. It's that deadly when wielded by this man. Hanbei falls, goes back to peel Infected off the rest of his team, and does so beautifully. Timeless turn things around.
Trick Room, I mean, this is the nature of these push maps, right? Where you see these teams just get out ahead a little bit. They find that early lead, and then they just go 1 for 1. They trade fights. They say, okay, we're going to cause a little bit of havoc. We're going to get some distance. If you come back, we're only neutralizing the point. We won't let you get as much push as you need. There's a lot of requirement here for Trick Room to be able to string fights together, and that's difficult with this type of composition.
There's no easy way through this for Trick Room. Boat chucks a Hail Mary pulse bomb towards the high ground. And unfortunately for him, nobody answered. Pommy taken down in the meantime. Now they're really lacking in damage. The Deadeye unavailable as well to zone away Kuffa. You just got to take your L. Back away here. Try to catch out any Timeless members overextending. Maybe it's them, though, who's too far forward. The Deadeye doesn't find value. The Anti-Nade nearly takes him out. A counter engage now with a better bait by Magic 8-Ball should give Trick Room an advantage.
Oh, Wub just stabilized by that backline, but the backline falls here. Trick Room, they're firing back.
It was the better beat, man. 8-Ball beautifully times it. Neptune tried to engage aggressively. Mateball holds his cards close to his chest in Trick Room just in the nick of time. Play their ace, taking the card back, pushing it back to center map as well. They're gonna negate the spawn advantage, so even though Timeless had it, they won't get it for the next fight.
Yeah, this is the same exact situation. They're going to have a few players forward, but they're still going to be split, so they have to go back. They have to rotate, get together as well. And Kuffa is getting set up. He's going to have that forward positioning, but not the one that they wanted. They wanted him up top already. He's going to have to soft dive to get there, and Infected is going to be there with Pummy to ward him off, so he won't be there where he needs to be.
Trick Room get to engage first with their nano boost. Timeless try to do the same, but no, they don't nano boost to engage. They nano boost to save the Cassidy, and it's so worth it. Pummy picking up everything on the back end, in a bit of trouble, under a bit of duress at the hands of Kuffa, who's gonna pop a primal here, curiously enough. Can he actually win this? He might be. It's looking like he's able to. He's starting to convince me. Hurix just forces another primal though, and buys a lot of time for his team to come back.
I think buying time is pretty important at this stage of the game though too, because I mean, on top of that, you also get a little bit of a win and forcing Infected's ult as well, because Infected just didn't want to go down. They needed to keep this position that they have underneath this bridge here. Timeless, it's now down to just about 75 seconds, and Trick Room, they're getting close to running out of time, and now they've lost boat as well.
Trick Room are running out of tricks, so to speak. Now on the back foot, 4v5. They don't invest here. They know they get one more chance at this push, and they have to make it count.
It's that high ground again, Dor. It's that high ground again. This is the section of the map, and look at this. I mean, they don't have the sound barrier, they don't have the nano boost, they don't have the primal rage. There's nothing to help them access this position. You can see Timeless fully aware of the advantage that they have, especially when you know that time is, again, not on Trick Room's side at all.
No, time is for once on Timeless's side. They want their first win in the Pro-Am, and they're going to earn it however they have to. What with the Deadeye on high ground, looking for those skull markers, can't quite find them, but he's buying time, keeping Trick Room against the ropes. He knows that it's a close one, and he finds Magic Mateball by the slimmest of margins, sentencing him to death with the click of one mouse button. Now Trick Room down a member, got to find a way to fight back in. Now down 2, you can hear the count, you can hear the bells ring in the distance as Timeless sends them one by one to their deaths, looking for a victory. Kuffa, all he has to do is hold. A victory beat by Neptune, looking for the final few kills, and by God, they'll get him. Mateball falls just before a beat of his own. The only thing that would have brought Trick Room away back into this fight is ripped from their hands. Timeless will see victory in the Pro-Am.
Wow, what a finish there from Timeless, getting the job done, so composed and where they needed to play from and making sure that they didn't overextend. How many times did we see that, especially in the qualifiers? Teams being in a perfect position to take full advantage of just the map geometry, or whether it be the ultimates, the economy, whatever it may be, and they overextend. They just go a little too far. Timeless, they've learned, they've adapted, they've figured it out. They take the win, third time's the charm.
They looked incredible, and I'm not sure who player the match was for this one. I think it's Cal, and yes, it will be. All that fragging in the first round, but every single player on this side you could easily point to. I mean, Kuffa had. We saw him.
I didn't even see that. I didn't even see Cal hit that one. That is insane. Getting the slam, I think, on that one. But I love the synergy here, too, because Kuffa and Cal, they go far beyond Timeless. I mean, they spent some time together actually playing in Oceanic Contenders. That's right. And Cal made a huge name for himself on some of those top rosters there as one of these players, these flex support players that just has such great mechanics, such a good eye for the game as well, knows exactly where to be, what to do, and you see that level of composure on display here as well.
You know, it's that Oceanic Contenders experience, man. It shows when you're used to playing the game the game upside down. Once you go back to NA and start playing it right side up, it's like taking the training weights off, man. Cal was doing incredible stuff this series, and you can see with the output that he had.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of damage in there as well. So showing off that, okay, you can land some of those big biotic grenades. That was another key feature of Cal's gameplay, of what Timeless were trying to do to, you know, accomplish what they were looking to accomplish. We've seen that from Mayhem, and now it looks like Timeless have kind of figured that up as well.
Yeah, Timeless, massive improvements. I think you have to hand it to this team. I mean, they fought their way through the Pro-Am, get their qualification, had a rough time doing it, and just never quit. Despite the losses, despite the close games against Overwatch League teams, I was talking to their players regularly during this tournament, the same thing as I was Trick Room and the likes of all these other contenders teams, and I saw it from nobody more than Timeless, that they were simply just frustrated with themselves that they couldn't get this win, that they were driven to get it, and I'm glad to see that they got one on broadcast. It doesn't matter against contenders, against Owl Team, they fought hard for it, they earned it, and I think it was well earned at that here. And I couldn't be more pleased for it to have been our final match to get the cast on this broadcast. It's been a lot of fun, and it's all thanks to contenders and Owl teams alike. We appreciate you guys having us along for the ride. That's it for us, so we're going to send things over to the desk and try and get things done.
Thank you so much, Dor and Hurix. Give it up, everyone at home, for those two gentlemen. What a fantastic cast. What a great way to end our day with. And what a great game that was. Now, friends, welcome back to Watchpoint. This is our post show. We just concluded the last match of week number 1 of the Overwatch League Pro-Am group stage. And our last match saw the two contender teams, Trick Room and Timeless, duke it out. So let's dive straight into the nitty-gritty match recap, as we all had Trick Room taking this one heading into the match. Alas, let's just all be wrong to, end the day. Why not?
Yes, let's just all be wrong. And I think we were proven wrong on the basis of quite a few amazing mechanical plays. Like we saw a bunch from Cal in the player of the match highlight reel. It's been big for the supports. And actually the supports did a really good job of shutting down Infected, who's been one of the biggest assets thus far to Trick Room's run through.
Yeah, and quick shout out to Wub as well. I was very impressed by his Cassidy play. I think he had a great match, and it was just a joy to see both of these contenders team duke it out to the end.
And it started with a bit of chaos. I was like, oh boy, we're in for a treat. It remained high pace for sure. Lots of action going down, lots of great plays, and a few of those made it into our highlights as well. So why don't you walk us through those, Harry?
Yeah, I've got a specific breakdown here, and it's actually both members of the support for Timeless bullying Infected. First, we've got Neptune using the whip shot to get some good spacing on the midst of an Earth Shadow, then gets to block it as well. We'll see it from another angle here, and you can see that this does actually hit Cal, but what it does do is it makes Infected have no ability to really run that down as well, and it forces it to miss Wub, and now Cal gets his own shutdown. It was really a cyberbullying of Infected from the combined support line of Timeless that did manage to help clutch out some of these most important fights, and you can see in both of these, Infected really wanted to solo slam Wub, because Wub was an absolute monster in so many of these fights. Defense of the Cassidy was imperative.
Dead air. We just let this one breathe. Take a
No,
look at this
I was just
again.
watching the Ryan chat, and I was just taking it all in. I was like,
Yeah, no, like you get mesmerized by those kind of plays, and you kind of forget to talk. It's like, this is pretty nice. No, but honestly, something which really gets me excited about the conclusion of Group 1 and 2 is that not a single one of the contenders teams went winless. With this win for Timeless, each one of them have won at least one match. Saints actually walked away with 2 victories, and I think that is a fantastic showcase in the Pro-Am for the entirety of the contender scene.
That's also going to leave Saints as our front runner for the big contenders prize of 7.5 grand for our first place contenders team, which is pretty cool. Saints definitely, they are going to be watching with interest in our next group to see if Twisted Minds and Co might be able to do slightly better than 2 and 2. But for now, in the money, and we do have a bunch of 1 and 3 teams which are going to be battling for the other prizes.
yeah. I mean, yeah, just watching all these contenders players is just so fun. I'm excited.
And another thing which was a lot of fun was chatting to the contenders players.
Yeah.
And we got one more for you to round out the day. It is our player of the match, Cal, is joining us for a quick chat. Congratulations on the W. And thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Cal, I'm going to start off this interview. So I wanted to ask you, because coming into this match, you guys were down 3 matches. So Did you feel a little pressure to perform for today's match to sort of because you kind of needed that win?
Honestly, not too much. I feel like we made small mistakes in the matches before, except for the Mayhem one. That was kind of not a good showing. But the rest, I think we played well enough to win, and we should have won. In my mind, we won, but we had a lot of mistakes there. So I don't think there was that much pressure, especially thinking like, oh, we've been playing against the top teams in the world like every day. This is just a team that we can beat. And after the first map, I was like, oh, it's done. Already ordered Uber Eats, got the food on the way.
Love that.
Wasn't that
Love
hard.
that.
After how close those previous matches were as well, that's exactly what I wanted to touch on. Were there any specific bits of training you guys did to try and deal with the small mistakes you made to turn this one into a win, or did you just keep doing what you'd scrimmed previously and this time it was simply a bit tighter?
We've never actually played the Ana comp. It was kind of like an executive decision from yours truly. I was kind of like, look at all these players playing Ana. They're not as good as me in Ana, so I decided we're just going to start playing this comp and see how it goes. And I guess today showed that it worked out.
It sure did. Now, one last question for you, Cal. What was the entire experience like for you? It is the first time we ever get to see contenders teams playing against Owl teams. For us, it was just such a joy to watch, and we hope to see more of that. How was it for you?
It was actually very enjoyable. It was very fun. All the staff did really well. They communicated us really well too. It was a very new experience. There's a lot of things that we didn't know, like what to do in like the tech side, but the tournament was actually very enjoyable, and I hope there's more like this. It was very fun.
So do we. And you guys put up one heck of a show. So once again, congratulations on the W. Thank you so much for all the entertainment you guys put up for us to watch. And we wish you best of luck in everything the future holds for you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, Cal.
So much. That was Cal from Timeless. Honestly, the Contenders players have been such a joy to talk to.
Even just a watch talking as well when they're typing away in the match chat. They got some personality. They got some to and fro, some fun there.
Yeah, no, I feel like Overwatch League players usually like they only chat like when they're winning and then they stop talking. But
yeah, that's
contenders are like,
lame.
win or lose, we don't care.
Exactly, that's how it should be. Now, Trick Room and Timeless, they will not be advancing, but they will live on in our hearts. And as for the results today, here you have them. This is what went down. Don't think there were huge surprises necessarily. Some disappointments. For sure. But other than that,
meaningful nod.
Yeah, meaningful nod. But hey, if you're at the bottom, the only way is up. So that is a positive thing to take away from it. Now, this brings us to today's standings, and we've got the Florida Mayhem and the San Francisco Shock in from Group A, and with the Atlanta Reign and London Spitfire, they are in from Group B. So we got that settled. But friendos, after all the action today, I would like to know what you would right now want to shout from the rooftop. Danny, what's your headline?
All right, I'm gonna go with just Florida Mayhem dominating the scene. Because coming in, you know, we knew that they were going to be good, but not this good. At least for me. But you know, they're adopting this really aggressive playstyle, whether it's the Winston dive or the Ramatra comp, and I am honestly liking their confidence in their plays as well. Like I highlighted before this match, like when Merritt yesterday told us about, hey, like we are going to be aggressive and it is suiting our style and we like it. We're going to go with this, and we saw this today as well. And on top of that, we saw Sauna make his debut, and he had a great game as well. And he did say that he didn't get a lot of scrim time, and he actually didn't scrim at all. So they're gonna improve even more. They're leveling up even more than this.
Yeah, it was a great time to watch him play, and I do love that they showed us a few different looks there as well, subbing in a player that I don't think any of us would have expected to see them so soon. So it was really cool to see Sauna making his debut as well already on the, I mean, not Owl big stage, but like semi-big stage for the Pro-Am.
The moderate stage.
The moderate stage. No, like they. Word on the street is actually that you've been copying Custas as well as Reinforce's homework, and are now just gonna sing praise to Lip. Is that true?
Yeah. But actually, to be fair,
That's
they
all right.
both copied Avril's homework, so
Ah, okay, well that makes it better.
I'm at the end of this homework centipede, but hey, Lip did indeed give a kiss of death to NA. He arrived on the shores of North America in a Hannibal Lecter-style case, shipped over by Moon, a special acquisition of Coach Gator himself, and now North America is having to deal with the 8'9" gaming warlord on the daily. Previously, North America, they were insulated from this terror. He was a phantasm in the night that only really came out to play during those international tournaments. Now, every single week, a team is going to have to suffer at the hands of Lip and the Atlanta Reign, and that gives a lot of room for fear because this guy has got it all. He's got the Cassidy, he's got the Hanzo, he's even got the Tracer if you have a look back at some of those previous tournament runs. And crucially, he has the Sombra. Here's a quick look at the Sombra stats for Lip. And look at this, 1.6 deaths per 10. You cannot catch it. He is the Phantasm in the night, only he's also real. This Night Terror, no matter what your therapist says, he can hurt you.
And he's underneath your bed right now.
He's behind you.
Don't look.
If you say Lip 3 times into the mirror, he will in fact appear. That is a
He will
fact.
headshot you.
Unfortunate scenes. Anyway, I think you're onto something. Costa as well, as he had him picked as his way too early MVP for the Pro-Am. Or maybe it's just for the season. I don't know. Maybe that's where we are at this moment. Anyway, so many amazing moments already in just 1 week of matches. And the good news is we're going to go again next week. That's right. Let's have a look at the first day of matches for next week, week number 2 of the Pro-Am tournament. And boy, there's some juicy ones in there.
Yeah, the juice Danny, I'm gonna squeeze this metaphorical fruit first.
All right, go ahead.
Outlaws versus Defiant. Outlaws, is 2023 the year of the Houston Outlaws? We've been asking this year after year after year, and potentially 2023 is where it all comes home, baby. They've grabbed Fearless from Dallas, a straight kidnapping across Texan borders somehow. They've managed to make it happen. Pelican remains. Shu and Violet, somehow they've grabbed these MVP tier flex supports from across the league. We're like, you know what? Why choose? We'll have them both. It's a crazy super team that's been assembled, and honestly, from the just roster-based power rankings right now, perhaps the only thing that can really stand up to the Atlanta Reign.
We were about to go to the same match, but other than that, I'm also actually excited to see Gladiators versus Wisp, because the word on the street is that Gladiators are sort of struggling during scrims. I don't buy into scrim bucks, but I can't honestly believe that with the roster that they have right now, like they can't be struggling. They cannot be. There's no way.
Sure.
History has shown that it is in fact very possible to have the best names humanly possible in your roster, and still, I'm gonna say that without getting fired. Not do so hot.
No, I don't. I have to see it with my own eyes before I make that decision. But
I respect that. I respect that. Now, new groups, new teams next week. I'm just so excited to get a first look on Outlaws and everyone else. So this is going to be really fun. Now, we can't end this week without paying tribute to the Contenders players who showed up to play, impressed us, and weren't afraid to talk some trash either. So salute to the top 10s. Which of those players captured your hearts this week, and perhaps also caught the eyes of some OWL franchise teams?
Well, there's one who definitely has caught the eyes of a lot of the adoring public, but the OWL franchise teams are going to have to wait a little bit longer, because Tree is unfortunately still too young. Even with 17 for a reduced age bracket that you can get in, allowing Lenny to come in and play. If this guy was 9 when Overwatch came out, and somehow still has achieved more in his life than I ever will here at the Pro-Am. Unbelievable scenes from Tree. Unholy aimer. This guy's been grinding for years already. And honestly, I think that Tree is going to be a name to remember. He's going to be a Rookie of the Year candidate in 2024. That much is for sure.
I mean, Tree was great. I think another great contenders player that really showed up and surprised us, it has to be Pummy. This guy is so fun to watch. He is so talented. And, you know, like him just, you know, in-game chat also as well. And he got the skills to back it up. I think Pummy was sort of my favorite player to watch for contenders.
The Sombra of St. Louis goes hard, man. And also, like you said, plenty of different heroes that were shown off. We even saw the Torbjorn winning out a map in the previous game. Here's a quick look at the Pummy stats on the Sombra. 2.2 deaths per 10. That's getting into lip territory for evasiveness. And honestly, I think that Pummy has shown us a lot.
He did indeed. Another player we definitely want to highlight is Kuffa. We had a shout out from Costa yesterday already for Kuffa's performance thus far. And honestly, I think this guy should be on everyone's radar.
Yeah, definitely. Like we're seeing on Ramatra, but I think what Harry, you like that. You said that. What about his Winston was? It was Primal Blade, right?
Yeah, the Primal Blade. But also the lesser known part of the Winston, the Hanbin snipes, the right clicks have actually been so impressive from Kuffa. And you can see one here. There's a second Kuffa. Just
there was another
all the information. Yeah. He's in the Matrix, man. He knows when to charge up and when to let loose. And here's some Kuffa Ramatra stats. Of course, we saw a bunch of players picking up the Ramatra. And it does give like one of these nice bits of variability to many tanks where the Winston's super strong, but also you have that Brawl option. And that made sure that counter-picking Timeless when it came to maps was always going to be precarious.
Indeed, but what a great performance from Kuffa, from Tree, from honestly, everyone. I think we could have mentioned almost every contenders player. I think they all have like some highlight-worthy plays in there, and we are very excited to see more of that. And that's why Pro-Am is such a great opportunity, and what a joy it was to watch them play for all of us. Now, but of course, we're not done yet. This was the first of 2 weeks of group stage madness, and more to come next week, leg day. It was such a pleasure to have you on the desk with us today. It's the first time. How was it for you?
It was great to be here. I've been wanting to come on desk with you guys for a while. The last time that I got to work directly with you, sorry, was back in Paris in 2018. I got to see Danny in Toronto last year, but unfortunately, the rest of the desk wasn't there. So it's been absolutely wonderful working directly with you guys again here on the desk.
Oh, we'd love to have you back very soon. Danny?
Yes.
You're good. I love you.
I'm good.
I'm glad to know it.
You're good too.
You're my ride and die, man. You're my ride and die.
I know. We got this.
That's it. I like that. Now it is time to say goodbye, however. Rest up, everyone. We got more Overwatch League Pro-Am action coming your way in just a few days. So thank you so much for watching, and we hope to see you very soon.
Enemy sighted. Enemy spotted. Ready to go. There's one. That's a bee in your bonnet. It's time.